Welcome to Sewing Parts Online, the family-owned business that has been providing quality sewing machines since 2008. Our mission is to help you bring your creative visions to life, and we believe that starts with having the right sewing machine. Quilting, embroidery, serging, crafting, Sewing Parts Online has got you covered. You supply the creativity, we supply the sewing machines.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to SewCreative Live National Sewing Month Celebration. If you are new here, my name is Brian. I'm going to be your host for today's event, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what SewCreative Live is all about. So if you've ever been to a quilt show or a sewing expo, you know that some of the best parts are getting to go to classes and learn new techniques, to see demos on new products, and to potentially get some really good savings on some new sewing machines and tools and such. So we know that not everybody is able to make it to an in-person quilting show. So we decided, hey, why not put it online so everybody can access it? So that's SewCreative Live. And this time we are celebrating a 1-year anniversary of SewCreative Live. So kudos to us back here. We are so excited for being able to put on these events. The most exciting part of these events is the giveaways that we do. So I'm sure a lot of you have seen that we are giving away a Dream Sewing Room Makeover, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that in just a minute. But first, I'm going to pop up some comments, some familiar faces I saw in the chat, and say hi. So let's see who is here today. Paula Becker, I know that name. Hi, Paula. How are you doing today? Brigitte Thiel, she lives close to us in Tennessee, I believe. I'm excited to see her too. Oh, here's another familiar face, Mary Jo Carlton. Now, Mary Jo was the lucky winner of the 16X long arm machine during our Christmas in July live stream. So we've actually been chatting back and forth about her 16X in the last couple of days. So I'm really excited that she's here today, and maybe she'll get lucky and win another one, or maybe you'll win it. So we also have Donna Gafford here with us. Donna Gafford lives here in Dixon, Tennessee, where we're located. She comes into the store all the time. Thank you, Donna, for joining. And let's do a couple more. Patricia Winters, welcome. Greta Sobel, welcome. We are so excited that you guys are here. So now let's talk about the giveaways. So we are going to be doing a sewing room makeover worth $10,000. It includes a 16X manual long arm, a Bandicoot cabinet from Arrow, a whole bunch of thread from Madeira, a Cutie frame, and an Arrow chair. But that is not the only thing that we are going to be giving away today. So we actually are going to be giving away a bunch of Aurifil thread. And at the end today, we are going to be giving away an Ever Sewn Celine sewing machine. So I bet you're wondering, how do I enter the giveaways? So every hour during the middle of each segment, we are going to pop up a surprise sewing related word onto the screen. And you are going to run to the chat and put it in the comments. Once it's in the comments, you are entered to win the giveaway for that segment. Every hour, we are going to give away an Aurifil thread kit, okay? On each Aurifil thread kit, I'm going to write a number. So for the first segment, it's going to be number 1. For the second, it's going to be number 2. And I'm going to write your name. And we are going to collect all of the Aurifil thread kits. And at the very end of our event, we are going to use a random number generator to pick a number. And whoever's name is on that thread kit wins the grand prize. So it's super exciting. We thought it was a fun way to switch it up this time, and I'm really stoked for whoever wins that prize. So anyway, so let's talk a little bit about what the schedule is going to look like today. Alex, do you mind if I pull you up on the stream really quickly and introduce you? Sure. Okay, here we go. Alex, why don't you tell us some more about you?
Well, hello, everybody. Let me take these headphones off. I see what you're talking about during the past events. So my name is Alex, and I'm going to be running the back end here, talking to you guys in the chat. And I'm just so excited for day 1 and day 2 and day 3 and all the prizes and everything. But I'm glad that you guys are joining us, and I can't wait to see what all we learned today too.
Yes. Okay. Alex, do you want to go ahead and pull up the schedule and I will go through it with everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we have some really exciting stuff today, tomorrow, and Friday. The first one is going to be a conversation with our friend Courtney Govro. Now, Courtney has been an ambassador for Sewing Parts Online for about a year now, I want to say. She is on TikTok as So Excited, and she shares a lot of inspirational content. She is a really talented quilter, and she is opening her own quilt shop. She's in the process of getting it started, actually. So she's going to pop up, and we're going to have a conversation about her quilt shop, and you guys can ask her questions to get a little bit of insight on what it's like to, create your own quilt shop. We all know that the quilt shop is kind of it's a sacred place for all of us. It's where we go to learn about our craft and to make friends, and also be surrounded by people who respect and understand the time and effort that goes into quilting. So it's really, really special that she's opening her own shop, and I'm super excited to hear about what that's like. So after Courtney is up, we actually had a little bit of a schedule change. We are going to be having Miriam Coffey from Janome come on and do a sewing machine demo on the new Janome 9450. She was originally supposed to be on day 2, but we had to move some stuff around. So she's going to be doing a pre-recorded segment. So it's just a little 15-minute long thing. She's going to show us all about that new exciting machine. After Miriam comes on, we have Harley from Arrow Sewing Furniture. He's going to be talking about the Judy and the Krista sewing cabinet. After Arrow, Chelsea Swindle, who is another one of our friends, she is known as She Sews Seams on TikTok, is going to be coming up and showing us how to make a child's dress. She's doing the Nora pattern, I believe. And then after Chelsea, we have Linda Bratine from Baby Lock. She's going to be showing us the Jazz 2 and the Allegro. After Linda, we have Stacy Louie from Sew Steady. She's going to be doing some winter and fall ruler templates. I'm super excited for her segment because I have been thinking about getting into ruler work. I've recently started free motion quilting on my machine, and I had no idea how incredibly difficult it is. So I kind of want to get some rulers and see if that makes it a little bit easier for me. After Stacey, we have Paul from Toothbush. He is going to come on and show you how to add personal style to existing clothes using embroidery floss. He is an upcycle artist on TikTok. He makes his own clothes. He is super talented, and I think you guys are going to learn a lot from his segment. After Paul, we have the Grace Company showing us the Unique 21X Elite. And then after the Grace Company, we are going to do a wrap up and give away that Eversewn Celine sewing machine. So with that said, I think that it's time to bring up our first guest. So I'm going to bring her up. Hi, Courtney. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm really excited to see you.
I am always happy to see you all. It is always fun to be here with Sewing Parts Online.
Yes. So I gave you a little bit of an intro, but do you want to go ahead and tell us a little bit more about you?
Sure. I started sewing in 2020 with my mom, and she taught me to quilt, and I kind of got addicted, hooked, and I've been sewing ever since. I started on TikTok. Actually, I started on TikTok in first week of October of last year. And we grew pretty quick and have had just a blast getting to know that community. And now I've decided, just kind of randomly, which is kind of the story of my life, over the summer, we decided to open a quilt shop. Open a quilt shop, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Mm-hmm. You really took a leap of faith with that one.
Yeah, I worked in healthcare for 20 plus years, and we were thinking what we wanted to do next. And I love this community. I love quilters. I love sewers. I love everything about everybody that I'm meeting. And I want to be in person with them and having community together. I think we lost so much community with COVID that now I just want to be together. I love my online friends and my online community. I look forward to seeing them every morning when I wake up and, flip through TikTok. But I really, wanted to have that experience. So that was one of the reasons we did that here.
Well, like I've said, I think that you're a really talented quilter, but I feel like what I go to you most for is inspiration and comfort. Like you're always sharing your content in a way that makes me feel like better about like it's so compassionate. Like your content is so compassionate.
Well,
so I think that there isn't anybody else in the world who I think would be an amazing quilt shop owner. I think you're going to create an amazing community out in Missouri. So I do have a couple of questions for you. Okay. So you touched on it a little bit about what got you into quilting, but do you want to kind of dive deeper into that? Like why you started quilting? What about quilting drew you to it?
Sure, sure. So I started quilting. So my brother passed away. I worked with my brother for a long time in healthcare, and he passed away. And my mother, was really sad. I mean, of course, we were all sad. And one day I said, "Hey, why don't you teach me to quilt? Let's find something that we can do together." Because I always kind of had business in common with my dad and my mom. We didn't have anything that was just our thing. We had other things we did together, but I said, let's do something together that's our thing. And it became our thing. And I really enjoyed it. There is some type of therapy that happens when you're sewing. There's this ability to create, as your life gets torn down through experiences, through life, being able to see how you can cut things apart. I was working on these half squares triangles, I had to cut them apart to make this. And that's what really is that therapeutic thing about sewing. And so that's where I got to with this. I was like, okay, this has been fantastic. And now I've met friends and in my community, and I was like, I want to do something where they have a spot to go, not just to shop, but to connect. Like our mission statement actually doesn't say anything about sewing in the first line. It's all about how do we create community? How do we create connection? And that's what my husband and I have been talking about. And we're really blessed because, we know Jennifer, and Jennifer has the Quilted Cow, and we were able to franchise that. So I didn't have to go through all of the crazy figuring out how the business piece works. I'm really able just to step into it. All of that's prepared for me, and I can just go and create community, which is why I'm just super excited about this.
Well, I'm super excited for you. And I know we talked on the phone a couple of weeks ago, and it's my mission to get to your quilt shop in October when it opens.
Oh,
So
October 23rd.
October 23rd. You shared a little bit of insight with me, if you don't mind sharing it. There was something kind of wild about the amount of people that were wanting to check out your quilt shop. Do you remember what we were talking about?
We've had a really great response. I'm not exactly, I don't fully remember, but we've had a really great response. I've had people, my phone number's gotten out there, which is great, but I've had people call me from Colorado. We've had people message us from Iowa, Illinois, Oklahoma, Texas. I mean, basically, if they're touching the state of Missouri, and we know so many people from TikTok, that's been fun. I was at the grocery store. Maybe that's what I was telling you. I was at the grocery store, and a lady walked up to me and says, "Are you Courtney with the Quilted Cow? I'm so excited about the quilt shop." I was like, yes, I am.
That's so exciting.
Oh, it was. So it'll be fun. I actually think, our community is the perfect demographic. We have a lot of existing quilters. Our goal is to reach into new quilters. We're going to have some homeschool classes because homeschool community is huge in our area. We've got like 6 different homeschool co-ops. And then we're hopefully going to reach the Girl Scouts. Our goal is let's get those new people to connect with the people that know what they're doing and just create something really special in the shop.
Well, that kind of echoes the quilting community in general, because so I joined my first quilt guild about 2 months ago, and I went to my first retreat, and I'm learning that the culture of quilting is to pass down the information from those who came before you to the newcomers, and to make it as accessible as possible. It's all about sharing and creating a sense of togetherness. So yeah, I'm really excited that is your, that is what I'm doing in this quilt shop. It's not just about having a quilt shop. It's about creating community.
Yeah, it's really about finding a way that people can get together and talk about it. And you are so right. I not to plug my book, but I just finished a book called A Quilt with My Mother, and it's out now. And that book is all about that passing down, and the mom teaching the daughter, and then the friends having to teach the daughter, and just some things like that. I really think, that you get it on TikTok too. I don't want to discount the online community, because when I didn't know how to cut correctly, and I was doing these videos, and Valerie, who's the Navy quilter, she's one of my favorite people to watch. She's exquisite quilter. When she cuts, she's like, "You're doing it backwards. You're doing it backwards." I'm like, what? And so she got on a live with me and showed me what to do. And then when I went to my first retreat, it was the same thing. Quilters want to come around and they want to talk to one another and they want to share those little things. And it's those little techniques that really take your quilting from this to this. Like I didn't know a year ago, probably a year ago, I didn't know what square your blocks meant. And so I would just put my blocks together and then I'd sew them together. And I didn't know you were supposed to bring them down, and it cleans it up. It makes it so the points go together. And I haven't met that many. People talk about the quilt please. I've had that a little bit on my TikTok, but really I haven't. And I really think people want the craft to continue. We don't want the craft to die. I've had a few different people say, oh, quilt shops are dying. No, they're not. They're not dying. What's happening is we're not creating a community. That's why one of the reasons, like the shop hop, I'm wearing my shop hop shirt right now. It's Missouri shop hop right now. As a quilting shop, I'm noticing that you want to be a good neighbor. They want to be a good neighbor. I'm not going to have everything everybody else is going to have. Like I'm never, ever, ever going to have everything Sewing Parts Online has. And that's why it's important to have these relationships. There's absolutely no way. The financial investment to get a shop open is ridiculous. And that's why you want to have good neighbors. I can tell everybody, hey, in Lee Summit, which is about 30 minutes that way, all the Civil War reproduction fabric you could ever want in your entire life is there. She has an amazing selection. I'm not even going to carry it. And I can say this shop in Butler, I'm not even carrying Lori Holt because she has an amazing selection of Lori Holt and she's 20 minutes down the road. And I would love for you to go to her shop and see that. Because that's the community we have as quilters and quilt shop owners.
Yeah, it's all about sharing.
Yeah.
So speaking of fabric, I do have to ask, oh, you know what? Actually, really quickly, before I ask the question, I need to shout out my Quilt Guild because I mentioned them. So shout out to the Hickman County Quilt Guild and shout out to Sam from the Quilt Guild, who at the quilt retreat taught me how to tie a quilter's knot. I have to say thank you to her for that.
Yay, Quilt Guilds.
Yay. And they are also having a quilt show October 7th, I believe. So if anybody's in the Hickman County area, definitely check them out. So that leads me to my next question about fabric. So I saw your TikTok a couple weeks ago where you got to go do something that I'm really jealous of. I want to do it. You went to go tour somebody's facility. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it actually ended up being more of a tour than I think I was supposed to get. We went down to shop the Moda warehouse. So that's a thing. If you have a quilt shop, you can go shop the Moda warehouse. And they do have all their clearance fabric there, but they also have every single thing as out in there. You can go look at every line and you can touch it, feel it, do whatever you want. You can see it. Now, when you meet with your rep, and I will shout out to Moda John. I love Moda John. He comes to see me. The reps bring you fabric. I love when the reps do that because then I can touch it. And as a quilter, it's tactile and it's visual. So you want to touch your fabric, like it feels different. Riley Blake feels different than Moda, and Moda feels different than Andover. And so that's kind of a big deal to me. But the Moda warehouse was a lot of fun. Now we got lost and went in the wrong door. We went in the actual shipping facility. And so we're walking around, me and my mom, which you all have seen my mom before, and my sister. Now my sister is 6 foot tall. I'm like shorter than both of them. And we're wandering this place. And we ended up running into this guy. And he was like, yeah, you're in the wrong place. And he took us to the right place. And then we got shop. And then I met a shop owner while I was there because, I can't keep quiet and not talk to everybody around me. And so we made friends and we shopped and it was a lot of fun. We got several bolts of fabric I got some Ruby Star because I didn't order Ruby Star, and I got some blenders and some things like that. And it was fantastic. It was really, really fun. And it was fun to see all the lines and all the stuff. Now, the thing is that I didn't know was that when you shop the warehouse, they have everything out. And so you have to then, you might pull it, but it might already be sold. And that's very, very sad when you get to the checkout desk. You're like, oh, I have to put that back.
That's so interesting. It's funny that you could go through the fabric that it's already sold, but I mean, you could always, I'm sure they'll reprint it. So if you like something, you can jot it down. And if it's
no, not Moda. No.
Okay.
So, and that's the thing I learned opening a quilt shop as quickly as we did. So you're ordering, like I'm ordering fabric in May, June, July of next year. I actually looked at Halloween fabric for next year. They're going to start ordering Christmas fabric next month for next year. So you're way out ahead of it when you're ordering, which is kind of hard because you're trying to figure out who's going to buy what and what you're going to need and all that stuff. But when we decided to do this, and we went like, I mean, I was like, hey, let's open a quilt shop. And my husband's like, what? And I talked to Jennifer, and Jennifer's like, yeah, let's do this. You know, so it was like, oh, what did I do? But we were trying to get fabric for the shop, and it is difficult because you're trying to get the bolt and they sell out. Like there was a line I really, really wanted, Cocoa Pink, which is an Andover. So it was really sad, but we have figured out, kind of gotten in the process, kind of started to work through it. So it's been great.
Well, so that leads me to my next question. So how did you go about choosing which fabric? Is it just based on like, oh, I like this fabric, my heart's drawn to it? Or did you like, because there's so many choices, it can be overwhelming. How did you narrow down the choices to choose what you're going to carry in your shop?
Well, I'm blessed because I am a franchisee. So I have Jennifer, and Jennifer owns the Quilted Cow. And if you know anything about the Quilted Cow, what she picks sells. And so I really trusted her judgment on what was coming in front of me. And I will tell you that I have a really unique personality when it comes to fabric. I like kind of funky stuff, and being able to be flexible to say, oh, I might like this stuff that I thought looked kind of old or whatever, you know, versus this. Now, what's interesting though, is as I've started the process, my tastes have started to really shift a little bit. So I've been like, wow, look at the artistry of this one. Like, whereas I might like a playful line before, something whimsical, something playful, now I'm looking at, wow, that is artistry, because I understand, I'm watching how the designers design the fabric. And when you watch how the designers design the fabric, you start to see, wow, that, like, I love Laundry Basket now. I didn't before. But Laundry Basket is a designer. I think it's some of the most beautiful designs. Andover really carries really good stuff. Moda is kind of like, it's the linchpin. Everybody wants to be, Moda's got really good designers, really great taste, and their color schemes follow through the year. So like if I buy one designer in the beginning of 2023, she's going to stay in the same color scheme through the year so that you can work with those fabrics all year long, which is super interesting. And I didn't realize that as a quilter. Now that I do, it's actually kind of easier because I can walk into a quilt shop and say, oh, these are ginger bear, they're going to go together. Oh, these are Fancy That Design House, which is one of my favorites. It's going to go together. And so it's kind of interesting when you start playing it. But I have started trying to make sure I'm selecting things that somebody else might like. And I show my friends. I have a pretty broad friend spectrum. And I'm like, hey, what do you think of this line? What do you think of that line? And the Quilted Cow has like 4 designers on staff for quilts and stuff like that. So I call them and I'm like, what do you think? And I get it's easier for me than I think a normal quilt shop owner who has to make those decisions without the support system.
It's really awesome that you have that guidance. I can see, because she's got a really great personality. I've seen her a couple of times on Facebook, and it's really great that you have that guidance to help you. Because I would imagine that if you were doing it all on your own, it would be a very overwhelming process.
Yeah, it's overwhelming right now. And I will say, the one thing that's funny is when you get the first few boxes of fabric, you're like, oh, fabric, oh, fabric. And I still get that a little bit, but it's kind of like eating cupcakes. The first few cupcakes, you're like, those are delicious. The third cupcake, you're like, that's kind of good, but I'm getting full. By the time you get to the 25th cupcake, you're like, oh my gosh. And
Too much.
It's all in my garage, and it's all in my dining room, and it's all over my house right now. I think once it's in the shop, it'll be easier. But like I wrote my first quilt pattern over the last few weeks. And I'm working on it, and it's like just coming back to the detail and the meticulousness of that has felt so good. I'm like, oh, it's a 1/4 of an inch different. It was like, oh, it's not a bolt of fabric.
A nice break from all the other stuff.
It is. And there's so much to it. You know, we think it's all about fabric as a quilt shop owner. It's not. my husband I would not have done this without my husband. I wanted him to do this show with me, but he's not big on being on camera. But he's put all of the accounting, all of the computers, all of the registers, all of the stuff together. I'm doing inventory because I know what it is. When I pull it out of the box, I know this is a Notion versus this is a, grab and go gift. So it's interesting.
Well, so I have another question for you
Okay.
before we wrap it up. So now that you are opening up your own quilt shop, are you thinking about getting into long arming?
Ooh, no, but no, we have a long armor. So we will have that as a service. I have the best. I wish I had a piece of her work down here with me. I don't think she did any of that. So I have the best long armor. Her name's Kristen. I actually hired her. As soon as I told her, I was like, I want to hire you. She's going to do all our long arming. That is an art. And the expense to get into that is pretty high. So she already has her machine, and then she has 2 other machines she has access to. So we'll be able to meet the demand and the timelines. But I respect, like, I've tried to do that on my own and I didn't do very good.
Me neither, Courtney. Me neither. But we'll get there eventually, maybe.
Yeah, we're going to have, so one of the ways we're going to create community is to have clubs and classes. So we're going to have a hand embroidery club. I'm big into hand embroidery myself. So I'm excited to see that segment coming up today.
Me too.
It's going to be awesome. So we're going to have hand embroidery, quilts of valor, quilts of heroes, beginner quilter classes, just some different things like that so that we can help people learn. But we probably won't venture that way. It's so hard.
It's fair. It's fair. I've been practicing on our 16X back here, and I can do so far the only thing I can do is a meandering stipple, which is like, that's where everybody starts. That's like your first one. And it's difficult at first. I'm going to keep trying. I'm not going to give up, but I respect and understand why you just don't want to get into it right now.
I like to watch other people do it, like Mary Quilter and Chris. I love to watch Chris do it.
It's soothing.
It's soothing. And he uses, I think, the Grace Company one that y'all sell. And it's just soothing to watch him do it. I'm like, yeah, I like to watch, not do. It's like running. I like to watch people run, but I don't run.
Yeah, exactly. I like to, no running for me either. I'd rather get in a pool or something like that. I don't know. We all have our own thing. So,
yeah.
Well, Courtney, I am super excited to come up and visit you sometime in October, see your shop some fabric. I did see one question, and it's a question that I have for you too. Are you going to be carrying art gallery?
No. So I love art gallery fabric. Let me give you the art gallery story. I love art gallery fabric. I have talked to Walter. I've talked to the owner before. He was helpful when I had my class. I think I love everything about them, the fabric feel, touch, but I really feel like he works hard to support the small business online community super well. And I really feel like that's special. He's big on that. He's big on the small business, and I want to support that. So if somebody wants art gallery, so Equine, she carries it. Hanging by a Thread carries it. There's a really, really cool sewing machine line that they have, like sewing notions and stuff out. I was like, I really want that. But I would rather say, hey, I don't have that. Why don't you go check out so-and-so that has an online shop? I can guarantee the feel of that fabric. I know it 110%. That's all I sewed on when I first started. So no, we won't have art gallery. We're going to have Andover, Wilmington, Wyndham, everybody else. But I do.
You're going to have lots of great choices.
Yes.
And I'm partial to art gallery too, but they all work as long as they're cute and they feel nice. And I also am always drawn to the sewing notions. If it has pins on it, I want it. I just want to buy it. Even if it's my rent money, I'll spend it on the pins.
Wilmington Fabric has a line out right now called Common Threads. One of the best pin like designs on fabric. Look at it. Wilmington is they've been great to work with. They've all been really good to work with. But Wilmington in particular, that line, Common Threads, is super, super cute. The colors are really, really sharp. I love that one.
Cool. Well, I'll have to check it out when I can justify buying more fabric because I just dropped too much money. I don't want to say I dropped more money than I should have on my last trip to the quilt shop. So with that said, is there anything that you would like to plug before I let you go?
I want to plug local quilt shops, and I want to plug people getting, really reaching in. I will always plug the 1/4 inch seam foot from Sewing Parts Online. And Sewing Parts Online has every single foot and thing you could ever need for your sewing machine, everything you could ever need. And I love it. I love Jolene. Don't forget to get Jolene and get a good sewing table. Sewing tables are the thing.
Courtney, let me go full screen so you can see that I have my version of Jolene. I named him Ted, and I brought him with me for emotional support.
Ted and Jolene could date.
They could. I mean, he's single and ready to mingle, so.
That's what my number 4 says, still single and lonely, Mom. And I'm like, oh my gosh, dude. But I would just like to encourage everybody, hop around and get the things you need and have fun with it. Just don't take yourself too seriously. I totally messed up this block. It's the wrong size to go together, but I'm still going to sew it together and see if I can make it work. But don't beat yourself up, because this is about relaxing. It's about connecting. It's about creating, and just have fun, because that's what sewing should be.
Yeah, I agree. At the end of the day, I know it's not just sewing, but it's also just sewing. You can seam rip it, you can fix it, you can work on it. Don't beat yourself up. And I have to thank you for joining us. I know that you are super busy planning your quilt shop, so the fact that you took time out of your schedule to come join us is amazing. And we always love working with you. And thank you again.
Oh, we love you all. You have a great day. This is great. You guys are going to have a great day today. I can't wait to watch all of it.
Whoop, whoop.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Bye, Courtney. We'll see you later.
See ya.
Well, that was a lot of fun. I thought it was really interesting to learn about what it's like to open your own quilt shop, to go shopping for fabric, to hear about the Moda warehouse tour. Maybe one day I'll get to go on a Moda warehouse tour. Maybe I'll take some of y'all with me. We'll plan a trip. It'll be like a little getaway. So now we have a little pre-recorded demo from Miriam Coffee at Janome for you that we are. Oh, we have to do a giveaway. You know what? We have to do the giveaway. I can't believe I almost forgot about that. Okay, so you guys have been typing Bobbin in the comments. So we are going to pick the first winner of the SewCreative Live thread kit. The winner of this thread kit is going to get entered into the grand finale giveaway at the end of the event. So Alex, go ahead and share your screen and let's do the giveaway. Oh, and we have to drum roll when you press draw. So everybody out there watching collectively, we have to drum roll together when she presses draw.
All right.
Ready?
Are we ready?
Go for it. Heidi Varden, yay!
Congratulations,
Cute picture, by
Heidi.
the way. I like her cat in the picture. Okay, so Heidi, you are going to be thread kit number 1. So let me put number 1. Heidi Varden. Okay, Heidi, you are going to receive this thread kit and you may potentially win the sewing room makeover. So, okay, so now we are going to move on to the demo from Janome. So I am super excited about this machine. It's a newer machine that we just released online. I think it's beautiful. It's got a huge throat space. It's got some really cool computerized functions like a ruler work mode. It's got the quick change needle plate. I think it's going to be a really fantastic option for somebody who needs a larger machine, somebody who likes to work on king size quilts and stuff like that. So I'm going to go ahead and get that started and we will be back when it's done playing.
And thank you so much for having me and letting me be a part of such an exciting event that you guys have been putting together. And today I'm very excited to go over the Janome Memorycraft 9450, which is a sewing only machine. But it is one of my favorite machines because it is, in my opinion, such a perfect machine for so many people out there. If you're a quilter, you're going to love this machine. If you make bags, you're going to love this machine. If you're just a general sewer, I think you're also going to love this machine. It can do so many amazing things. And one of the other things I love about Janome is that you get so much bang for your buck with this machine and with Janomes in general. So we are going to have so many different accessories that we're going to go over here. So first of all, we have our instruction manual, which having a printed out version is really nice to have handy. But if you prefer a DVD, we have a DVD that comes with it, as well as this big box full of goodies. It has 21 feet that it comes with, as well as an additional 15 accessories that it's going to come with, as well as this really cool program called Stitch Composer that allows you to create your own stitches from scratch. So I'm going to show you this stitch I created. This is a little mushroom stitch that I think turned out really cute. And we're going to go over how to do that now because I love showing Stitch Composer. It's a really fun little program and you can make endless possibilities with this program. So let's go ahead and switch angles and we're going to stitch out a mushroom. This is our Stitch Composer homepage. And this big area right here in the center, this is our workspace. Then we also have the preview down here, as well as our home page is right up here. One of the nice things about this program is that it allows you to show an image in the background so that you could trace it if you wanted to. But let's first do like a quick simple one. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create a start point. And each little click that we make is a stitch. So if I wanted to make a double loop, let's see this one, if that's not perfect, we can undo and then move it to the right spot so we have the ability to get exactly what we want. And then let's stitch that out and then let's go ahead and pull out that preview and go to our View tab, select Play, and see now we have a double loop that just keeps stitching. You can see how easy that is. Now let's go ahead and make our little mushroom. So we're going to pull up a new tab and we don't need to save this. So we're in the View tab and I want to go to Background Image. So I'm going to select Background and then we're going to type in mushroom. And then it's going to pull up my image here and I can change the size of it if I want. And then I'm also going to lock my screen and then also select transparent. And then that's going to set the background so that it doesn't move. So I can't move it now. I'm actually going to undo because I just created a stitch. But I can't move it and it's gone behind my grid so that I can see what I'm doing a little bit better. So the first thing I want to do is I want to create a start point. So I'm going to go over and create my start point and then just go up and around, creating my mushroom shape. And I'm doubling this up to get this second line here. And then back down. And then stitched out. And then we're going to select our finish, which is going to add our locking stitches here at the end. And you can see how easy and quick that is. I could also make and edit that if I want to. Let's go ahead and see this stitched out. And then we can see our little mushroom stitching here down at the bottom. And I think that turned out really cute. Now if I want to save this, you can stop that from stitching. Now if I wanted to save this, I could go File, Save As, and then save this to a USB stick, bring it over to my machine, and then open it within the machine to pull that in and save it into our machine itself. So I think you can see how easy this is to do. And you can, just with very little practice, create a really adorable little stitch. But then you can also perfect it and get some really decorative and detail stitches on this. But it's a really fun little program to play with. Now that we've gone over Stitch Composer, let's go over a few of our accessories. So like I mentioned, it comes with 21 different feet and 15 different accessories, including this beautiful extra large clear acrylic extension table that's going to give you so much space to work with. So not only do you have this 11-inch throat space, but you also have a large workspace on the right and the left side of your needle. Having a larger workspace allows you to create your larger projects with greater ease. So not only do we have our 2 AccuFeed feet, which are a more advanced version of a walking foot, but we also have 3 different stitch plates. So let's go over our AccuFeed feet. So this is our AccuFeed, which is a more advanced version of our walking foot. This bottom part comes off and is interchangeable. If you, it comes with one, but you do have the option to buy different bases for this. Like there's a stitch in the ditch, and there's also a 1/4 inch piecing, one a straight stitch and an open toe. And these just interchange. You put them at an angle and push forward, and then you're going to kind of feel it engage, and then now you have your a changed AccuFeed. So you're going to have your standard AccuFeed flex foot as well as your HP 2 foot. And the HP 2 foot is an AccuFeed version of the HP foot, which is going to correspond with our HP plate. This is our HP plate. The HP stands for high performance. And what makes this plate so special is that our hole, or where our needle goes, is on the left-hand side. Traditionally on a zigzag or on your straight stitch plate, when you're 1/4 inch piecing, you're going to be over on the right-hand side. But when you have a top-loading bobbin, your tail's going to be on the left-hand side. So it's going to have to move all the way over to the right to come up. And it loses a tiny bit of its integrity that way. It becomes slightly not quite as perfect as it is when it goes straight up like it does here with the HP plate. So basically what it does is it tricks a non-straight stitch machine to act like a straight stitch machine. So that thread is just going to go straight up and give you the most perfect straight stitch that you can get. Also, on all of our stitch plates, they have patented markings that allow you to have a 1/4 inch from all of these measurements from your needle. So you don't have to mark at all, which makes piecing a lot faster. Our straight stitch plate gives us a lot of options as well. So we also have our patented markings on our plate as well as our instructions on how to attach our bobbins or install our bobbins. But the straight stitch plate actually has 3 different openings. The center one is a center hole, a circle, and then the right and the left are ovals. And what makes those beneficial is that when you're doing a 1/4 inch here, you actually have a little bit of wiggle room to move your needle back and forth. So if you want a scant 1/4 inch or a normal 1/4 inch, that opening is going to allow you to have a little bit of wiggle room on the right and the left of the center of the needle. So this is, I love this plate because this really does help. It gives you that little bit of wiggle room, but it also helps your needle from getting sucked down into the machine. And then lastly, we have our zigzag stitch plate. And to change our plate, we have a really awesome 1-step needle plate conversion. that all we have to do is snap that down and lift our foot to get this out of our way. And then now we have our zigzag plate. And the zigzag plate also has the same markings as our other two plates, so that our foot has our markings that has our dashed and dotted lines for our 1/4 inch piecing to line up at these different angles. And then to put your stitch plate back in, all you have to do is lift the foot up, put it at a slight 45-degree angle when you're sort of putting it in first, and then push down on that bullseye, and then your screen's going to ask you just to make sure that you have the right plate on, and then you're good to go. One of the great things that I love about the Janome stitch plates is that whatever stitch plate, your machine knows whatever stitch plate that you have on. So you're not going to be able to damage your machine by doing a decorative stitch on the straight stitch plate. So let's go ahead and switch plates so you can see that. So if you look at the screen here, there's all kinds of decorative stitches here. So if we pop this off and put our straight stitch plate on, push down at that bullseye, and then it's just telling you what stitch plate we have on. You can see all of my stitches that would damage that machine, like a zigzag or some sort of decorative stitch, is all gone or grayed out. So it's the same thing with my alphabet or tapering or anything that would damage my machine. It's all blocked out or grayed out so that I don't accidentally hit the wrong button and could damage the machine. I'm going to switch that out. Let's put our zigzag plate back on. Press that on a diagonal and then just hit the OK button. And now we have all of our decorative stitches that are back. Speaking of decorative stitches, there are actually 350 built-in decorative stitches that are all within different categories. And since we've already gone over Stitch Composer, there really are endless stitches. And to make them even more endless, we also have Favorite Stitch in resume mode on this machine, which I absolutely love. I love Favorite Stitch and I love resume mode. So what those are is Favorite Stitch is, it allows me to change any stitch to my preferable settings. So let's say I like to do a 1/4 inch piecing at 9.0 because I like a scant 1/4 inch at a 2.2. I can change that to my machine, hit Favorite Stitch, and then it's going to save that every time that I sew, it's going to be there. So let's actually switch angles and show you that. So let's see, I want to change my stitch number 1 to my 1/4 inch stitch. So I'm going to move that all the way over to 9 and then shrink down to 2.2. And that's my favorite setting. And I want this same settings to come up every time I sew. So I'm going to open up that window and I'm going to hit FS, which stands for Favorite Stitch. I'm going to select that. And then I'm going to, there's going to be a folder with an arrow sticking in. We're going to select that folder and it's going to save into the folder. And then also I want to point out here is that the 9 and the 2.2 are now yellow, which means I have edited that particular setting. But the tension and the presser foot pressure has stayed the same because I haven't adjusted those. But then when I close that window, you can see these are still yellow. But if I select a different stitch, come back to it, now it has my 9 and 2.2. I can override that if I would prefer. So I can always override it as many times as I want, which is really beneficial because if you want to change your settings, you can do that. And then resume mode is another of my favorite features. And what makes that so special is that, let's say I'm sewing an applique and I have a particular setting that I prefer and that I want to save. I can save that as a favorite stitch, but then not only that, I can, when I'm sewing and I'm done for the day, but I'm not done with my project, I can turn my machine off, turn it back on, and then it's going to ask me, do I want to resume my last stitch? And if I select okay, it's going to go to the last thing I sewed, regardless of what it was or where it is in my machine. So that way I don't have to find that same decorative stitch or same applique stitch, that it's going to come up automatically for me. So it really saves some time. And I love both of those features. And I think they're both features that people don't use quite as often as they should, because they're so beneficial. So now that we've gone over all of the different, or several of the different feet, because there are still several feet for free motion. We have an open toe, free motion foot, closed toe. We have darning feet. There's like 6 or 7 different feet just for free motion. We have our stitch plates, and we've got our AccuFeet flex feet. I also want to point out the LED lighting on this machine. There are some really good lighting on this. So we not only have our LED lighting here in our 11-inch throat space, but we also have LED lighting in front of the needle. But in addition to that, which is the fun part, we have this retractable LED highlight that is also adjustable, so it gives you shadow-free sewing. So not only does this light come out, but this door also opens. So it allows you to get into your machine, dust it, or if a thread breaks, it allows you to clean out or grab that thread so you don't have to unthread the entire machine, which can be really a time saver. And that way you're not pulling the thread in the opposite direction than you're supposed to. So I love that that door opens, and a large variety of our Janome machines actually do that, which I love. Let's go over sewing applications. Sewing applications is like your manual built into your machine. It gives you all of the information that you'll need for a specific type of sewing. So let's say we wanted to do an applique. Sewing application is going to tell you what stitch to use, what foot to use, and any settings that you may need, all the way so that you don't have to, takes all the guesswork out of it, which is so much easier than having to remember all this stuff. The sewing applications does it basically for you. So let's go ahead and switch over to our screen here. And our sewing applications is this t-shirt icon here at the top right-hand corner. So I'm going to select sewing applications. And we have more than one page here. So if you look at the top here, it shows 1-2, which means there's more than one page. So we're going to turn our page to till we get to our applique page. It also has all of our quilting in here as well, and if we selected quilting, it would give us our free motion quilting, our ruler work, any of our settings. Here's our ruler work, any settings for quilting, all within this category. We also have variable zigzag, which is a really fun feature on this machine. Variable zigzag is it gives you, it's actually a Janome exclusive, which is really fun. And it is a really fun technique that allows you to change the width of your zigzag as you're sewing. So if you're an art quilter, you're gonna just love this. You're gonna just love the fact that you can create so much beautiful texture with this technique, because it uses your knee lift, so that when you put pressure on your knee lift, your zigzag is going to get wider, and then if you lower the pressure on the knee lift, it's going to get narrower. So you can get some really cool shapes that way, add some really great texture for art quilting or landscape quilting, or really anything that you want texture to. It's a really fun technique to play with, and you can do some really awesome stuff. So let's go back to sewing applications. So our sewing applications, so this is our, we've already selected, we're in the sewing applications, we're in our variable zigzag. We're going to go back, and it has our page here, and we're in our quilting. So we're going to actually exit out of the quilting part, and we could select our applique. One of the nice things about our applique feature is we have what's called the cornering function. So when I select this button right here, you're going to see a 90-degree angle. So what this does is when I'm doing a blanket stitch, the way a blanket stitch stitches out is, you know, it does a little bite and then it goes forward and then back and then forward. But if you're at your corner and the stitch in its stitch rotation is supposed to go backwards, what you can do is keep your cornering function on and then select your begin again. And that's going to start your stitch from the beginning. So the way that's going to stitch out is like so. So we're going to stitch this out. We're going to slow this down here. And I'm going to stitch out this blanket stitch. And then when I get to wherever my corner would be, let's say I'm at my corner now, what I can do is I'm going to hit my begin again button. Let's actually put our pivot on. And then begin stitching. And then instead of stitching backwards, it's going to stitch forward because it's at the beginning of its stitch rotation. So then now we have our auto pivot that we could turn again, hit our begin again function, and then begin to sew. We can use our scissor button. It's going to lift our foot up. So all we have to do is take our fabric out. And then instead of stitching off, it just stitched around. So it gave you that perfect corner for an applique. So as you can see, the awesome different features that you can do with the 9450, with the anything from the 11-inch throat space, the 350 built-in stitches, from the 91 needle positions, the 1060 stitches per minute. There are so many amazing features on the 9450, and I think you guys are going to just love it, and especially once you sew on it, because it really has such a great feel to it that I think you guys are going to just love this machine. I'd like to thank you guys so much for having me. As always, it's been a pleasure, and thanks again. All right, bye guys.
Miriam, if you're out there watching or you see the playback at some point, I just want to say thank you for pre-recording that segment for us. I want to touch on a couple of things that I really enjoyed about the Janome 9450. I love the throat space. As a quilter, I think the throat space being, I believe she said 11 inches, I think that's really helpful, especially when you're trying to feed larger quilts through. With this guy has an 8.5-inch throat space, and even then, sometimes I feel like it's not enough. So even though I love this machine, I would love to have a backup machine or a second machine for my king size quilts when I start making them. I really like the stadium lighting that it had. I think that lighting is something that's a little undervalued. You don't realize until you realize how important it is to have good lighting on your sewing machine. So I really like that it had the stadium lighting right here in front, and that it had lighting at the top of the throat space too. I thought that was really cool. The variable zigzag is something unique that you don't see it on very many machines. I know Janome does an amazing job on their variable zigzag, and the AccuFeed system is, incomparable to other walking feet systems. It's just amazing. So I think this is a really beautiful machine, and I think anybody who decides that they want to buy it, I think you're making a great choice. I did want to do some housekeeping and talk about a couple of things, how SewCreative Live works with the machines and the products and stuff. So we talked a little bit earlier about how SewCreative Live is kind of like a substitute for going to a live show or an expo. And if you've been to a live show or an expo, you know that that's one of the only times that you can get really good deals on sewing machines and tools and stuff. Typically, they don't go lower than a certain point online, but in person, that's when you get the good deals. So the way it works for a virtual event is we're not allowed to show a certain price online. We have to communicate it with you over the phone. So we showed you the overlay with the sale price. That is the normal sale price. But if you call in, there's an even lower price on any of the machines, any of the products shown today. And if you are interested in another machine that we haven't shown yet or is not featured during this event, just let our customer service know. You can see their phone number on the bottom of the screen ticker right there. So just call them and see if there's another machine that you're interested in. You can see what the deal is going to be. We do offer financing. It is interest-free financing with approval. So that if you find a machine that you really, really want, but you need to finance it, we do give you that option. There's one more thing I want to touch on, which I think is if you are trying to get a really nice machine for a really good deal, consider going with a returned machine. We have a bunch of returned sewing machines, whether it was because the person, it just didn't fit their specific needs, or for many reasons, they return it. All of our machines that we sell returned go through a strict inspection process with our master technician. They are in new condition, original packaging, and usually we can make sure that it's warranted and all that stuff. So customer service has a list of all the machines we carry. I know for a fact that the Juki that we're demonstrating later, we have a handful of those, and the discount on it is steep. So it would be a great time to get one of those really fancy machines at a price that you're never going to see again. So with that said, we still have a few more minutes until Arrow comes up. So I want to talk to you about one more machine deal, and then we're going to play a quick video for you, I believe. So you've seen Ted sitting next to me. This is Ted. I got him in July. He is a Juki TL2010Q. So he's the second step in the line. I am in love with this machine. It is a straight stitch only machine that's meant for quilters and bag makers and stuff like that. Imagine if you took an industrial machine and a home machine and they had a baby. That's this. It's almost like a mini industrial machine. So it's straight stitch only, which means it has an intense amount of power. It goes through all of my seams without any issue. It's got a narrow feed dog system, so it feeds precisely. The bobbin case is a commercial rotary style case, so I never have to play with it. It doesn't give me any problems at all whatsoever. And it has L-style bobbins, so the bobbins last longer. I'm just absolutely in love with this machine. I'm sure that a handful of you know about this machine because they get a lot of talk online. People rave about them all the time. Well, right now, as of like a few days ago, Juki did a deal on the next step up. So the bigger brother to this machine is the TL15. It's actually the same price as the TL2010Q. So if you've been considering getting into one of these Jukis, right now is the time to do it, because you can pay the same exact price for this one, but get the next model up, which comes with more accessories and has a micro lift function on the presser foot, which just helps when you're feeding like really large quilts. It would help if you're one of those people that likes to make the puffy quilts. It just raises the presser foot by a few millimeters more than adjusting the presser foot pressure could do. And it just accommodates materials that you typically have a hard time feeding under your sewing machine. So great deal. We'll talk about it a couple times throughout the event. Customer service is aware of the deal. So if you're interested in that one, give them a call and they will help you out. So Alex, do we have a video that we're going to play before Arrow comes up?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to let you go ahead and play it whenever you're ready. And I'm just going to sit here patiently and watch.
For 2023, 4 new Baby Lock machines to inspire your creativity and bring your projects to life. Introducing the Baby Lock Altair 2 embroidery and sewing machine. Great for passionate creators and hobbyists alike. This all-around powerhouse offers all the top features in new stitch categories at an affordable price. The Altair 2 is packed with embroidery technology, including the IQ Intuition positioning app for perfect placement and IQ Designer to turn your artwork into embroidery stitches right from your machine. Ready to let your creativity shine? Check out the new Baby Lock Meridian 2 embroidery machine. With top-of-the-line features, including 2-point positioning and a large 9.5 by 14-inch embroidery field, it's the right choice to bring your designs to life. Break free from the limits of tabletop machines with the Baby Lock Capella free arm embroidery machine. With a large 7 7/8 by 11 and 3/4 inch embroidery field and positioning laser, you will have no trouble personalizing those hard-to-hoop projects. And finally, meet the new Baby Lock Accomplish 2 quilting and sewing machine. With the ability to add attachments, plus its pin feed system and heavyweight thread guide, it's now easier than ever to take your ideas from design to runway chic. And that's only the beginning. When you bring home your new Baby Lock machine, you're immersing yourself in a community of endless inspiration. You'll enjoy hands-on retailer support, exceptional customer service, invitations to our exclusive online communities, and access to hundreds of free projects and inspiration. Plus, receive a 60-day trial of our online sewing classes with access to over 1,000 videos to help you grow your skills and stretch your creative muscle. And with every new machine, you'll spend less getting started with our Baby Lock Get Started Kit. Curated by our sewing experts, it's full of everything you need to start and keep creating. Visit your local Baby Lock retailer in-store or online to find the perfect machine for you. And start working on your next project today.
Cool. I am super excited about Baby Lock's new machines. I want to thank Baby Lock for helping sponsor this event. They've got a couple really great models. The Meridian 2 we got to pull out of the box and play with a little bit, and it's beautiful. But you know, I have yet to dive into the world of embroidery, and I'm hoping that I'll get to do that sometime this fall. So, but it does look like a beautiful machine. So maybe when I do feel like I have the chops to actually be able to use it, maybe I'll get one for myself. So we have to do the giveaway really quickly, and then we're going to pull up Arrow. I do want to clarify on a couple things for Arrow segment. We had it listed that they were doing a couple pieces of furniture, and we had that wrong. So they are actually going to do the Kangaroo and Joey, the Kookaburra, the Judy, and the Eleanor. So I just wanted to clarify for anybody who's watching who was excited to see the Krista cabinet or something like that. It was my fault. I put the wrong furniture in. So maybe next time we'll have them feature the Krista. But the Kangaroo and Joey, the Kookaburra, and the Judy, and I'm excited about the Eleanor because that's a newer one. Those are all really great options too. So it's going to be really cool to watch them demo those. So with that said, let's go ahead and do the giveaway for this segment. Alex, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
All righty. We got to make sure we get our
we got a drum
rolls
roll.
in.
Everybody drum roll.
And drawing.
Jill Mansfield, yay! Everybody give Jill Mansfield a round of applause. So Jill, you are number 2. Jill Okay, so you are entered into the grand finale giveaway, and we will see who wins that at the end of the event. So now it is time to bring up Arrow Sewing. I'm going to go ahead and bring them up.
Hey,
Hello,
good morning.
good
Whoa,
morning,
wait,
good
I got to get
morning.
over here.
I got to get over here.
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
A long time no see. I haven't seen you guys in quite some time.
It has been far too long, is what I think, Brian. And you know, we're really glad to be here with SPO. We're going to have a lot of fun today. We've got lots of fun things to talk about. We have an amazing sale item on the best-selling cabinet, and we are going to demo the best-selling cabinet for everybody today. And
well, I'm excited.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm excited about your segment specifically because the deal on the larger furniture, that free Kiwi, I didn't know that that's not something that you guys do very often.
It is not. Very seldom do we do it. Bringing out the big guns here for you.
Yeah, bring it out for National Sewing Month. You got to bring out
National
the biggest
Sewing.
deals possible, right?
That's right. You got it.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Well, I know you guys have a lot to talk about, so I'm going to go ahead and let you guys take it away, okay?
That sounds great, Brian. We'll see you guys back in just a bit. Good morning, everybody. I'm Harley Thomas, and I'm joined by
Sarah LePage.
Sarah LePage.
Yep.
And we're going to take you on a journey today. A journey?
A journey, a magical voyage.
A magical voyage. You know, it's almost too early for this.
Almost, but not quite.
Not quite. We've had enough energy drink
I think so.
between the two of us.
I think so.
We're going to roll right through
I
this.
think we're adequately fueled for this. So the first cabinet that we want to talk about today is...
Oh, wait.
What?
We have to talk more about what we're going to talk about today.
Oh, I was just so excited to get started. Okay.
I know. We have an hour.
That's right.
We have an hour.
We
I know.
do.
Sarah's like, Harley, come on, let's get
Slow-mo
going.
roll.
So we're going to talk about the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet, which this is the Kangaroo, this is the Joey, and it comes with a free Kiwi, which you see right over my shoulder. We're going to get into that detail in a minute. Then we're going to move into the Kookaburra, right?
Yes.
Which is the
Kookaburra
world's
cutting cabinet.
best cutting table.
It is the world's best.
Harley
cutting
says
table.
so. So for those of you
And
that
Sarah
know me,
agrees.
you know I tell the truth. So,
Right.
Oh, a perm. Look at that. Someone got a perm. Then we're going to move into the Judy cabinet, which is a great mid-size cabinet. Then we're going to move into Eleanor, a brand new, just starting to ship electric adjustable height cabinet. And then everybody's favorite,
Everybody's
the number
favorite.
one selling sewing chair. So that's on the docket today.
That's what's on the docket.
That is a lot of stuff.
That is a lot of
It's
stuff.
a lot for you guys.
It is
So
a lot to
we're going to get right into it. We're going to have fun. Yes, Marcia, if you're dreaming of a sewing room with Aero furniture, I've seen it done before. We've seen it right here on this show. Transform your dining room. Transform that empty bedroom. You know, if you need to, there's been jokes made about moving kids out somewhere else and make them bunk up together to have a room.
I think it builds character.
It builds characters, right?
Absolutely.
And all right, Sarah, without further ado,
Without further ado,
we will get into
our best seller. This is the Kangaroo and Joey. It's you could actually think of this as a two-piece set because we do have the Kangaroo, that's the main cabinet here, and we have this cute little Joey cabinet on its heavy-duty casters, and it is ultimately maneuverable. You can see, just to kind of talk about the quality of the casters that we put on this furniture. I'm on a carpet here, it's a low pile carpet, but I can just kind of spin this guy. Woo! Look at that. It's just
has locking casters so it doesn't spin though when you get it in
exactly.
place.
Once you've got it in position, the front casters on this adorable little caddy lock so that it stays in position and doesn't move around on you.
But why do I actually need a sewing table, Sarah?
Well,
that's what everyone wants to know. Why?
Everybody wants to know, why do I need a sewing table? Well,
Hi, Donna.
You are like, hi, Donna. If you are like most of the people who are home sewists, you're probably sewing on your kitchen or your dining room table.
Or, heaven help us, a plastic table you got from Costco.
Right.
Or Sam's Club.
Right. What makes a sewing cabinet or a sewing table so special is that you have a spot to store your sewing machine and you have the ability to change your height of your sewing machine from the free arm position, that's when it sits on top of the table.
Like this.
To the flatbed position.
Oh, this is flat.
This is flatbed. Then Harley has the sewing machine in right now. This right up here. See how easily that worked? We have this hydraulic lift. It, on the Kangaroo and Joey model, the lift opening measures 23¾ inches from side to side.
And this will fit 85%.
Yeah, 85%. Yeah, so it's 23¾ from side to side and 12½ inches from front to back. And that would, of course,
I got a tape measure.
Right. So when you're measuring a machine, you want to make sure that you include any cords or knobs or any of that business. So 85% of the machines on the market weighing up to 55 pounds.
That's right.
Yep, this cabinet can handle. And this is what makes it so much better than the dining room table. Okay.
So much better than dining room table.
I know. Before I got my cabinet, it was a bit of a pain to go to the closet.
We're going to get to your story.
We'll get to me later.
We'll get to your story.
It was a bit of a pain to go to the closet and get out the sewing machine and take it out of its case and set it up on the table and blah, blah, blah. Once you get one of these guys, all of that is over. Very easily, you can go from a storage position.
Hard to do it when you're leaning that far over the table.
Yeah,
it's
over
really easy
well, the quilt leaf is so big in the back here.
I know, it's ginormous.
Okay, so here you go, kids.
I have a great cutting surface,
Boom.
crafting surface.
I just put my sewing machine away.
You did.
Yeah. Now, you know what?
Let's bring it back. It's more fun to look.
Kids are waiting for the bus, and I got 10 minutes before I got to leave for work. There. Perfect.
Can you put that one in? That's just too far for me to reach.
Sure.
I don't want to strain myself.
Got my custom acrylic insert here. I think
Oh, we moved the machine.
I moved the machine. It was
You
my
know,
problem.
that's happened to me in the past. There we go. That's good.
There we go.
So
But I opened it. There we
now
go.
we got it in there.
Yep.
Now this cabinet, the Kangaroo Joey, is really known for its storage because
Right.
you have the Joey and you have a drawer. And you have these great quilt leaves and space. So it's got a lot of space. So don't take it just as storage.
Right.
I mean, I can't even reach my arms all the way across this thing. It's so big.
When this is open, the way that we've got this positioned right now, Harley can't quite hit it with his wingspan. All the way open, the way that we're showing it to you right now, it's 6 feet across.
That's big.
It is big. And from the front of this drawer extension panel to the back of the quilt leaf back here, we give you about 3.5 feet.
That's a lot of room.
That is a lot of room
for my projects.
There's a lot of room. And you know what, Harley, I love that you mentioned this particular panel right here. This is such a great thing for you quilters and for you sewists who work on large projects. You want that left arm support for your
Absolutely.
big projects just kind of flowing over this area. But you also want a small footprint when you are done sewing. So you can just lift this guy out. It's got pegs that secure it into the cabinet
Storage.
and a magnet that secures it to the drawer front. And that's
Ooh, let me
extra
do that
storage
again.
right there.
Soft closing.
Absolutely. You can slam this thing as hard as you want. It's not gonna,
And the nice
it's not
part
gonna hurt
is
it.
the Joey here also has soft close drawers.
Yes.
So you can store things in here. You can you can lock it and
You
keep
can
little
lock
fingers away.
Keep
So
them
you lock it all
off of
3
your
drawers
shears.
lock, which is awesome to lock all 3 drawers.
Right.
The other neat thing about this is you can use it without the Joey. You could put this over here. You could actually sit at this location if you take these wood pieces off, and you could just sit there and use it as a desk
Absolutely.
with your machine still in space, still in place. You could just slide right over here, and you could do a different kind of project here. If you're not sewing, you're doing a different craft project, you could do that here.
Yep.
Or as Sarah knows from her new cabinet,
Yes,
she puts her daughter on the back side
I
of the
do.
quilt leaf.
I do. This quilt leaf, I saw a question come across asking how much weight can the rear quilt leaf panel support? That's an excellent question.
It's a lot.
A lot. It'll support
It's
a
a
lot. We recommend that you don't put heavy machinery on the corners of your quilt leaf. We do have 2 gate legs in the back here. You can't see
Not
it.
one.
Not
but
one,
2.
but 2. So you've got a support leg here and a support leg here holding this wide and expansive quilt leaf up. If you set a machine here on the quilt leaf in between those 2 gate legs, you'll have enough support. I set my daughter up. She's 11. She's just learning how to sew. She's made some really cute little stuffed animals. I set myself up on my machine at the front of my cabinet. I set her up on the back, and it's just, it works out really, really well.
Someone asked if the insert will fit in the Joey. It's just a little too, the drawers are just a little too not wide enough.
Mhm.
It probably fits in the bottom, but at an angle.
But that's another cool thing that we thought of when we designed this cabinet. If you can see down here, there's a little kind of like half moon
Yes.
panel down at the bottom here. That is actually an insert holder. So when you have, and it is wide enough to hold
You can put your insert or your wood.
your
blank
insert
panel.
or your well cover. So either way, you've got a spot to store things that go on the top of your cabinet when you don't want them sitting on top of your cabinet.
Ethan, look at that. I got it in there. No problem.
Donna says, thanks for the answer. I want to put my cutting mat on the back. I'm sure. Donna, that is a great plan to put your cutting mat on the back. What a
But
great use of space.
if you don't want to do that,
Oh,
the Kangaroo Joey is the best seller.
it is the best seller.
It's got this great quilt leaf on the right-hand side. We demonstrated the lift. They can go up and down.
Yep.
Up, down, so storage.
Oh, one
Like
thing we
that.
didn't mention, we mentioned that we have 6 feet side to side and 3.5 feet front to back with this drawer extended and the panel in. But I didn't tell you how tiny it is when you close it down.
How tiny is it, Sarah?
I will tell you, Harley, when you close this guy down, it's all closed up. It's only 4.5 feet from side to side and just under 2 feet from front to back.
Boom.
Boom. Shall I close these?
We could close that because we're going to move
Yeah.
Mr. Kiwi.
You know what? It's
you
important
brought
to-
up cutting and pressing.
And I think it's important for you all to see how easy it is to maneuver this as well. I've closed 1 gate leg, 2 gate legs, boom, I'm done. So now I only have 4.5 feet and I can easily wingspan this and less than 2 feet from front to back.
It really condenses down wonderfully. It's a wonderful piece for anybody's sewing room. If you've got the room for it, it fits 85% of the machines on the market. We do recommend you measure your machine.
Absolutely.
But the bonus, because we don't run this promotion often,
Right.
is the free Kiwi off.
Oh, this Kiwi cabinet, this is so great.
And Ethan will change the view here in a second to kind
Yeah.
of show how this works.
Create
So
a...
I'm going to pop the Kiwi open. I have a cutting mat there. I have a pressing pad here. Right, Ethan? Look at that.
Okay, so in under a minute, we've gone from a cabinet that's completely closed down, 4.5 feet by 2 feet, to I pulled out the Joey, I pulled out the drawer, and I put in the drawer cover. Harley pulled out the Kiwi and extended that. I'm pulling out my quilt leaves.
Look at me. I'm like, this is my command
a command center.
I am set. I can cut.
Mm-hmm.
I can press.
Mm-hmm.
I can sew.
Mm-hmm.
I can make as many penguin animals as I want.
Penguins and bunnies.
Penguins and
Yeah.
bunnies. That's Sarah's latest project, everybody. Penguins and bunnies.
Penguins
So,
and bunnies.
Your daughter's really into
My
it,
daughter is
the
into penguins
So
and bunnies, yeah.
the fun part is, all right, so now I've got this, and you might say, well, Harley, tell me more about the Kiwi. The Kiwi is free this month while you buy a kangaroo and Joey.
This is an incredible opportunity to get your sewing studio jump started ahead of the holidays.
The Kiwi, what is important about a Kiwi? Why is the Kiwi $699? I'll tell you why, and I will show you why. Has 2 thread storages, so, and these are removable trays. So you can take this out, put it wherever you'd like. Probably not on that side. Well, yeah, probably on that side. That's exactly where I put it. Then you
That
put
is
it back in
exactly
the
where
drawer.
I put it. Yep.
Soft close. And these are full view drawers, so you get to see all the way to the back of the drawer. There's no guessing. Hey, is it back in that drawer? I can't find it.
Oh, you can see it.
You can see everything in the drawer. And then we have 3rd drawer, and then we have a 4th drawer that's larger. So we actually have a serger in this bottom drawer of the Kiwi.
That's right. We have an entire serger in the bottom drawer of this cute little Kiwi cabinet.
That's right.
That's
And
right.
the best part is when you add the Kiwi to the Kangaroo and Joey, it also comes with a couple other cabinets in the Kangaroo line that we don't get to demo today. We just don't have enough time. But it really completes your studio. You now have 3 wonderful pieces,
Yes.
if I count the Joey as a separate piece.
Hey, Marcia, the thread tray, 2 of them come with the Kiwi.
2.
2 removable.
And
thread
Mindy
trays.
brings up a good point.
Mhm.
This is a retreat.
It really is.
It really creates a retreat for yourself because you can put an additional machine over here, put your serger on top here.
Mhm.
I suppose you could try to slide a small child in right here if you wanted to.
You sure could.
You could.
You sure could. Yeah.
I mean, to teach
Yes, definitely.
grandchild, your
Definitely.
own child.
Mhm.
So it's a great opportunity for you guys out there. Am I looking at the right camera? Yes, I am. So many cameras, Ethan. Oh my goodness. So this is the Kangaroo and Joey with a Kiwi. And now I'm dropping microphones. That's not good.
Okay,
So-
I'll take over. It is the Kangaroo and Joey with the Kiwi. In case you're wondering about sizes on the Kiwi, we have the pressing mat is 17 inches by 21 inches. The cutting mat is 17 inches by 11 inches. And the height of the cabinet is 29.5 inches. And again, the pressing mat is the same size as the cabinet depth and width. It is 17 inches wide when the leaf is closed up, and it is 21 inches deep.
It is a great opportunity to get a whole bunch of furniture. We don't run this promotion often at all.
Right.
I think this might be Second time this year, and this is the last time you'll see it for the year. So there's for $699 value.
Yeah, it's a heck of a deal, guys.
Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it. And it is our number one selling cabinet for a reason. It's very versatile. The size works well for everybody. And our next cabinet is actually going to be the Kookaburra, right?
The Kookaburra cutting table. We're going to
Kookaburra
switch gears a little bit and move from sewing to cutting.
So Ethan is demonstrating with the video. Lynn's showing how to kind of set up your studio right there. And we are going to wheel in the Kookaburra, Ethan. If you can give us a minute, we'll do that.
All right, while Arrow gets that set up, I'm going to go ahead and go over some pricing with you guys. Let me make sure my mic is not muted. Okay, so they just showed us the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet set. As they mentioned, right now, the deal is that you get a free Kiwi with any purchase of a Kangaroo and Joey. The MSRP on it is $2,499. The sale price is $1,999. But as I've mentioned before, that is not the lowest price we can go. That is just the lowest price that we can show online. So if you call into our customer service, they can get you our event deal so that you can get into that Kangaroo and Joey and the Kiwi for an even better price. I personally am considering getting this one. I have a couple options on my list. I'm moving into a new apartment on Friday, so I'm getting some more space. And that means that I'm gonna need to get some sewing furniture. I really like the Kangaroo and Joey because you can create your own kind of sewing room with it. I love that I can sew my blocks together, just turn to the right, set my seam, square it up, turn back, keep sewing, and I never have to get up. That's the biggest problem I have right now is I have to get up, walk to my ironing board, then I have to go to my cutting mat. It's all separate. So I think that the Kangaroo and Joey is a really fantastic design. And I think it would be a great option for anybody who's looking for something that's going to make their sewing experience easy and enjoyable. So it looks like they are ready. So I'm going to go ahead and pull them back up. Let me get rid of my pricing. Y'all ready to rock and roll?
Brian, we are. And you know what? You do a great job moving the mouse, running the part of the studio, and being a host.
I appreciate that because this is the first time I've ever hosted, and Alex and I are running the back end together, and it's a lot of multitasking. So thank you very much for that, Harley.
There is a lot going on, and Alex is doing a great job. She answered my text message when I sent it to her right as the show was going live, and I threw you a curveball by changing things up. So I'll take the blame for that.
But there's nobody else I'd rather be doing this event with than you guys. So
stop!
So
no more.
sweet.
No, seriously, you guys have been here for every event. And Harley, you were there when I came on and I had tech difficulties and my mic stopped working, and you just carried the show out while I was muted and having problems. So I'm really grateful that you guys come to every single event.
Well, we enjoy being part of your event. It's a really good opportunity for us to talk to the customers. There was some discussion I saw in the chat about affordability, and call in, talk to the SPO folks. And Brian, that was a question. I think you guys offer financing. Is that correct? So you might want to answer that one in the chat. I think you could.
We do. Yeah, we offer financing. It's free financing with credit approval, and you can get financing. We have a couple of options for you. So just call customer service and they'll help you out. Yeah.
So I just want to make that point. Yes, these are higher end items, and financing is always an option. And did you see what Jennifer typed in the chat, Sarah?
I did.
She could listen to me all day long. I'm blushing on the inside.
I know, I can tell.
Most people in my life, Jennifer, say, stop talking. Please stop talking. Before we move into the cutting table, because we just talked about Kangaroo and Joey, is how many people are sewing on their kitchen or dining room table? Can you put a number 4 in the chat? I don't think that'll mess up a contest, will it?
I don't think so.
I'm just curious to know who out there actually is sewing on a dining room table.
Or a kitchen table. Or a desk. Something that you have to set up your machine every time you want to go sew.
Yeah, Sir Robin the Chicken. Love the name.
I do too.
Love
Absolutely.
it. So Shane Sews.
Yeah.
Hey, all right. So
Or the floor.
or the floor.
Oh, Maria.
Now that's
Oh, honey.
that's hard. That's hard on my back just thinking about it.
4, man, all in 4. Deb, I
And-
hear ya.
And you know what? The talking about your back, that is the one thing the sewing cabinet does. It allows you to have the right posture at the right height, so your trapezoids don't start to hurt by doing a lot of this and hunching over.
Right.
The cutting table's the same way. This is a higher height. Our sewing desks or cabinets are really
Right.
29.5 to 30 inches, depending on the model.
Mhm.
This is a lot higher, so it's standing height. And it has this massive cutting space, plus a bunch of storage
Oh my
on this
gosh.
cabinet.
This particular cabinet is one of my favorites, just bar none, one of my favorite cabinets. There is so much storage in one of these guys. On this, and Harley is demonstrating for you our soft close drawers on the front side of the Kookaburra cutting table. These are
I
our
gotta slam
soft
that one a
close
little more.
drawers. These are nice, deep drawers. There's 4 of them, and they do have that soft close feature. And if you spin this guy around, since we're talking about storage,
Are we going to spin it now?
yeah, once
Okay.
again, we are on a low pile carpet.
And the gate legs have magnets to hold them in place, so you are able to spin
these
it
are
actually
strong
and not
magnets,
worry.
right? To hold things in place so that you can feel really comfortable and secure that your table is not going to walk away from you when you're trying to get your cutting done. Now on this side, we have these 4 adjustable height shelves. So we were able to change the height of these shelves in order to accommodate, hey, there it is again. I've got a serger down here.
How many sergers do we own in this building? Holy
Not
cow.
enough.
Not
And
enough.
these panels are plenty strong. This is a 25-pound weight, and
We're
it
doing
just-
barbell. We're going to do a little kettlebell.
we're doing
after
cross training at Arrow.
this. That's left over. Yeah, we left that one.
We're
here.
going to do that. Okay, so we've got these 4 adjustable height shelves here.
And they're
really
pretty
give you some-
wide.
They're plenty
really
wide.
wide.
They are. Here, can you measure how wide
I'll
these are?
measure how wide they are. Of
That's
course.
great.
They are here. This is an approximate measurement, 17 inches wide.
About 17 inches wide.
So they're
yeah.
really wide. They go about half the depth of the table.
Right. So that makes them about
So fully open.
fully
this cabinet,
open. This cabinet is 70 inches wide.
Holy cow.
Yeah, right. And 40
40.
inches deep.
70.
70 inches
Look at
on
that.
my tailor's tape.
That
Yes,
is-
exactamundo.
that is
70
by
inches.
40.
70 by 40. And what's great about this particular piece of furniture as well is that it does fold down to such a small footprint. If you are one of the blessed people who has a large and expansive floor area for your cutting table to be set up all the time, I'm jealous of you. But if you're like me and you got to move things to the side, this is where it comes in handy. And because of the way we designed it so that it would go against your wall.
Where we turned it?
If Harley's my wall,
Oh, I'm your
okay,
wall?
if Harley's my wall, okay, put it up against the wall. I've got whatever things I need here, and I can still access my storage on both sides of the cabinet once it's put away. And
That's
then
a great idea.
and then when I'm ready to use it again, I just pull it on out. It's only 20 inches wide here, guys, but watch. I'm going to add an additional 50 inches.
Karen's mind is blown. I love the icon, the emoji icon there.
Like this.
Oh, now we can use half of it.
No, we can just use half of it. Let's say you don't necessarily need to.
You don't need the whole thing. You're
the
cutting
whole thing.
small
This
pieces.
is so customizable with these leaves. You can customize the footprint of your studio.
You can put your cutter here.
Yep.
You could use it as a Cricut station or silhouette station or brother scan and cut station.
Absolutely. You know, I was talking to some friends who'd mentioned that they like to sew standing. And we'll get to that with a new table that we're going to show you a little bit later on. But there's no reason why you can't set up a sewing machine right here and sew through while standing.
You know what? Ethan just reminded me of something. He's talking in my ear.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Right, Ethan?
Yeah.
Ethan's saying, hey, Harley, you misspoke earlier. Oh my, I don't want the audience to miss out on a great opportunity. I apologize. The Kangaroo and Joey and the free Kiwi. Yeah, that ends in 2 days. That ends on the 15th. So there is urgency with the Kangaroo and Joey with the free $699 Kiwi. It ends on the 15th. So 2 days. So this is actually great because people are seeing all kinds of promotions. This is perfect timing.
Perfect timing
To get the cabinet you want, plus this. And Jennifer, thank you for not jumping in there with 2 days. Yes, we want to be able to sew standing. We are going to get to sew standing in just a bit. You could sew on this, but you're going to have the same issue you have when you're sitting. You're still going to have wrist fatigue, kind of going up and over of your machine. But we have something coming up, not next, but next to next. Next after next.
Yes.
Next after next. Whatever. It's all good.
You're going to hang out with us for a little while. We'll get there, right?
We're going to get to it.
Cool.
We're going to get to it. So yes, so get the free Kiwi. The kangaroo, the kookaburra here. It's big. It's from down under, so it's as big as Australia.
It is.
It's our most popular cutting table.
It does have a mat that is specifically sized to fit the top of the kangaroo kookaburra cutting table.
That's right. It is Kangaroo brand.
Kangaroo brand kookaburra cutting table and cabinet. Really, there's plenty of storage in this.
And Ethan's showing a video of it in action, and he's showing the different colors. So it comes in this teak color. You just saw the white. And there's also a gray color. There it is. I say gray, and Ethan is on it. So it comes in three different finishes. It comes with the Kangaroo Sewing Furniture lifetime warranty. And it ships to your house ready to assemble. It'll take you this one. How long does it take to assemble this one? I don't want to call you out on it.
Well,
will it take you 3 hours?
It depends, at least. Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to take several hours to get this together.
But look at it when it's done.
So beautiful.
You save a lot of money by buying it ready to assemble. And somebody in this room wrote the assembly instructions.
It was me.
She hates it when I call her out on it because if you have a problem with the assembly instruction, make sure you talk to Sarah.
Actually do because just like with any pattern, you may find some errata. Same thing can happen with an assembly instruction piece.
But I would think we would have heard about it by now.
I think our customers are pretty good at keeping us honest, what's going on. We really appreciate that.
And you talk about customers, we have award-winning customer service. If you have questions during the assembly process, you talk to our customer service. You can try to chat with customer service, which is great. And you can call them, chat them, email them. Some I'm missing. We don't quite have texting figured out yet.
Not quite yet.
But we're very accessible. You can also contact Sewing Parts Online customer service. They're very knowledgeable. And if there's a question they can't answer, they will get in touch with us. We supply them an answer. They tell you the answer. It's really smooth. So great manuals, putting this bad boy together. What am I missing? Lifetime warranty, fast shipping.
The fast shipping.
So if you order today, there is a chance it could go out today. Otherwise, it's going out tomorrow. So that's the whole thing. When you call or go online and place an order, we have the order within 15 minutes. And then it goes into motion into the warehouse. We have a whole bunch in stock. We always do. And out the door it goes. So customer service to the max. That's kind of customer service. That's our warehouse team.
Our warehouse team also prides itself on customer service.
Noah is out there.
Team, man.
You see this guy Noah and you're like, how does he carry all those boxes all day long? He does work I couldn't do. He's just this little guy. I mean, he's not like this big bulky guy.
He's wiry.
He's a wiry guy, but he's got no problem taking these boxes, boom, 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 boom. So it's just like when the FedEx person comes up to your door. I know my FedEx lady brings big packages to me.
Yeah, for sure.
She works out, man. She's amazing. She's great.
Whipping those things around all over the place.
Once
again, the kookaburra comes in ash white and this beautiful teak. And just let me say something about this finish on these cabinets. This is a super heavy duty embossed melamine finish. This is so beautiful. The wood grain in this is gorgeous. I have an old house. It's got original woodwork from turn of the last century. And my teak sewing cabinet looks right at home in there, and the wood grain looks beautiful. So the wood grain on these cabinets is really gorgeous.
So with that said, Brian, we can throw it back to you if you want to talk about it. Otherwise, we are going to switch. Any special pricing on the Kiwi only? You'll have to ask Brian about that question.
Yes, I can answer, and we can get customer service to answer if anybody has
Absolutely.
questions. But I'll take over while you guys reset, and just give me a thumbs up when you're ready, okay?
Sounds great.
Okay. All right, so we looked at the kookaburra. I really like the kookaburra because the height, I'm almost 6'2", so when I'm cutting at I use my big board actually to do my cutting. So I take my pressing mat off my big board, throw my cutting mat on, and I'm hunched over. And by the end, my shoulders are in pain. So, and I'm only 29, so I shouldn't be hurting that much from sewing. But it just goes to show that you really do need the correct posture and the height for cutting and for sewing. And so the kookaburra is a fantastic height. It's got that huge, huge space, so you can baste your queen quilts on it. You can do a whole bunch of work, and they're high quality, good furniture made by good people. So I don't have any overlays for the kookaburra, but I'll still tell you about the pricing. So MSRP on it is $15.99. Right now it's on sale for $1,199, but that is the advertised price. So you can call in to customer service. The phone number is on the ticker right below me, and they will let you know what the special event price is on that. There is affordable financing available, so we can help you get into this. And I want to touch on what Harley said about the kangaroo and Joey, and also answer a question from the chat at the same time. So somebody asked about the special event pricing. How long does that last? So our event is from today until Friday, and the special event pricing will end Friday at 5 o'clock Central. That's when our customer service team goes home. So if you see anything that you like during this event, and you want to get the special event pricing, you have to call in by Friday. I would recommend calling in sooner. A lot of people wait till Friday because they want to see everything, call in, and then there's the phones are busier then. So I would recommend calling in and getting the price as soon as possible, just so you can get in and get your order and not have to wait. And the kangaroo and Joey, same thing. So that deal ends on Friday. So if you are interested in that kangaroo and Joey with the free kiwi, you need to get it by Friday, and call customer service. They'll help you out. It looks like Arrow may be ready, so I'm going to go ahead and bring them back up. Let's see.
Ready.
You ready? All right. I'll let you guys take it back.
Totally ready. Totally ready for you. Are our mics on? Can you guys hear us? Excellent.
Sound is good.
All right. You know what, Brian? That was a great takeaway. I'm the one to blame again for not having an overlay. Blame Harley. So what's kind of exciting about what we're going to talk about next is, I call it kind of an opening price point item. It's called the Judy. She's lovely. And Judy is part of our Arrow product line. So the first two products we showed were our kangaroo product line. Mm-hmm. Lifetime warranty, awesome hydraulic lift, except the cutting table doesn't have a lift. Super durable melamine finish. This product is actually part of our Arrow product sewing line. So it used to be really different, and you might notice some changes. It used to have one single lift column in the back middle.
Yep.
It used to have a different finish. Now it has the same durable melamine finish, has the same lift as the kangaroo cabinets. It has fewer features than the kangaroo product line, but a lot of things that are going to help it last and be durable for you as you sew, and it'll last you for years to come. So when you look at the cabinets, there are many cabinets offered at Sewing Parts Online. And when you look at it, you might say, which one's right for me? Well, as you look at it, you really want to think about how do you sew, how do you use it, and what is really your desire. The number one reason you get a sewing cabinet is so that you can sew in comfort and sew longer and fix your back. We're seeing a lot of ergonomics discussion.
Yes.
And as we kind of move into the holiday, I know I'm already starting to think about it. I'm like, oh, it's September already. I have a wedding later this week, so that's why I can't do the next two live streams next couple days. So I'm kind of bummed about that. And, oh, Deb, look at that.
That is very sweet.
Hey, I want to screen capture that one. I need to show that one around home, especially to my kids. Harley looks like a nice guy, and I'm sweet. I definitely need that around home. So the nice part is the Judy cabinet and the Arrow cabinet, the next two cabinets we're going to show, they come with a 10-year warranty versus a lifetime warranty. You're not going to need it. And it's really, really wonderful. Rachel, thanks for putting the link in there. Appreciate it for the Judy cabinet. So the Judy cabinet is, it's got some wonderful features for you. It is a amazing price point, on sale this month. It's a non-minimum advertised price item, so you'll see it on sale from Sewing Parts Online. I'm not quite sure what they're doing for the show, but Brian will tell us when we get there, won't he?
He
Now,
sure will.
The nice part is about this cabinet, you can actually close it up. It's really small. When it's
It
open,
is really small.
Sarah, I don't have my card.
That's
It's
okay.
like 3 feet, right?
Yeah. Well, when it's open,
3.5.
the cabinet is.
And I don't have my tape measure.
It's actually quite large.
It is
Once
quite
it's
large.
open, the Judy, when it's all the way opened up, it is
I put her on the spot. You guys
about
like that?
4 feet from
Yeah.
side to side and about 1.5 feet deep. Now, this guy does not have a quilt leaf attached to the back of it.
But
So
who cares?
This is, Tracy Novak just commented and she hit this on the head. This is the cabinet that will fit in your small sewing space. This is the cabinet that you want to get for your design student as they head off to college. They can store this in their dorm room.
I call it the full functioning, full feature mini.
Yeah, I think that's a really great way to put it. It's a full functioning cabinet. As you can see, Harley is demonstrating the hydraulic lift. This is the same lift that's available on the kangaroo cabinets.
Watch your fingers. I'm being sweet.
Thank you.
I mean, look at this.
Look at that. It's tiny. It's basically like a side table.
It's like a side table. You
Yeah.
could put this in a multi-purpose bedroom.
Mhm.
You could put it in a living area if you're in
Right.
if you're in an apartment, you don't have a lot of space. If you're in a house and you share it with a lot of people and animals, like Sarah has
I
lots
do.
of animals.
Lots of people and animals in my
And a
house.
really small dog,
Huge dog.
huge dog.
Yep.
If space is an issue, this is nice because it closes up and you can use the room not only for its original function, aka bedroom, which should be called sewing room. All houses should have bedroom 1, bedroom 2, sewing room, bedroom 3, question mark.
Yeah, I think we can just solve this problem by calling everything a something/sewing room. Like I've got my dining/sewing room or my living/sewing room or my bed/sewing room.
I'm
You guys
timing
get it,
myself,
right?
Sarah, to see how long it's going to take me
How long is it taking?
to get sewing. I don't know. I didn't really start a timer. I just
I'm
know
going to say that's
I'm
under a
quick.
minute.
I'm going to say it's under 30 seconds. I'm going to challenge
Boom.
you on that one.
Ready?
Look at that. I'm back sewing.
So,
And the nice part is I can be sewing and have this up and going, be able to utilize it the best I can. Ethan, I'm trying to fix it in the screen. I'm really trying. And I think you keep moving the camera on me. You're just messing with me,
everybody's helping everybody.
you know. So the nice part is I can be up and sewing right now.
Yeah.
I can be back to my project when I don't have a lot of time.
That's right.
And
this is the part that I love, being the mother of children. And like Harley said, I've got my various creatures that I live with too. I like being able to clean up quickly and easily and get all of my creative stuff out of sight. Now, you guys know creativity is some messy business, right? Not that messy. Boom, boom, boom.
we didn't lock any of the casters.
Didn't lock a
Any of
single
the heavy duty
caster.
casters, yeah.
Look at that. My sewing is all cleaned up and put away in this just classic clean styling.
It's a good thing
It
your
goes in
mother-in-law is on
any
her way
room.
over. She forgot to call. Hey, Sarah, I'm down the street. I'm going to be at your house soon. Oh, gee, I can't let my mother-in-law
Come
see
on,
my house
come
this
on
way.
in, Mary. Make me a cup of tea. I'll
Come
be right
on in.
there.
So this is the Judy sewing cabinet. It is a wonderful, wonderful cabinet. It's a great, had to fix a skirt for my daughter before leaving school.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Jennifer
super
knows.
fast setup is really important for you that want to sew and quilt and you have limited time. There's never enough time to do what you really want to do.
No, there's really
So
not.
Judy allows you to do that. And the next item we're going to show you, the next item on the Price is Right,
Oh, I'm very excited for this one, guys.
you guys are going to be one of the first to see this product. It's on the way here. Actually, it's here. So we're very excited to premiere this item with you guys, called the Eleanor Sewing Table. So we need to bring that in, Brian. It's going to take me all of a minute to do it.
Okay, I
Maybe
got your
more.
back.
Okay, thank you,
Brian.
sir.
I just want to share something really quickly. They were talking about, it's your dining/sewing room. It's your bedroom / sewing room. My friend who we met through these live events, Deb Porter, I know she's watching because I saw her commenting. Hi, Deb. And if her husband, Tim, is watching too. Hi, Tim. I hope you're doing all right. We'll look at Zillow ads for houses. Like we just kind of like dream about beautiful houses in Nashville and we'll look at all the rooms. And every single time we see a new room, we're like, oh, that would make an amazing sewing room. Like it's just instinctual. So I thought that was funny that they mentioned it because it's true. Okay, so they just showed us the Judy. So let me pull up the pricing on that. So the Judy, like they said, is a fantastic entry into the sewing furniture. It's nice and small, compact. It can be stored easily and quickly, but it still has that hydraulic lift like the Kangaroo and Joey. And it's also a great entry price point. So if you're looking for something that's a little more affordable, I think the Judy is a fantastic option. The MSRP on it is $899. The sale price listed on the website right now is $449. But of course, if you call our customer service at 888-824-1192, we will let you know what the special event pricing is. Somebody had asked about the special event pricing on the Kiwi. They wanted to see if they could get just a deal on just the Kiwi. Yes, if you call our customer service and there's something that you're interested in that wasn't featured in this event, just let them know what it is, and they'll reach out to our management and see if we can offer you a special event price on that. We're happy to help you get whatever furniture, whatever sewing machine, whatever tools you're specifically interested in. So it looks like Arrow might be ready, might need a little bit more time. Will you guys let me know in the private chat whenever you're ready? And I'm going to talk about a couple of other things really quickly. So the giveaways, I just want to remind everybody, we are doing a giveaway every segment for the Aurifil SewCreative Live thread kits. And if you win a thread kit, you are entered into the grand prize giveaway. We've seen a couple of questions about the giveaways.
Start it out of frame though.
Yeah, I was going to start out of frame.
Who is eligible to enter. So you do have to be 18 years or older. You do have to be a resident of the United States. Your shipping address has to be a US address. And you cannot work at Sewing Parts Online. So I cannot enter the giveaways, but that's okay because I have just as much fun giving them away. So hopefully that answers some of your questions. We'll continue to touch on giveaways throughout the day. So if you have any other questions, feel free to put them in the chat and we'll try to get them answered. Looks like Arrow is ready, so I'm going to go ahead and bring him back up.
Brian, thank you for covering for me.
You're welcome.
We lost one of the cameras in the studio, and Ethan didn't like my idea of having this out of frame, but this is a really tall table. This is good for you because you're so tall.
That's right.
Yeah, I've been looking at it. I've been trying to decide between if I want to get the kookaburra for cutting and then sew on it standing, but you mentioned that that's not good for your wrists. So I'm actually super excited to watch this one.
Because this is the Eleanor table, and we'll go through it, Brian, because your audience likes when we go through things in detail. Someone even said that we're knowledgeable, Sarah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I would hope so.
Love it.
We need to be knowledgeable, otherwise we're in lots of trouble. So like we said, this is the Eleanor, and it is a electric height adjustable, has 4 presets that you can change, and it goes up and down. It's really neat.
This is, when we say height adjustable, we mean like really wide range of heights adjustable. The height on this guy on the tabletop can go anywhere from
it's really short.
Sorry, 2.5 feet to 4 feet. Right here, this is 4 feet tall.
It's actually 4 feet, 4.4.
Yeah.
48.4 inches.
48.4 inches.
We have optional casters on it. So that gives it a little bit more height. So casters are optional. It is we'll bring it back down here. So you might want to sew something probably kind of like this, right? And the nice part, as Brian was talking about, if you sew on a higher table, when you're here, you can actually still have the flatbed sewing. So my arms, I might actually want to go up a little bit. My arms are at a right angle to the product, right?
A really great way to make sure that you've got...
my pedal.
You're pushing your pedal. Vroom, vroom. There you go. Okay. A really great way to make sure that your ergonomics are correct is to start off by centering or making even the bottom of your rib cage with the throat plate of your sewing machine. If you do that, if your rib cage...
I'm too high then.
Just a little bit. Okay,
here, I'll go there. Here, you do it.
Okay, here we go. So
you're the pro.
The bottom of my rib cage is about here. Here's this. Okay, and you can see how my back is straight, my shoulders and my elbows automatically fall into about a 90-degree angle. My wrists are flat, and I can just glide right through here with my sewing. And I am not going to have shoulder fatigue. I'm not going to have arm fatigue. I'm going to be comfortable throughout my sewing experience standing here. And the same thing will translate if you're sitting in a chair, and we'll get to that later. But for your ergonomic comfort, the best way to position yourself is with the bottom of your rib cage, even with the throat plate of your sewing machine. And that's another thing that our cabinets can help you achieve with that adjustable lift availability.
Did I just unplug myself?
You did.
I did. I went too far. Darn it.
You've gone too far.
I just went too far. So
okay, so we demonstrated for you how this can work as a standing sewing machine. Okay.
I'll take it down.
There you go. Now, there are 4 height presets that you can program into your control pad here. It's very, very easy to program.
Here, why don't you cop a squat?
Okay, I shall do so. All right, so I was talking about ergonomics. Okay, and here I am. I'm sitting in one of our sewing chairs. This is one of my favorite ones.
Trying to make sure we have the right angle.
So wow, we got to make sure that we've got the correct angles.
If I turn it this way, is that good?
Here we go.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
That looks good.
Now, just for your reference, I am 5 feet 8 inches tall. Okay, and I'm sitting in one of our Aero adjustable height sewing chairs. I've got myself positioned so that, I'm going to lower it just a little bit so that the bottom of my rib cage is even with my throat plate. Okay, there we go. And now you can see I've got pretty much perfect sewing posture here. My hips, my knees, my ankles, all of that stuff, these are all right angles. My back is straight. The lumbar support of the chair hits perfectly right where I need that support, right at the lumbar region of my back. My shoulders are down. I'm not going to be the hunchback of Halloween costumes. You all know how that goes.
Oh, it's time to get sewing the Halloween costumes, Sarah.
Yeah, guys.
We are almost out of time. It's mid-September.
We got to get on that. I've got all of my right angles where they belong, and I could sit here for hours and hours and hours. So long as I'm not asked to go make someone a snack, I could sit here for hours and hours and just create all sorts of wonderful things.
Mom.
Hold on, kids. I'm not done talking about the Eleanor.
So the nice part about the Eleanor, it is adjustable height. You can do all sorts of great things with it. There's one other thing we haven't really touched on. Well, there are 2 things we haven't touched on. This side panel is great. Did we talk about the size of it?
We did not yet, and this is a great opportunity to do so. Harley mentioned the side panel here. Now, this works a little bit differently from the other leaves we have on other Aero products. This one slides right off.
So it slides right off, and once it's in, you can screw it in if you don't plan on taking it out again.
That's right.
Make it even sturdier.
That's right. Our lift on the Eleanor is also, this is a manual lift because this is a table and you don't have, like an inside of a cabinet to store your machine. That's not what you're going to be doing with this table, but you are going to be getting those correct ergonomics with this manual lift. It's got multiple pre-measured teeth on the side here. This adjustable platform will get you into that flatbed sewing position with your machine. And we do offer this insert.
It has to have legs on the front because there's no front lip, but it works really, really well. I'm standing so weird when Ethan switched the camera.
That's okay.
I'm so embarrassed. Ethan, you're going to pay for that one.
Now, one of the things that's so great about this particular lift platform is that, like Harley said, it doesn't have a front on it. Guys, what kind of sewing machine would you use that you can't have a front panel on? Gee, we've stored one in the bottom of a kiwi, and we hid one in the bottom of a kookaburra. Harley, do you have a serger?
Because normally you need to get to the front panel of the serger, right?
That's right. That's right. All of your scraps and stuff are going to be falling out of the front of your serger. So we've got this designed so that you've got an open space in the front here.
Ethan's got a picture up there with
a
fairly mid-sized serger on it. As long as the feet fit on the actual table, you're fine. And we do have those measurements online of the actual lift space itself. I want to say it is I can measure.
Actual lift space itself is 22 3/4 inches wide by 10 3/8 inches deep.
You know, I'm glad you've got all this stuff memorized, Sarah, because it makes my life
I
so much easier.
And once again, this opening here, this wide openness, this is just so great. And it makes this particular table so very versatile.
Very.
I can take this from being, let's say that I want to design something. I'm working on my computer, I'm designing some pieces, I want to figure it out, and I'm using some drafting programs. I put my keyboard on here or my laptop right here, so I've got the right height right where I need it. I can put my side leaf on the side to give myself a little bit of extra extension, a little bit of extra space. I can bring this top up into a flat position all the way across, and I can cut on this table or draw on this table. There's just so much you can do with it. It's just really a cool piece and a great addition to your sewing studio.
So yes, this is the Arrow Eleanor table. It's wonderful for serging or sewing, sitting or standing, or if you want to try a little of both. And Sarah kind of started into ergonomics, which leads us to our next product. You may have noticed some beautiful jewelry behind Sarah with the chairs.
Some beautiful jewel tones.
We're going to move into chairs, and we don't even need to leave to do this, do we? Unless Brian wants to take it away and talk about Eleanor. Otherwise, we'll go right into chairs.
No, I'll let you guys do it.
Okay, we're going to go right into chairs. I'm going to move Eleanor out of the way.
Okay, fantastic.
Using these great casters. I'm just going to go over here. Sarah,
yeah,
we have so many chairs, and we have a new one.
Gosh, we do have a new one.
A new fabric.
We do. The chairs are designed, all chairs are designed equally. All Arrow chairs are designed equally, but I want to show you our brandy new one.
This one?
Nope.
No, okay.
You asked, we answered. Let me get myself centered in my frame here. Here we go. Okay, here she is. This is the Baroness Black Arrow height adjustable hydraulic sewing chair.
18 to 22 inches in height.
18 to 22 inches in height. Storage inside the seat. I got my shears in here. I got my tomato.
You got all sorts of stuff. So it's a great storage space.
It's great.
And you can put some things in there. It adjusts from 18 to 22 inches in height.
Right.
It's really the lumbar support that really makes the difference on this chair. You can sit in it for hours.
Really, you can. This is high quality, durable upholstery fabric.
And we use stiffer foam than a lot of chairs. Like an office chair is kind of soft. This is pretty dense foam, and it doesn't break down as fast, and it's really comfortable to sit in for a very long amount of time.
Right. That's the whole point, right? This is what you love to do, and we want you to be able to do what you love to do in comfort and longer. So these chairs are fantastic for achieving that.
And they roll really, really well.
Yep, they roll on carpet and they roll on laminate floor. And
I can bend over and pick stuff up off the ground.
Yeah, there's a super sturdy
There's a 5-star base on this, as you can see. It spins around. Now I'm going to get dizzy and have to stand up.
There's a weight limit of 300 pounds.
Has a 1-year warranty. Comes to you in 2 boxes. Will take you less than 10 minutes to put it together.
That's right.
Sarah wrote the instructions for this one too.
That's right.
So it really is great. And we have lots and lots of fabrics to choose from. We'll show them here. Then Ethan will kind of give you a little flyby. So in prints, we have buttons. We have a mysterious cat fabric.
Cat's meow.
We have the #1 selling Sew Now, Sew Wow chair, which is a lighter color option. Don't be afraid of the light color. And I want to say there's a Black Sewing Notions, but we're not showing that today. So that's okay. Then we have the Royals. I'm going to use air quotations. The Royals, which are very, very popular. It's kind of neat, right? That we have these great kind of fun patterns. But then a lot of people really gravitate toward the gray chair. A lot of people love the gray. Probably because it doesn't fight with the rest of your studio. Mm-hmm. People love the beige, which I shouldn't call it gray. Here are their
actual names.
Lady Gray.
This one is, the red is Crown Ruby. The gray is Lady Gray. The beige tan color is called Princess Hazel. Over here, we've got Royal Purple and Duchess Blue.
Now, you might notice the colors are similar to a few sewing machine manufacturers' colors. At least these three are.
Indeed.
For a very particular reason, because people love them. So it's funny. We sell all the colors. It's really great. And then we added Baroness Black.
Baroness Black. We have a color and a design to go with pretty much any decor style that you have. When you're looking at these colors, I just want to describe these a little bit. This is my no pun intended color commentary. The Crown Ruby this is a really heavy duty fabric. It's lovely, it's nicely textured, and it's a pretty uniform deep red color all the way through.
Yes, it is.
The Lady Gray has it's almost like a tweed within the fabric. It's got variegated colors of gray, a little bit of black, some white in there. There is depth and interest in the color. The Princess Hazel, the main color is kind of a tan beige color, but woven throughout is just a really nice variegation of all sorts of colors in here. This one is a neutral that truly does go with everything. The Royal Purple, also very solid, nice deep purple color throughout. The Duchess Blue has variegated colors of blue woven together to match all sorts of blue tones. And the Baroness Black is a lovely,
jet black.
Deep, solid jet
It's
black.
awesome.
Yeah, it is just
And
lovely.
the patterns. Ethan, do we have time to do a quick flyby with your quick show all the colors, put them up on the screen real quick? Yeah, we can do a real quick video because we are out of time with the Sewing Parts Online audience. The names. Let's just put the names up. Video's nice too. We can show the names. So those are the fabric choices. I can tell you that the Sewing Notions one in the top middle right now, we are currently out of stock for a week or two. If you put an order in, we will ship it as soon as we get it. And I'm embarrassed that we're out of stock. So we like to be in stock. And Mindy loves the Royal Purple, which is great. So that's kind of what we have for you for today's show. Sarah and I have had a lot of fun being with you guys for the last hour. Thank you for trusting us and letting us show you all the different furniture. We kind of gave you kind of a snippet of a few different things. You can find everything on Sewing Parts Online. Don't forget, free Kiwi offer ends in 2 days.
That's right.
Ends on the 15th.
Great opportunity to really set up your sewing space and get cracking on those holiday projects.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm trying to read. Alex has been sending me some notes. I can't quite tell what they are. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. So we're very excited to have you guys we're honored to be on your show. Thank you, Brian. You're doing a great job hosting, sir. Love it.
Thank you, Harley. I appreciate that. And thank you. I have to say thank you for helping sponsor this event and donating some furniture for us to do the grand prize giveaway. Whoever wins that Bandicoot is going to be incredibly lucky. And I have my list going. I think I've officially decided I'm going to go with the Eleanor, and then I'm going to go with the Baroness chair. Those are the two that are on my Christmas list. So thank you for helping me make that decision.
You know
Those
what?
are solid choices.
That's what we're here for. We're here to help guide. We're
right.
going to guide you along the way. We don't know what's right for you. Only you know what's right for you. And we will try to give you all the information so you can make an informed decision.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for joining. Harley, enjoy the wedding. It's your son, right?
It's my son, yes. Very exciting.
Well,
very exciting.
Tell him we say congratulations from Sewing Parts Online.
I will. Thank you, Brian.
Bye, Harley.
Thanks,
bye, Sarah.
Alex.
Bye, Brian.
All right, so that was fun. I'm just going to go through a couple of the pricing overlays. We don't have overlays on the Eleanor and the Kookaburra, but that's okay because I got the pricing right in front of me. So I'll start with what we do have. So they went over the Judy sewing cabinet, which is a fantastic cabinet for a small space. If you're looking for an entry-level furniture, this one is the good one for you. They also went through the Kangaroo and Joey, which is their best-selling cabinet, and it comes with a free Kiwi until this Friday. We also went through the hydraulic chairs. These chairs are fantastic. I mean, everybody who I see online who owns them raves about them, loves them. They're great for lumbar support. They really force you to sit up in a good position so you're not hurting your back hunching over all the time. And then the last two were the Eleanor. The Eleanor is the one with the power lift. That's the one that I think I'm going to get. The MSRP on that one is $1,199. The sale price is $899. But if you call in, we're offering a call-in price that's even better. And then the Kookaburra, that one is the massive cutting table. That one is MSRP of $1,599 and a sale price of $1,199. Again, call in and get the sale price. So with that said, we have a giveaway to do. Alex, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So you guys know by now, we got to do a drum roll. Ready? All right, Alicia McDunn.
Woohoo!
Alicia,
Congratulations.
you are number 3. So number 3, Alicia M. Okay. So if you guys are just now tuning in and you're curious about what we're doing right now, every segment we are giving away a SewCreative Live thread kit from Aurifil. If you are the winner of that thread kit for that segment, I'm putting your name and the number onto the box. At the end of the event, we are going to pick somebody from these boxes to win the grand finale prize. So if you need further clarification on that, just put your questions in the chat. Our product specialists are answering all the questions. So, and thank you to Rachel and to Evelyn and Natalie for answering all those questions for us. So up next, we have a friend joining us, and I'm super excited that she's with us. So you may have seen Chelsea Swindle on TikTok under She Sew Seams. She's a fantastic educator, a talented garment sewist, and she is starting to get into quilting. So she is here to show us how to make a child's dress. She's doing the Nora pattern. We do carry that pattern. So if you like what you see and you think you want to make this dress, definitely pay attention to her segment and get that Nora pattern. So let me go ahead and bring her up. Hey,
Hi.
Chelsea. How you doing?
I'm good, Brian. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. You did your hair.
Right? I mean, I had to go
It
dark
looks
for
beautiful.
fall, right?
I think it looks great.
Well, you're sweet. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. So I know a handful of our audience is familiar with you, but for everybody who's not familiar, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, absolutely. I am Chelsea Swindle. I am a TikToker, an Instagrammer, and a YouTuber. I'm all in the same one. It's She Sews Seams. I've been doing this for about a year, and I am just having such a ball getting to know people in the sewing community on all of the social platforms. My whole shtick is I want to make sewing approachable for people. I think that there's so many times where you have questions about stuff and you're just like, what's a seam allowance? I have no idea what I'm doing. And who do you ask, right? You can look at Lady Google and try and figure it out. So that's what my whole page is for, is to just promote encouraging videos to help people feel empowered to pick up sewing as a hobby.
Well, I know when the time comes for me to start garment sewing, I am going to be contacting you and asking you to help me learn how to use a cover stitch machine, because I know that I'm going to feel overwhelmed and I'm going to be like, I need to phone a friend right now. So be prepared.
You phone
for that,
me,
okay?
baby. I'll come right
I
out
will.
there and I'll help you out.
All right. It's a deal. Okay. So you are doing the Nora dress pattern. I'm going to let you go ahead and take it away. Okay.
Sounds great. Thank you, Ryan. Hi, everyone. As you know, I just mentioned my name is Chelsea. I'm with She Sews Seams. I would love if you'd give me a follow on the social media platforms. I'm TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. I'm here today to talk about the Nora pattern. And first of all, let me say the Children's Corner Pattern Company is actually a Nashville-based company, which is, I'm just outside of Nashville, and I absolutely love this store and this company. You can actually visit their storefront in Berry Hill, and they're the nicest people. They've got sew-alongs going on all the time. So if you're new to children's clothing specifically, and even like smocking and heirloom sewing, that would be a great place to visit if you ever come to Nashville. If you're ever in Nashville, just reach out to me. I have a few videos about my favorite stores in the area for fabric shopping, and of course, Sewing Parts Online is worth a visit always. But one reason I love this pattern and all of the Children's Corner patterns is, so when you pick up like a Simplicity pattern or one of the big pattern envelope companies, you're going to notice that that tissue paper you get, it's going to be all stacked in the same outline, right? So you can cut the size 7, or some people trace it to try and preserve those patterns. And then, you know, you cut it out and you're like, well, that's it then, because children go up, they don't grow down. So one thing I absolutely love about this pattern is it comes with every single size and it's separate. Okay, so you're going to be able to cut out the 7, and then when I went to make, I've had this pattern for a year. When I went to cut this pattern out, I took my daughter's measurements. I was like, oh, she needs an 8. So I went right back and cut it out, and it was great. So I really do love this company. They have a customer focused mindset, and I appreciate that a lot. So without further ado, let's get into this pattern. Well, actually, before I do that, I wanted to say too that there are a ton of variations to this pattern. It looks very simple. You've got your long sleeve, your short sleeve, you got your twirl skirt and your straight skirt, right? You can do all kinds of things with. And I have some dresses here if we have time at the end. I've made this pattern at least 10 times, and it's probably different every time. So I'll show them to you all at the end and if we have time. But let's get into the pattern. Today we're using the best fabric ever, which is from another local company. It's Textile Fabrics here in Nashville. They have this cosmic fabric that I just saw and like flipped out over because I felt like it almost reminded me of like the Magic School Bus a little bit. So this is just a super simple sew, and we're going to be using our serger and our cover stitch machines for this project. But if you don't have a cover stitch machine or a serger even, you can do this on a regular sewing machine. In place of the serger, you're going to want to do either a zigzag stitch or some sort of stretch stitch, which you can look in your manual for. And to do the finishing on like the hemline and the wrist cuff, it'll be either a twin needle or you can do that zigzag stitch. So don't be discouraged if you don't have a serger yet, but do pay attention over these next few days because you're going to get some great education about not only sergers, but also cover stitch machines, because I think a lot of new sewists look at that stuff and they're like, not me, there's no way I can do that, but you totally can. And it really does amp up your sewing game. It saves you time and it gives you a more professional finish on your pieces. So if you're wanting to give it as a gift or get into selling, those are great tools to pick up. So, and I'll talk about my machines here in a second, but let's get to step 1. So this is my front that I've cut out. And you'll know the front because the neckline will always be a little bit of a deeper cut. But my one trick on this is when I am doing a pattern that has a front and a back, because as you can see, the back is very similar looking, I will mark the front right in the middle, like where the belly button would be, because I'm not going to be sewing in that area. I'm just going to stick a clip right there. And I'm never going to sew that around. I'm not going to sew into that clip, but that's going to just remind me and orient me to where I am on my fabric. Because how many times when you're starting sewing, have you put the hood on the front of your sweatshirt and you go to put it on and you're like, well, this isn't going to work. So that's just a quick note to help you along your way. So what we're going to do, and this is very common with most garments, especially children's, you're going to start with the shoulder seams. So we're just going to take the front and back pieces, and I'm going to match them up right at the shoulder seams. And I have to talk about Wonder Clips for a second. These are my favorite. I don't use pins hardly ever anymore, unless it's something that I can't get to with a clip. So, and I know Sewing Parts, mine are from Sewing Parts Online. So if you're looking to get some Wonder Clips, definitely check out the ones that Sewing Parts carries because they are really good quality. Sometimes Wonder Clips that you get like on some other company sites are not as great quality and they'll snap, but these, the Wonder Clip brand is fantastic. So we've got our front and our back together. Now I'm going to turn you guys and let's start getting to the machines and we'll get to sewing, okay? So here we are. My serger is the Baby Lock Celebrate. This is a moderately priced midline type serger. I learned on a Brother 1034D, and when I went to Sewing Parts Online last year on my birthday, which is when I met everybody there, they referred me to this machine, and it has been such a dream to sew on. So I highly recommend this serger to anyone who's looking to either upgrade, or if you have the money to splurge on a really nicer serger and you're just getting into it, this is a wonderful machine. So we're just going to do a regular straight serge right across the top here. And my seam allowance on this project is 1/2 inch. So I'm just going to measure, that's marked on my machine. You can look up in your manual to see where those are. And hey, listen, if it's your sewing machine and you want to draw on it to mark 1/2 inch or whatever, put a piece of tape that has it on there. You, right? It's yours. You can write on it if you want to. And I'm going to snip my tails here, and then we're just going to sew the other shoulder seam. Now I can't see the comments. Maybe I need to, I don't want to touch anything, but Brian, if any questions come up, let me know. Because I go live on TikTok a lot and I'm used to having like people talk back. So right now I just feel like I'm talking to myself, which is fine. I mean, it's not uncommon for me, to be honest, but you know, it's fun to have conversations. So
You do a great job just talking, by the way. I love that you can just talk and talk, but I will definitely let you know if there's any questions. And I do want to say one thing about that baby lock. I found out the other day, I did a basic serger training. I didn't know that you can't knock baby lock sergers out of time. So
I didn't know that either.
Yeah, they designed them, and it's specific to baby lock, the way that they designed them. So the way that they built them, if you break a needle or something, you go through something that's too hard, it won't knock out of time ever, which people don't realize that if you knock your machine out of time, you're going to have to bring it in for a service if you don't know how to retime it. That's $100 at least. So it saves you money.
You know what's so funny, Brian, is I had this great idea a while back to serge over a bunch of sequins. And when I brought that machine to Dennis in your repair department, he looked at me and was like, "You serious right now?" I was like, "Sorry, Dennis."
Hey, it's how we learn, you know?
We got that sucker back up and running, I'll tell you that. All right, friends, let's do the next step. So we've got our center here. I'm trying to orient to where I am in the camera. I'm sorry. So you've got your neck hole, right? But this is a raw edge. And by raw edge, I mean it's unfinished. And the purpose of garment sewing is we want no raw edges anywhere if possible. So one thing that you can do, and this might be a good time to actually show this one variation of this pattern that I've made. We're going to be putting in a facing. And what a facing is this little tiny circle that mimics the shape of the neckline. And it's going to be sewn on the pretty sides of the fabric. So when you flip it in, it finishes that edge for you. However, some people have sensory issues about like half pieces of fabric touching their skin, right? Especially kids. Like my kids are luckily pretty chill about stuff like that, but I have friends who I make things for, and I know that that's not going to work. So one thing you can do with this pattern is I made a fully reversible version where instead of doing a facing, you're just going to cut the same pattern pieces out twice. And then instead of having that facing in the middle, it's just going to have a whole nother dress, right? So we've got this first side. This is the Nora pattern. And then I can just turn it right back inside out. And if she wants to just be in her mauve for the day, she can do that as well. And that's also helpful if you have sensory issues. So that's just one little quick hack on this pattern that's really helpful. And I know that sensory issues are very common in clothing making. So something to be mindful of and sensitive to. All right, so since my daughter doesn't care, I'm going to make my facing right now. So basically what I said is this mimics the front and back pieces. But again, I marked my front piece with this clip because I don't want to spend 5 minutes trying to think it through. I want to make sewing as automated as possible so that I can sit here and TikTok chat or whatever we're doing that day. So we're just going to do a regular serge again. And now listen, serging is not about, it's not a sprint, okay? Serging is a marathon. Serging is stopping every few inches on your longer pieces. You're going to realign your fabrics and make sure things are lined up the way that they should be. Don't zip through sergers. Like, don't just pedal to the metal that sucker because you're going to regret it. It's not going to pan out well. All right, we're going to pan this up, do this other side. And I do have to shout out, Brian is going to laugh when I say this, but y'all get you a pair of these. This is my favorite scissor ever. I talk about it all the time. I have my own pair at Sewing, at least I used to have my own pair at Sewing Parts Online in their studio. It's the 3.5-inch Stork embroidery scissors. They are let's be honest, a little fancy. And I think they just sass up your sewing room. And these are my favorite scissors for just having on hand all the time, because it's not very fun to just grab these enormous scissors to cut tiny threads. The other great feature about the Celebrate is that it has the thread cutter right here. And now I'm getting used to using this because my brother did not have this. So I'm getting better about using this, but I do find my muscle memory just reaches for those stork embroidery scissors, probably because I'm like, oh, mid-project, got to be fancy. So that's most likely what's happening. Anyway, all right, so we've got our facing still clipped, so I know exactly where the front piece is, right? That's a good thing. And I'm going to take my dress, also still clipped, so I know where my front side is, and I'm going to line up my shoulder seams. So as you can see, I'm just taking those two serged lines and I'm going to match them up with my Wonder Clip. And we're going to do that around. You don't have to do any sort of like special stretch distribution on this. These are cut to be the exact same size. So that's very quick and helpful tips. Just clip them as you go. Make sure you are pinning the front to the front and the back to the back, because the back piece is shorter. So if you feel like you're pinning this facing in and it doesn't seem to be fitting right, that's probably what's going on. Okay, so I'm going to pin this in 4 spots and we're just going to serge the circle. Like, guys, we're like halfway done with this dress. I mean, what is it, 11, 16? I'm going to have to come up with some things to talk about, which won't be a problem, trust me, but we'll see how far we get. Now, the hemming might take a little longer, so I may need to put my foot in my mouth on this, but let's serge around the seam. Now, one little quick tip. Let's nest the seams. Is anybody familiar with that term? If you're not, I'm going to explain it to you. Nesting the seams with a serge is when you serge something, it's going to have 4 threads wrapping around your fabric, which means that you're going to have a bit of a bulky seam, okay? And so when we go to sew that, I want to put one seam going up and one seam going down, if that makes sense. And that's called nesting the seams. That's going to help you get a nice, straight, hopefully perfectly matched up seam every time. It's going to take some practice. Matching up seams is a whole like thing, but you can do it. It just takes a little time to get that feel. And once you do start doing it properly, you'll be like, well, why was this so hard when I started? Practice makes better. That's what they say in my daughter's class. I guess we threw out the term practice makes perfect in public education now, but we do say practice makes better. So that's the theme of our house. I had to kind of unlearn that phrase because I'm used to saying practice makes perfect. And why not? Why not say perfect? Let's shoot for the stars, right? And what a perfect phrase, because we're using cosmic fabric. She hasn't seen this fabric yet, and I'm so excited for her after school. I'm going to put this in the car when I go to the pickup line and show it to her because I'm really excited. All right, we're still serging that circle. Nest the seams on that second shoulder seam. And keep on rocking and rolling. Is everybody enjoying the programming today? I was laughing about, I always seem to go after the arrow people, and that's so funny to me because now I have the arrow chair. You probably can't see it. Hold on. Can you see it? There it is. I got my arrow chair. I love this chair, you guys. If you were just watching that segment and you were on the fence a little bit, can I just throw a log on that fire and say that it is so comfortable? That lumbar support is no joke. I got one of those expensive, like bright pink gaming chairs that were a thing for a while. And I realized that is for people who want to play video games and lounge and be back like in their chair. And I sit up a lot, and that lumbar support really matters. Like it's been helpful. Okay, we're gonna trim that tail. All right, people, it's cover stitch time. Now, this pattern comes with a template if you care to use it, which you can like lay on the fabric and mark where you're going to be cover stitching. Because what we're planning to do now is I need this facing to stay down. And the way that I'm going to do that is a cover stitch. If you don't have a cover stitch, a twin needle will do exactly the same thing. Okay, so we're going to fold this down. Now, if I had more time, I would probably sit and press this with some steam, but I'm going to keep pushing through because I want to make sure we get this See, there I am, put my foot in my mouth. I'm like, oh, we have all this time. And then like, what, 4 minutes later, I'm like, we're out of time. So I'm just going to finger press this down. And the way that the pattern calls for it is they want you to top stitch like about an inch into this, because this is, let's say, 1.5 inches. So they want you right along this line. I'm going to be honest. You do what makes you comfortable. Okay. Like if that stresses you out because it is so far into the neckline, just do it further up. Okay. Life is short. Stitch where you feel happy. Okay. So I'm still clipping this, and then we're going to head over to the cover stitch. Cover stitch machine, if you are not familiar, and again, I am not an expert, so I'm sure there will be someone on here talking about cover stitch machines, but it's going to give you that nice finish to your hems. It's going to give you, if you're wearing a t-shirt right now, I've got a t-shirt right here. Let me show you. If you have a t-shirt and you look at the hem on the bottom, you have this pretty side with these 2 parallel lines. And then the back side has this sort of zigzag stitch. That's a cover stitch that completed this type of hem finish. And what that's going to do is it's going to give you give to your seam. So when you're sewing with a knit fabric, you don't want to use a straight like lock stitch on your sewing machine, because that's got no give. It's just going to be like, right? And whenever you end up stretching out that bottom or the sleeve of your shirt, which you inevitably will, it's going to pull all that thread out, and that's going to be a hot mess. So that's why cover stitch is so important, or a twin needle if you have that on your sewing machine. Totally fine as well. So let's go over. I'm going to see if you guys can see me well. Let's get the cover stitch in here, and I'm going to turn this. Brian, is that, well, I know you're probably busy, but is that too far?
No, I think that looks good. And I actually have a question for you really quickly.
Yeah, shoot.
So you had mentioned that if you don't have a cover stitch machine, that you can just use a twin needle. What about if you don't have a serger? Can you still do this pattern?
Absolutely. Yep. You can use a zigzag stitch, or you can look in your manual to see what stretch stitches they recommend.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes. Good question. All right. Here's the deal with cover stitching, guys. And this goes for twin needles too. You're going to do it blindly. And what I mean by that is you're going to be doing it on the pretty side of the fabric, and your facing is on this side. That's why that template is really helpful. The other thing you could do if you want to cheat the system, and I'm all about a good cheat, let's be honest. We got to save time. I've got 3 kids. I don't have time to run around and look at templates. So this is 1.25 inches. So what I can do is look on my machine. You can even measure it if you want to. Check it out and see where 1.25 inches would be, and just line it up with that, right? So let's see. This is good. I'm going to sew it at 1 inch just to be safe. And that's on this line right here. So let's do it and see what happens. Sewing is an adventure, isn't it? I think Julia Child said it best. She said, with sewing, you have to have a what the heck attitude. And I feel like that's kind of the same with with cooking. You have to have a what the heck attitude. And I feel the same way about sewing sometimes. You just have to give stuff a try. But just make sure you don't do it on your super fancy fabric, because then you might end in tears. We don't want that. There's no crying in the sewing room. Okay, let's be honest. There's some crying in the sewing room. All right, we're going to cover stitch this. Now, a cover stitch is very similar in the way it runs and the way it sounds, and with its being a little bit more aggressive sounding and moving than a sewing machine. Same sort of threading situation, but the concept is completely different. So this is like what I showed you on the t-shirt. We're going to be two parallel lines on the top, and it's going to give me a nice knit together look on the bottom. So this might be a little louder, so I might be hard to hear for a moment. The key with a cover stitch is to take your time. And I said that about the serger too, y'all. Like, I think it's so funny when I'm teaching somebody how to sew. Like, they are so eager and like pedal to the metal until they realize how scary that ends up being. And then they back off big time. But like 9 times out of 10, when they first hit that pedal, they're like, vroom. Which is kind of funny, because that's how I learned to drive. I was like, let's go. And my dad was like, I need Dramamine. So, you know, it's all relative, I guess. Now keep adjusting your fabric and make sure that, and you can feel this with your fingers. Since you're doing it blindly, I can feel where the edge of that fabric is. So that's helpful. the template is great, but like they tell you to use like a fabric marker to mark it, and or like, you know, one of the washable ones. I don't know. I'd rather just eyeball it. But it's okay to follow the rules. Okay, still going. Now I have this cover stitch set with 2 needles. You can set it with 3, and I think you can also narrow it down to even just 1 needle if you want to. I've never done that. Maybe I should set that up. I've been like reading my manuals a lot lately, and I posted a video on this the other day. I had no idea you could do smocking on your sewing machine. I live in the South, so smocking is like a religion here. And I've never actually made a smocked garment. And okay, I'm just going to get on a little caveat. And if anybody lives in my town, I apologize in advance. But our county fair is very, the sewing competition is very steep. And every year somebody wins with a smocked or an heirloom piece. And my husband is like, and I get discouraged because I never get best of show. I always get like first and seconds and thirds. And like, I've been doing this for 7 years now. And I love winning those things, but I want best of show. And he's like, you know, you're not going to win best of show unless you make an heirloom piece. I'm like, but I don't like them. I don't want to be somebody I'm not. And he's like, well, then that's the end of this conversation. I'm like, fine. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I can maybe figure out how to make like an heirloom top that's like an adult, like where it's, you know, kind of billowy and 70s looking with like pretty like twill or batiste fabric where it's real light and airy with some embroidery. And it makes me think of like Jenny from Forrest Gump. Okay, we're getting to the circle here. I'll line up my stitches. Overlap a little bit. And here's the trick to finishing your cover stitches when you're stitching in the round. It's got a little bit of a trick to it. So the way that this machine is built is you're going to lift your presser foot and your needles and pull up on this front of your presser foot here, and you're going to pull that fabric forward. So we're going to, or no, not the fabric. Sorry, where is my head? I'm going to like lift the presser foot. I'm going to reach back with my special fancy scissors, and I'm going to pull those 2 threads forward, not the fabric, the threads. Snip them, and then we're going to pull backwards. And what that's doing is it's locking my stitches into a little knot. Okay. So there is our, let me find the front. Oh, because I have my clip. There's our cover stitch. I don't know if you can see that. Here's our little cover stitched collar, neckband, whatever we want to call it. Okay, so we're going to trim those extra threads. I have not had enough coffee today. Brian, next time we do this, I'm going to need to go in the afternoon because apparently my brain is not functioning just yet. And it's almost lunchtime, so whew! Okay. So we snipped those little things. We got that looking real good. Okay. Now, the next step is sleeve construction. Don't be afraid of sleeves. Let me start it with that. I cut my sleeves. I was originally going to do short sleeves on this, but we're getting to like sort of cooler weather. So I switched it to long sleeves. And to save time, I already skipped a step because I didn't want to have to switch between my serger and my sewing machine. So I did a basting stitch, and this is what the pattern calls for. It wants you to do a basting stitch across the top of your sleeve. Now, setting a sleeve feels daunting, right? But if you think about it, it's really just simple geometry. Let's call that. So look at the shape of your armhole. Now this is easier if I lay it down, but I'm, on camera, so that's hard. And I'll just lay it on myself. So we're gonna lay the sleeve, lay it out exactly as it should look in the garment, right? Okay, so it should fit like this. Once you get that, just flip it down. Ta-da. Okay, mark the top with a Wonder Clip. And then attach that right at your shoulder seam. And now go to the end. We're going to work from the middle out on both sides. So go to the end and attach this little underarm seam with another Wonder Clip. And so as you can see, one side is floppy and one side is tight, and that's because we need to ease the sleeve in. And by that, I mean we're going to pull these little basting stitches just a little bit. Okay, so this should not be a tight type of like gather. It shouldn't show a bunch of gathers on your sleeve. You just want to do just a tiny bit to ease that sleeve in, and make sure you like adjust them so there's not like a bunch of bunched up gathers in one spot. Okay, and then we'll clip it. And we'll just repeat that on the other side, and then it's just a clean serge. Okay, let's do that on the other side. Now, I would say, people ask me, they're like, you know, what sort of sleeve is the easiest to start with? This one's pretty easy. If you're like if you've never set a sleeve into a garment, this one's pretty easy. And I also would say a raglan shirt would be a very simple sleeve to put in, because you're not actually setting the sleeve into the arm side on that type of a garment. You're going to be sewing around the collar in like a big circle. So if you're looking to get into sewing something with sleeves and it's making you like feel a little bit anxious and barfy, that's okay. I would suggest a raglan, and they have a wonderful pattern at Sewing Parts. I sewed it up at the last event. Brian, what was the name of that? It was a Jaylee pattern.
It was the Jaylee Nico raglan tee, I believe.
That's the one. Do you guys still have that where I can talk about?
We do, yeah.
Guys, pick up that pattern. It comes in, I think, like infant to adult sizes on that, in that same pattern. It's great. It's a wonderful, wonderful option. Now, I'm going to go ahead and set this other sleeve so that we just make one trip to the serger. So to repeat what I was just doing, we're going to mark the center of our sleeve right here, and then we're going to pin it to the shoulder seam. Easy peasy. And this fabric is like it's like a double brushed poly, so it's very soft. I think she's gonna like the way that it feels, but it's also, I think double brushed poly is fairly easy to work with. Some people don't, but I think, you know, the feel of it is nice. I don't love using double brushed polyester for like leggings. Those are kind of like the LuLaRoe leggings that they had there for a while. It's that same type of fabric. I don't find that you get as much like, I don't know, I'm a plus size girl, so I like a little bit of structure to my pants, but that's just me. So I would prefer more of like an athletic fabric if I'm making like a capri yoga pant or something, but some people love this for leggings, and I don't judge. My daughter loves it. And honestly, I'm kind of bummed I didn't get more of this fabric, because it would have made really cute. If I had enough, I would have made a pair of little underskirt shorts, because we all know little girls like to do cartwheels. And so especially when they're wearing fancy dresses, so I make a pair of underskirt shorts in pretty much every color every spring for my daughter, and she wears the heck out of them. Oh, here's another quick little hack for you. If you have a little one and you have them in leggings in like the fall, winter, a lot of times those kids will grow out of their like length before they grow out of the belly, like the waistband. Cut them. Like when it gets to spring, cut those leggings off and turn them into shorts. And that's a great opportunity to use your cover stitch, right? I do that all the time. I love reusing clothing. Sustainability, am I right? Okay, let's serge these sleeves. Back to the serger. Yeah, I am all about a like thrift flip. I love to find goodies at the Goodwill. Okay, now quick tip. When you do this, since you have some tiny gathers there, put those on the underside. You don't want to be sewing over that mess. Some people don't do it this way. I don't know. I just feel better if I'm looking at smooth fabric as I'm serging it. And you can, like I said earlier, it's like a marathon. So you're going to be looking under your, seam every few inches anyway to sort of adjust those gathers and see, if you're looking okay. This dress is very forgiving. And the sleeve installation is the same for both the short sleeve and the long sleeve. Obviously, it's just going to be hemmed on a short sleeve or a long sleeve. Even the hemming is the same. So it's a great opportunity to get into sleeves if you've been kind of on the fence. You stick with sleeveless things or you're scared of them, you know, jump in. Feet first. Life is short. Make the dress. Still going. We're almost there. My daughter's going through sort of like a shift in what she likes to wear. So when she was little, she's 7 now, but when she was little, I was all about buying the cute quilting cottons, you know, at the fabric store and making just the most adorable dresses for her. Ruffles and pin tucks and anything but smocking and heirloom, apparently. And she told me the other day, she's like, Mommy, I don't want hard dresses. I want soft dresses. I was like, break my heart. So, but hey, that's our job. We got to grow with our children and support them and change with them and support the things that they like. So we're switching to soft fabrics, y'all. Oh, I saw that comment come up. That's next. Oh, hi, Rebecca. How are you, honey? It's good to see you. Rebecca's one of my TikTok friends. Rebecca sews for her grandkids. So yeah, if you guys don't follow me over on those socials, I would love it if you did. I go live a couple times a week and we do exactly this. So this is kind of old hat. Like I love to get on there and let people ask their questions, you know, like, I mean, even as basic as like, what is a serger? You know, I've gone through that explanation multiple times and that's okay. That's where you should be able to ask those questions. All about supporting our fellow sewists. All right. Sorry, this part of the pattern is just a teeny bit time consuming and just takes a little bit of focus. So I don't mean to be quiet. I'm just focused. We're almost there.
Kelsey, I have a question for you.
What is it?
So you've been all about garment sewing, but recently you've started getting into quilting more. What made you decide to get more into quilting?
You know, I got so inspired by seeing like the Courtney Govros and the other great quilters, Mary Quilter, the Spoolist, Sybil, you know, they just inspire me so much. And it's been so funny because I've been sewing 25 years. I learned when I was 15 and I'll be 40 in a couple weeks. And I just have always been passionate about garments. And the reason for that, if I'm just being blunt, is when I was in high school, it was hard to find plus size clothes. And I've always been like a 14 or a 16. So I was like, well, screw it. I'm going to make some. And then I could put my creativity into it, you know? So that was why I got into garments. But then I always was like, well, quilting just feels antiquated. I don't know. And then I got to see all these people who are making not like your typical, like what you think of when you're not a quilter or not familiar with it. Like I think of like old and dusty and yucky. And then I saw these bright rainbow colors and I was like, this is for me. So I just got into it that way. And I think for me, one of the things I love about quilting, it's just so different from garment sewing. Garment sewing, you kind of fudge your way through a few things like, oh, that gather wasn't quite right. We'll just sort of fudge it on the next step. Quilting's not like that. Quilting is exact. It is like, you know, if I don't get that point exactly the way it's supposed to be, I'm like, I might go back and redo that, you know? So there's
like
just
cooking
a part of
versus
my...
baking.
It's what?
It's like cooking versus baking.
Yes, it's just a different, completely different experience. Okay, so one thing I am going to do a little out of order on this pattern is I am going to go ahead and hem the bottom of this sleeve because hemming a sleeve in the round when it's a small child size can be very tricky on a cover stitch. So, and it may already suggest, I don't think the pattern suggests it that way. I think it asks you to sew down the sides, but this is just the way that I'm going to do it. And it calls for like a 1/4 inch. So you can press this down or you can finger press it. And we'll just go over to I may roll it up just a little. She's got short arms. Roll this up just a little more, maybe to like, that's the one good thing about garment sewing, right? Like if your kid has short arms, cut off like a couple inches on the fabric or roll it up a little bit more. It's so versatile. So let's go back to the cover stitch. And before we sew these side seams, you see this okay? And my cover stitches, I should have said this earlier, it's the Juki MCS 1500. Do you guys still offer that one, Brian? I'm assuming you do.
I believe we do.
You do. It's
not a part of this event, but I saw a couple people in the comments saying they really wanted to get a cover stitch. I mentioned it before. Any machine that you're interested in, even if it's not featured during this event, you can call in and get special price on it.
Oh, that's wonderful. See, that's why I love you guys. I just love you. You're just so willing to work with people. I say that when I talk about you guys on like my lives, and I talk about you a lot because most of my sewing room now is outfitted with your things. And I'll be like, you know, not only do they have a wonderful selection of stuff, they are the nicest humans in the history of humans. Like you guys are just so willing to help. Like, I don't know, I just really appreciate that. You don't hear that often. You're not going to find
That's
that
very
at
sweet of you, Chelsea. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. All right. Now, we got this one figured out. And that's not pretty nice. Can you guys see that okay? The two parallel lines. If you want 3, you do 3. You just add another needle in. And your instruction manual is the most important best friend that you can have when you get a new machine. Read that sucker from cover to cover because you will be shocked at the things that you can learn from it. You know, and I was brand new to cover stitching, and that's why I read the manual, because I honestly, the only thing I knew that it could do is finish hems, right? But it can do so much more than that. One thing that I learned is on a cover stitch, you can do it reverse, right? So if you look at like athletic pants nowadays, they'll have that zigzaggy stitch on the outside, and you can do that on a cover stitch. Isn't that fun? Just think that's neat. All right. All right, so we've got our two sleeves hemmed now. And I'm going to sew this armpit seam. Now you could go ahead and hem the bottom if you wanted to. I'm just going to hold off on it just to make sure we have enough time, because I think that's like not the least important, but you know, showing this part I think is a little more important than a hem. So again, we're going to clip it right in that armpit, and I want to nest the seams again. And remember, when you're nesting the seams, you're going to put one seam up and one seam down, and that's going to help you get even right where it needs to be. The other tricky part about sewing once you've already done the hem on your wrist cuff is, you know, with a serger, sometimes it sort of like pulls, the feed dogs don't always pull with the type of fabric you're using, don't pull things necessarily always evenly through. And one recommendation I have for that is, and I'll show it to you once I finish pinning this enormously long, she's 7. Why is this so much fabric? It goes on and on. Okay. So what we're going to do to ensure a nice even start, well, first of all, the first thing you could do is start on the bottom, right? That would be let's do that. The other thing you can do is when you push these two little, like I'll see all those tubes there and everything, push it, like raise your needle and your knife when you go to your serger and shove it all in there and get it lined up and start very slowly. And that should usually fix that problem of pulling it through evenly. But let's start at the bottom on this just for fun. Just for funsies. Okay. So I'll show you exactly what I was saying before, because it still is important. You want to get a nice even start. Lift your presser foot, lift your needles up, push that fabric in as far as it'll go, hold it down, and just start very slowly. See how slow I'm going there? And that'll help you get a nice lined up finish. And again, we're not zip, zip, zipping. We're going to stop, realign, it's so important to make sure that your edges are touching like right at parallel to each other because even the slightest like overlap of one fabric can change the shape and the size of your garment. So I guess in that way it is kind of like quilting where, you know, any sort of fiber arts is going to have its own level of accuracy needs. And once you've been sewing for a while, I think in any genre of sewing, you kind of learn where you can fudge things a little bit. But I try and stick to the facts on my videos and when I'm on, you know, segments like this, because I want you guys to get off to a good start. So we're approaching that armpit seam. I'm going to nest those seams. I'm going to angle a little bit because this is sort of like an L shape. So I'm going to go up a little bit and then we're going to turn the fabric. You can also stop the serge at that point and like completely turn the fabric. Like you could cut it, but I don't recommend it. I would rather you just keep going and turn it as you go. Almost there. I was laughing about this is just a funny little side story, the arrow chair that they were showing. You know, it has that secret compartment in the seat, which is so fun. But the other day I was looking for something. So I've been saving my my little selvages from my nicer my nicer quilting fabrics. They have a lot of fun selvages. They say things, they've got pretty colors and designs, and I've seen people make stuff with them. So I've been saving my selvages and I was like, oh, I'm going to try and make something with those today. I tore this sewing room up trying to find my selvage collection. Wouldn't you have it? I put it in that seat because I was like, oh, I won't forget that I put it there. It took me like 45 minutes and I finally was like, it's in the chair. So just beware that you might not want to put anything perishable in that seat, which I have seen him put candy bars in there before, but those have at least a little longer shelf life than my sewing attention span. So anyway, I just thought that was funny. All right, we're pinning down the other side of this sleeve. And this time, just for fun, I'll start it on this side and we'll see how that goes. And if it's not perfectly lined up, you can tear just that little section out of serging stitches. I have a video on YouTube about, and it's on the Sewing Parts YouTube channel that I made with them about ripping out serged seams in the wink of an eye. You can do it very quickly and not make a total mess of your sewing space if you follow that little tutorial. It's very helpful. So one thing I like to do, I've lifted my needles and my presser foot. I'm going to loop my 3.5-inch fancy embroidery scissors into the bottom loop of this hem. And the reason I'm doing that is it helps me ooch that up to where it needs to be. So I hold on to the top layer and I can ooch it up right up into that section so that when I go to serge it, it starts nice and even. Just make sure you pull those scissors out before you start sewing. You never want to sew over metal with our serger because that will bust up a whole lot of things that are expensive to fix. And Dennis in your repair department probably doesn't have patience for me with that kind of a repair because I always bring him some disasters. He's the best. If you guys live anywhere near Dixon, I mean, I drive an hour and a half to get my machines to them, but I do it because I know he's the best in the biz, y'all. He really knows his stuff. Okay, we're approaching that armpit seam. I'm nesting my seams again, and we're going to keep rolling. And I'll even be vulnerable for a minute, and at the end, I'll show you how well. Now, I'm kind of rushing through this a little bit, but we'll see how well those matched up. What you're looking for is 4 points right matched up together. And sometimes that happens, and sometimes that is not happening. And that's another opportunity to use that pulling out your serging seams video. It's okay to fix stuff. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't pan out perfectly the first time. It's okay. Sewing should be an enjoyable, relaxing hobby and not something that stresses you out. All right, well, first of all, let's flip this up and see how well I did. Might be bad. So we'll open up. Let's see. Well, that one's not perfect, but that's okay. And let's see about the other one. This one I hope is, oh yeah, that one's perfect. So see how those four corners, I don't know if you can see that very well. See how those four corners meet up right there? That's what you're looking for. And that's what nesting the seams will help you achieve. Okay, so we've got our tail hanging off. This is one little quick trick I like to do. I keep a, well, I can't find it now. Oh, here it is. I keep a blunt-ended embroidery needle with a large eye in my magnetic like pin catching tray. And I do that because I want to sew my tails in. Now there's a million different ways that you can finish a serged seam. You could just cut it if you want, but I don't like little threads sticking out of the things that I make. I like them to look very like finished. So all I'm doing is threading that on the needle and I'm sewing it back through my serged threads. And that takes care of that little tail and it'll keep that serging from coming unraveled. Now, how often does that happen? I've never really had a ton of stuff come unraveled with my serging, but you never know. And I don't want somebody to put something on and then it like, you know, rip right up the under seam of the arm because I'm putting my name on that. So I want it to look good. Let's do it again. We're just going to sew right up there. Okay. So we are almost there. The last step, and what do we have? 9 minutes? 8. We'll go for it and see what happens. Okay, so let's turn this right side out and we'll see where we're at so far. I think it's going to be a dress. I do. I really think we're going to have a dress here. Shake it out. What do y'all think? That's pretty good. That's the Nora dress so far. I think it's cute how it has the planets on it. Okay, so I'm going to fold this down and we'll try and whip through this cover stitch one more time. And the other thing you can do right now, and you know, honestly, Brian, if it's okay with you, and I hate to do this, but I do feel like I've shown the cover stitch quite a bit. This is a good point in your project to have the child try the dress on. I know that this will probably fit her pretty well, like through the body, but she is so short that there may be a chance that I need to hem this up. So if it's okay with you, I may actually leave this unless everybody's itching to see that cover stitch, but y'all have seen it quite a bit now. It would be the same exact process. You're just going to fold it up according to whatever your length is. Now, if you're taking off, let's say, I would say even over like an inch, if you need to bring it up more than an inch from the bottom, like your child is very short, I would cut that and then hem it. Don't just like fold it up 5 inches and hem it because that's going to mess with the circumference of your circle of the bottom of your dress. And that might make it a little wavy and bunchy. So depending on the length of how much you need to take off, I would prefer that you cut it. But I think this will probably need cut if I have to guess. She is a peanut. She's in like the 30th percentile for height. So, but the one thing I am going to show you, I'll hold the dress up one more time, but I wanted to show you the other variations of this dress because it really is a versatile pattern. So here's the first option. This is your long sleeved straight skirt option. And you can, you know, put her in little underskirt shorts and cowboy boots. How about that? Now I showed you before, we have the reversible version. So if you don't like a facing, if a facing stresses you out or your child feels yucky having that like half piece of fabric, make it reversible. Make the entire pattern twice. And then you'll sew like around the neckline the way that you would. And then you'll just sew down the side seams and hem. You can hem them each separately. So then you have 2 dresses, right? And I could have probably picked a more fun fabric for this, but I was just making it with some scraps. Okay, so here's another version. This was a really big summer dress for her. She wore this over her bathing suit a lot, and I think it was really cute. This is the A-line version with the short sleeves. And I think stripes are adorable on children. So this one was a fun dress for her to wear, and she still wears this one quite a bit. And then I just made a Halloween one. And I used my embroidery machine that I got with Sewing Parts Online. I have the Baby Lock Aurora. This is a great beginner embroidery machine. If you're just getting into embroidery, this is a smaller piece. It's not going to have the big, what's the word I'm looking for? The thing that snaps into. Yes, thank you. It's got like a 4-inch space for that. So you can do smaller pieces. But I made her, this is scraps, y'all. This is a remnant I found at Joann. And it's got the twirly skirt, but it's in this like shiny velvet. And I did this little spider right on the front. And I think that turned out pretty cute. I'm still learning on my embroidery machine, but I'm having a ball with it. And it's wonderful because my regular sewing machine was in the shop for like a month. And so I can do regular sewing on that Baby Lock embroidery machine and then switch it to embroider whenever I want to go back and forth. So, and I made a quilt on it. So that's a great machine. If you guys are looking for a dual machine, that's a good option. Okay. I think that's all I've got, Brian. Are you
Chelsea,
there?
you did a fantastic job. I am so impressed by how quickly you're able to throw garments together. I hope that one day I can be just as talented as you are.
Oh, you will be for sure. We've got you covered, buddy. Don't worry.
Thank you. I'm going to rely on you. Because right now, me and my friend Deb, we are making button-up shirts for me out of quilting cotton, but we're having a problem with the sleeves. So I might phone you maybe sometime next week and see if you can help me out.
Call me anytime. I love you guys. I'm always here to talk to y'all.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us, Chelsea, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yes, you too. Enjoy the event, everybody.
Awesome. All right. So big thank you to Chelsea for joining us. I just want to go over, she showed us the Nora dress pattern. So we do have that. It's normally $18.99. We have it on sale on the website for $15.99, but it is included in the special event pricing. So if you want to get this pattern for a little cheaper than $15.99, give us a call. I do want to clarify something on that Chelsea had said. This pattern is a little different than your traditional patterns. So you get the multiple sizes. You don't just cut out the one and then you're done. So it's great for your granddaughters, your kids, and you can, create more dresses as they grow. I think that's pretty cool and unique. So up next, we have a giveaway. I almost skipped the giveaway. It's hard to remember the giveaway. I'm starting to get hungry. I think that's what it is. So we have a giveaway to do. So Alex, do you want to go ahead and bring up the giveaway tool?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, so this is for another Aurifil thread kit. It will enter you into the grand prize giveaway if you win. So let's go ahead and hit it and we'll do our drum roll. Sabrina Nussi, yay! Congratulations, Sabrina, round of applause. So Sabrina, you are Aurifil thread kit number 4. Sabrina, okay, cool. So up next, we have a new friend of ours. Her name is Linda Bertine, and she is a Baby Lock educator. And I met with her for a video call a couple weeks ago so we could introduce ourselves. And she is just so much fun. She is a great presenter, and she seems incredibly knowledgeable. And I'm super excited for her to show you the Baby Lock Jazz 2 and the Allegro. Now, those are very popular machines. In fact, I think the Jazz 2 is our most popular machine that we sell. And the Allegro is pretty high up there. And that's because it has a huge throat space. They're really, really fantastic machines. But I know that there's some people out there in our Facebook community that have talked about how they don't know the difference between the two. So this is going to be the perfect segment for you because Linda is going to go through the Jazz and then she's going to go through the Allegro. So I'm going to go ahead and get her pulled up and we'll introduce her.
Hey, Brian.
Hi, Linda. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Hang
Hey,
on.
how was Baby Lock Tech?
It was fabulous. I cannot wait to, I'm sorry. I'm trying to see if I can just mute myself here on this. I don't know why I have feedback. That's unusual.
Are you having feedback?
Well, I'm hearing myself. So if you're not hearing it, then I'll just let it go. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
No, I'm
Yeah,
not hearing some feedback.
I was going to say Baby Lock Tech was absolutely fabulous in that we got to introduce 4 new machines. And some of them are really, really fun because they play nice with other machines that we have in our sewing studio. Like you're able to do the serger attachments with the Accomplish. And that's really quite fun. In fact, there's several. The Allegro also will allow you with an adapter to use a lot of our covered chain stitch accessories. So I like it when all of my machines play well in my sewing studio.
Well, it seems like Baby Lock has really upped their game recently. I make that little nod because that's kind of like their current theme is upping your game. So, but yeah, the 4 new models are amazing. The Accomplish, I think it's really cool that you can add those attachments. I think it's really cool that they added that table to the Triumph and the Ovation, I think it was, so that you can use some of those industrial binders and stuff. It's really, really cool. But we are not talking about any of those machines today. We are talking about the Jazz 2 and the Allegro. So I'm going to let you take it away, introduce yourself, and then we can dive into the Jazz. And then when you're ready to switch, let me know, okay?
Okay. All right. If you keep an eye on the chat, that will help me a lot, Brian, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Wrong machine. Hang on. My bad. Here we go. All right. So this is the Baby Lock Jazz 2. And the first thing you're going to notice about it, of course, like Brian mentioned, is that you get 12 inches of space from the needle to the right-hand side of the machine. I think that's a fabulous feature, especially if you like to do things with a lot of bulk. I'm thinking my quilters. I'm thinking my garment construction people who need to get a lot of bulk in for hems, any home deck project where you're hemming curtains, those type of things. This is a great feature for it. Now you're also going to notice that you get 6 LED lights to assist you. And let's be honest, the older I get, the more important that lighting is. You're going to get 28 stitches altogether, and that maximum stitch width is 7 millimeters with a stitch length of 4 millimeters. You do have a thread cutter to the side of the machine here. It's manual. And you're going to get 9 feet, but we're going to talk a little bit more about those in a minute. It does stitch 1,000 stitches per minute, which is nice. And one of the nice things I like about this is that you have an automatic up down with your needle, and you can actually program the machine to have the needle down. Now, I'm a quilter that's my passion. And so having this down when I'm doing free motion quilting is super, super important. It also comes with a hands-free knee lift. So now I'm side saddle sewing here so I can be between the 2 machines, but this knee lift is an absolute fabulous addition. In fact, a lot of our machines are coming standard with it because that enables you to lift the presser foot by just moving your knee against that bar so that it lifts. Now this machine itself is just under 28 pounds. So it's very portable. In fact, a lot of people purchase this or the Allegro as a traveling machine. And so the other things I want to share with you is when you lift the lid, you're going to see that you have all of those 28 stitches. It lists 27, but one, of course, is our one-step buttonhole for those of you that want to get into garment construction. Now, you're going to notice, too, that our utility stitches are color-coded in black, and our decorative or specialty stitches are gold. And what I love about my Baby Lock machines, Brian, is that there's always a diagram, whether it be how to wind a bobbin, how to thread my machine, or even placing my bobbin inside the bobbin case. I love those little reminders because I don't have to pull out the manual. And oh, did I tell you, you get a manual with your Jazz 2. Absolutely love the hands-on manual. I think Chelsea said it best when she said, read your manual, folks, because that's where a lot of the information that you probably didn't know about your machine was contained. Now on the side here, you're going to see we have the hand wheel at the top, but down below, this is our stitch selector. And it's a knob. And so it can rotate through the stitches that are available and select your stitches. Now, when you are in the straight stitch, you're going to be able to use your stitch width dial here to move the needle to the left or to the right. That's important for those quilters who want to get that scant 1/4 of an inch. And then your stitch length dial is up here at the top. Now I have my machine set up to do free motion quilting for you because I'm going to show you a special way to do free motion quilting. But you also get your accessory, your accessory drawer here in the front to hold all of your presser feet. There's also one in the back, which is really handy to store additional accessories you might get with your Jazz. Now, I do want to talk just a little bit about what comes with the machine when you purchase it, because to me, I want to know what kind of sewing I can do the minute this thing comes out of the box. That's always important to me. So what I like here is you have your buttonhole attachment foot, or excuse me, your buttonhole foot. And these are snap-on feet again, right here. It'll snap on to your ankle. But I like this because I can insert my button on the back I don't have to measure. All I have to do is know exactly where to place the beginning of this buttonhole presser foot, and it will do the motion for me. It has this lovely grip on the back, which helps to move my project under. You're going to get an overcast foot. So if you don't happen to have a serger, this has that metal bar guide here on the edge, and that's going to enable you to do overcast stitches just like your serger would. You're going to get a zipper foot, which I absolutely adore because this not only puts in zippers, but think about your cording and some of your decorative trims. This is a good foot to use for that. You're going to get an open-toed foot, which is basically a clear acrylic foot, which also has, and I hope you can see it, it has a little red centering line. That helps me when I'm doing any kind of a decorative stitch to keep it aligned. You are going to get your straight stitch foot, and this is a great addition for anybody who wants to sew with lightweight fabrics because you are supporting that fabric all the way around your foot. Now you're only going to be able to use a center justified straight stitch with it, but this is also really, really good for quilters who like to work with points. I'm thinking of your 45-degree angles to do like your Lone Star quilts or your half square triangles that you've cut where you have that point. What this does is this helps the feed dog they never lose contact with the back side of this foot. I don't know if you can see it, but it's smooth all the way across. And then they don't get pushed down into your needle plate. That's real important to me. And you also get, of course, a lovely free motion quilting foot. And I like this one because, first of all, it's acrylic and I can see through it, but it has an extra wide opening. And that enables me, if I'm going to be thread painting, I can do a straight stitch or a zigzag stitch to get my thread painting done quickly. And of course, you get your 1/4 inch patchwork foot. And I really, really like this foot to do a variety, not just piecing, but a variety of projects. I will even pull this out to do top stitching because over here you're going to notice that you get that scant 1/4. Here you get the 1/4 inch, but there are notches on the right hand side right here. This notch is going to tell you when it's center justified. The one here on the back, that tells me when like, let's say I'm doing a binding and I want to come in 1/4 inch. This measurement here is 1/4 inch, and the front right up to this divot right here, that's a 1/4 inch in front of the presser foot. That helps me when I need to stop to do a set-in seam, a binding, all these kind of things. On the other side, you're going to get the 1/8 marks. And I love that because that just using that presser foot alone gives me the skills I need to be able to enjoy the process. Now you're going to get a blind hem foot, and I like this because you can adjust how far over with the screwing mechanism here on the side to adjust this guide. And this is really great. I always tell people hand is a 4-letter word if you know your machine and your accessories, because you'll probably never do it again by hand. And then this, of course, is our standard presser foot. And this allows us to move that needle back and forth so we can get a scant 1/4 inch or 1/8 inch, or push it over to the left side. Maybe you want to do a 1/2 inch with the edge of the presser foot. All of these are available. And what I like, of course, is that you can clip it on and off. That certainly makes sewing so much easier. And if this is your second machine and you happen to have gotten a presser foot kit that has the snap-on feet, as long as they are compatible with that 7-millimeter width, you're going to be able to interchange a lot of those. Now, also included is this lovely quilting bar, and I like this. It attaches to this right in here. It inserts right into the clip-on area. And what that enables me to do is draw one line, and then let's say I want to do channel quilting, or if I'm going to do piano keys, I can just use that guide and run it along my prior line of stitching, and I have it done. Now you're going to get a variety of screwdrivers, some needles, a cute little brush, because we all know maintenance on our machine is very important, along with a seam remover or seam ripper. You're also going to get a secondary spool pin. And I like this because this goes on top of our bobbin winder and enables us to use 2 spools of thread. Now this one will also, you can also invert your spool pin to the vertical position, which will help you if you have to do any kind of metallic stitching. So those are some of the basic accessories. In addition, you're going to get some bobbins, you're going to get some spool caps. There's all kinds of things that are absolutely wonderful that come standard with this machine. And I think that's a great sale in itself, because that's going to enable you to be creative right out of the block. Now, as I mentioned earlier, I do have this set up. Oh, and I don't know if I mentioned this. This is the reverse button, but I like it because it's large enough. If I have my hands on, I can run it with my elbow. That to me is really helping me along, especially if I'm holding on to something. Let's say it's a hem of a curtain, and I just need to do a little back stitch real quick before I release the bulk or the weight of the project. I can just use my elbow. If your elbows are at least 12 inches, you got to have that space, okay? But it's really a great machine. Now, I know a lot of people buy this machine with the intent of traveling, and this is, of course, at 28 pounds, not a heavy machine, but it is large. You're going to need a good large carrying case. It sits about 25, just a little over 25 inches width. So when you're looking in your sewing studio, it's going to have a footprint. Okay, you can't, I can't lie. I like big machines, but they also have a footprint that you have to be mindful of. So what I'm setting up here today to share with you is how to do some free motion quilting with the Baby Lock Jazz 2. Now, this is the learning curve. I always tell people when you buy a machine, you have to know what it is that you're comfortable with doing. Now, because this is basically an electronic, or there are some manual settings, I guess, I want you to be aware of. So when you're doing free motion quilting, one of the things you have to do is behind the free arm on this machine is a lever, and you have to lower the feed dogs manually. So that's the first setting that needs to be done, because in order to do free motion quilting, you don't want those feed dogs competing with your project. The other thing you're going to want to do, and this is your tension dial, is you're going to need to set it to a 7 and then move it, increase your tension as needed. And that will depend upon what kind of thread you have in the bobbin, what kind of thread you have in the top, what weight of thread you have. So these are all considerations, but don't be afraid to touch your tension. Take it back to 4 when you're ready to do your decorative stitches and your straight stitches. But that's the second setting that's going to have to be adjusted. The final one is found right over here on the side of the machine. And this is our presser foot pressure. Normally, for standard sewing with our straight stitches and our decorative stitches, our presser foot pressure is on the number 2. But when you're going to do free motion quilting, you're going to set it to a 0. Now, that sounds like a lot, especially if you have one of our higher end machines or midline machines where you just touch a button and it automatically adjusts all of this for you. But because of this space here, this 12 inches, you're going to have to do a few more settings to get into that free motion quilting mode. Now, I don't want to scare you out of it, but I just want you to be aware of it, because I want you to be successful. Here at Baby Lock, we want to educate you, and we want to make sure that you fall in love with your machine, because the more you love your machine, of course, the more sewing you're going to do. So I do have what I call a Supreme slider, or some sort of Teflon surface. And what that does is that eliminates any sort of lips I might have. Like right here, my needle plate has a slight incline compared to the base of my machine. So that is something that I want to cover and smooth out, because what I'm going to tell you or show you today, demonstrate today, is how to use templates, or some people refer to them as rulers. When you're working on a tabletop machine, we usually call them templates. When you're working on a long arm, we call them rulers. And so I have an accessory here on my machine, and I want to share with you. Of course, it is the Baby Lock open-toed ruler foot. Now, the Jazz 2 and the Allegro are both low shank rulers. So when you buy a ruler foot or template quilting foot for your machine, you need to know, is it a high shank or a low shank? And that will make a huge difference. Let me just show you here the difference between a high shank and a low shank. Hopefully you can see how much of a space there is. Now, these are what I call static machines. You basically are going to unscrew the base of your cankle that snaps on your other feet, and you're going to slide this on. Now, I do want to share with you one of my things that I absolutely adore about the Baby Lock ruler feet, and I hope you can see this, is that there is an opening in that ruler foot, and that allows me to manage my threads easily. Some ruler feet are solid all the way across. Now, another thing that you're going to notice, and I'm just going to grab the free motion quilting foot. This is really, really different from our free motion quilting feet in that it has a ledge or a side to the ruler foot. And this is essential to using rulers or templates with your tabletop machine. If you go and you attempt it with your free motion quilting foot, that ruler can slide underneath or on top. And if your needle hits that acrylic ruler, it's not going to give, that acrylic ruler. It'll probably crack, but you will do more damage to your timing, to your machine. So you want to make sure that, first of all, that you get the shank you need for the machine you're using. And today we're using a short shank, but that you get that template or that ruler foot, because what that's going to do is that's going to allow you to run the edge of the ruler along these templates. Now, this is an acrylic template, and this is for a high shank machine. Hopefully you can see how thick it is. This is an acrylic ruler for a long arm machine, and I'm going to see if I can show you that the long arm is much thicker than the high shank machine. This is a low shank machine, and hopefully you're going to see a visual difference here. The templates have to be somewhat thinner because when we have a low shank machine and our presser foot's engaged, our needle is going to come down and we don't have much room around to be able to pass it behind that template. Here, let me show you this way. Well, you don't have much space. And so underneath and around, because you can actually use these templates on all sides of this ruler foot. So this is where having that thinner ruler is going to make a big difference when it goes around the back side of this presser foot. So what I'm using today is, believe it or not, we have an exclusive Baby Lock Jazz 2-piece ruler or template foot template set. And I like this because you can do a variety of things with it. And I'm going to use this one first, the other ruler that comes in this kit, or this set rather, not a kit, is actually a long, I don't know if I can hold it so you can see it. Boy, when they're clear, they're hard to show. But it's got a long straight edge with etched lines for registration. And then it's got a lovely curve, but it does have a pinpoint here where you can actually insert a pin and do a spiral. And I'm going to show you a project that I did with this template set. But the other thing I wanted to mention about this ruler foot or the template foot is when your needle is center justified, and we're using a straight stitch with the center justified here. So when you go over here to your stitch width, it's going to be on that dot between the 3 and the 4. That is your center justification. You're going to notice that if the needle is here, you're going to have 1/4 inch to the outside of this foot on the right side, on the front, on the back, and to the left side of this presser foot. That's going to help us when it comes to maybe doing echo quilting. We're going to automatically be able to do 1/4 inch around the presser foot just by running the edge of the template right down the side. So that's kind of like a bonus thing. But I'm going to see if I can scoot you all in. I'm running 2 cameras today so I could get both of the projects in. So I'm going to hopefully not make you too dizzy, but I'm going to bring you in hopefully so you can see just a little bit better. Now, I'm kind of wonky here. Well, I guess I have there we go. All right. So on this quilt sandwich here, I do have 2 crosshair lines that I've marked with a removable marker. I think I used a friction pen just to be quick and fast. Now this actually Spiniflex number 3, it's a 5x5, which means it makes a 5" by 5.5" design, has what we call a gate or a key. And I like to keep these taped so they don't get loose. It looks like a puzzle piece. And I like it that they're not on the same plane, so you can't invert it. You have to insert it one way or the other. And on the back side of my template, I have what's called grip tape. And that's going to help me hang on to my fabric, because when you are using templates, you actually move the template and the quilt sandwich at the same time. So I have it now surrounding my presser foot, and I have my needle I have my needle selected, so it's going to stop in the down position. I think that's very important. Let's see here. I was hoping maybe to zoom in just a bit more. Let's see if I can pull it around. Oh, I see what I've done. I've caught it on something here. Hang on. Let me try it one more time. I'm going to try to get you. Maybe I'm just going to lower you. Sorry about that, folks. Took you for a ride you weren't ready for. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with my needle going down into, and it has a manual presser foot. Now, one other thing I want to point out is I want to have my foot set so it is just skimming the top of my quilt sandwich. If I was to I want it just less than a thickness of a dime. I just want it to quilt. I don't want to be snow plowing. If you are snow plowing, too low. If it's too high, you're going to get flagging and you're going to start snapping threads. So there's some considerations here that you want to have. And we are just going to go ahead and lower our needle. And I am using the needle up, needle down because I can't reach my hand wheel when I have the canvas closed. But then I'm going to lift my presser foot to release that tension. And I'm going to pop, or I can floss it underneath here, pull that bobbin thread to the top. And this is going to help me so I don't get bird's nests on the back side. And that's really, really important. Now I'm lining up once again my crosshairs. There we go. And we're going to lower it down. Now to do this template, I'm going to use the vertical lines, and you're going to notice that it's kind of offset. It's got like a swing to it. And I think that's kind of the fun element about this template. And I'm looking here that there are vertical lines here and vertical lines that go through the actual key or gate in the back. And I'm lining those up with my drawn line, but I am starting on the intersecting drawn line. And my goal now is to stitch around the shape, but I'm going to keep my eye on the edge of the presser foot and the edge of the template. And I'm going to hold my hand like this, but I'm going to just move that quilt sandwich along with the ruler at the same time. This is where that slick surface or the Teflon surface is going to assist you with this process. So let's go ahead, anchor it a bit, and then just stitch around. And when both touch, this is where I like that needle up, needle down, because I'm going to pivot this around so hopefully you can get a better visual as to what I'm seeing so that you are going to see the exact same thing. You're going to notice that this is 1/4 inch away from the template edge. That's what that presser foot will do for you. And you haven't lost me. I just can't stitch and talk at the same time. So I apologize for that. And I got to just scoot it on over just a bit. I want to come back in at that center. That is where I want to be. All right. So once again, now I'm just moving it around, realigning. Let me pull it back this way so you can see better. And here we go. Okay, just rotate this around. In fact, I might trim this just to get it out of my vision here so I can see just a little bit better. Oops, I need to go up just a few more stitches. There we are. Okay, and once again, we're just going to line this up and bring it around. And we're going to rotate it around once again. Just it's a small piece, and I should be able to do this easily. I don't know. It looks like the humidity might have loosened up my adhesive. I used a little spray adhesive to hold my sandwich together, and it seems like it's slipping just a bit. We had some rain that we weren't used to having. I'm at the point again. I'm just going to rotate it around. But this is a super fun template. And I like interior templates because I don't have to worry about staying on the edge. I've got some perimeters to keep me focused. Now, here's what I like about this. So I can open up my gate. And because your ruler or your template foot is actually a free motion quilting foot, I can just go right off into doing free motion quilting. So I can add a swirl. All right, and when I'm done, I'm going to want to lift my needle up, lift my presser foot. I'm going to pull it away to get a little slack in that bobbin, and then I'm going to come right back down, lower my presser foot so I have the tension engaged, insert my needle and bring it back up and lift up that presser foot. That just brought that bobbin thread to the top of my work surface again. So I'm going to go ahead and clip, of course, the thread that's coming off the needle. That's an obvious one. But then when it comes to this loop that I pulled it from the bobbin, one is going to pull the quilt, one will pull easily. Cut the one that pulls easily. That's the one off the bobbin. And now I only have 2 threads left to manage in my project. And isn't that just a super quilt motif done with just a little bit of effort and then some free motion fun on the side? I think that is super, super fun. All right. I'm going to change cameras here again because I just want to, well, before I go there, I had to look at my samples. Before I go there, let me show you my samples. So what else can you do when you're looking at free motion quilting? Well, you can come in here and I always tell people, get yourself a really pretty panel or a piece of fabric that has some bold lines. Thread it up and just start doodling. This, I use metallic threads to do the peacock. You can also get a panel, but this one happens to be a photo transfer that I did. And I don't know if you can see, but the stitches, the free motion quilting is just a straight stitch here. Maybe you can see it better on the back. But this is just taking a photo, transferring it with my inkjet printer, and then adding the threads because we all got these lovely, lovely threads. And you can always come in and do thread painting with a straight stitch. That's also free motion quilting. And then ruler quilting. Now I am going to change my camera just a bit here to share with you what all you can do. So this one's done with the Wesley Basic Ruler set. It's just using, there's 6 templates with this set. And this is a great way to just do a lot of machine quilting. And remember, I told you I had a project that used all of the jazz templates. There's only 2, but check this out. This is my super fun table runner. It is actually, I don't know if you recognize it. This is the I'm pointing wrong. This is the motif that we did just today without the swirls, and it's a reverse applique. So this wild tie-dye was underneath my black fabric, and then I had the batting and the backing, which is also the tie-dye. But after I got done stitching the template, I came in and just trimmed away the inside using a seam ripper and a pair of curved snips. Now this center, once again, I used the pin feature in that same template that we just used that I demoed today. And then we used the long one. And this is that same technique. I had a small fuchsia piece of fabric underneath when I did the small one. And I used the big one. I just cut away the black fabric on this one. So I am going to ask Brian, are there any questions? I'm going to just quickly move on over. Any questions? I'm not hearing you, Brian. No, you're okay. I don't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
It's because I turned my mic off so I could eat my sandwich.
I won't.
I was getting hungry. I had to take a quick break. So I can answer some of the questions if you want to get set up, and then just give us a thumbs up in the chat. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna just hide my camera real quick.
Sounds good. Okay. So we had a couple questions on the Jazz that I know I can answer. So somebody asked what kind of shank it was, if it was high shank or low shank. It's a low shank machine, which is great because most home sewing machines in the market are low shank. So if you already own a home sewing machine that has a low shank, and you want to use some of the presser feet from that with the Jazz, it's most likely going to work. So that's a really good thing. You don't have to get a bunch of new presser feet. One of the other questions was, does it have automatic tension? It does not have automatic tension. The Jazz is a basic mechanical sewing machine. The main point of the Jazz is that huge throat space. So, you know, by keeping the rest of the features manual, we can keep, Baby Lock can keep the price point low so that it's affordable for you guys. I think that's one of the best parts about the Jazz, is that it's actually not that expensive. So while I'm on the topic, I might as well talk about the pricing on the Jazz. So the Jazz 2 sewing and quilting machine is has an MSRP of $1,399, and it is currently on sale on our website for $799. But of course, as I always say, you can get the live event price, which is lower than that $799 if you call in. The other thing that Linda talked a little bit about, and I want to touch on the Jazz, which is what makes it an amazing machine, is that Baby Lock designed a bunch of notions and accessories to work with the Jazz. So there is a trolley that is specifically fit for the Jazz, so you can take it to and from your guild meetings and quilt retreats. There are rulers and templates for the Jazz. There is an acrylic table that is specifically for the Jazz. So I think that's really awesome that you can get that machine at a low price point and then kind of build as you go. I saw some people in the comments talking about how they already own the Jazz. So I want to touch on the trolley and the tables and stuff. If you own the Jazz already and you want to get some accessories for it with a special event price, so like the trolley, for example, I think is an amazing thing to have because it means you can take it to your retreats without any problems. Call us and see if we can get you a special event price. I'm sure that we can work a deal with you. So it looks like Linda is ready. So I'm going to bring her back up.
Thank you.
Linda, you ready?
I am ready.
Awesome. I do have to say, you changed my life a little bit because I had no idea that the horizontal marks on the patchwork foot were measurements. And I struggle with my mitered corners on my binding because I'm guessing at my 1/4 inch to sew off the corner. Now I don't have to guess anymore. So thank you very much for talking about that.
Yeah, no, I'm all about using presser feet and accessories because I have found that in my past as a teacher that a good presser foot or accessory can make an average sewer look absolutely phenomenal. So it's just all about knowing how to use it.
Trust me, I'm going home tonight and I'm working on some binding and I'm throwing my patchwork foot on and I'm going to play with those marks. So thank you.
No problem. But I don't want to throw you. My favorite way to sew on a binding is using my 4-thread overlock on the serger. So just
man. Well, I have a feeling that you and I will meet in person at some point and you can show me how to do that. Okay.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Okay. All right. So then my next machine that I'm going to share with you today is the Baby Lock Allegro. Once again, you're going to notice this is a large machine. It does come with the knee lift, which I absolutely adore because once again, that gives me that hands-free sewing. You're going to notice that you get the 12 inches again from the needle to the base of the machine, large space, just like the Jazz. And of course, here we are. And I suppose you can see here that I do read my manuals a lot, but you get that manual. So it helps you to identify things that you may not be as familiar with. Now, the first thing you're going to notice about the Allegro, and I'm just going to see if I can lift it, maybe move you back just a tad here, is that there's a lot more to it than the Jazz. That's that's like one of the first things you're going to notice. Once again, we have the lovely, accessory container that opens both forward and backwards, just like the Jazz did. You still get this lovely workspace. You're going to now have your start-stop button here. This is a computerized machine. You're going to get 11 one-step buttonholes. You have a programmable needle up, needle down over here too that you can make it stay down just like we did with the Jazz, but we have our needle up, needle down here so that we can go up and down easily. We also have some additional things. Our reverse is now a button on the front of the machine rather than a lever on the side. And we have the reinforcement stitch, which I absolutely adore. Plus, you have the thread cutter. And here is something that's different. You get the speed control. This is absolutely fabulous if somebody is a newbie sewer or has a tendency to be a jackrabbit right as they start sewing. This helps to control that because some of you know that like with decorative stitches, slow and steady is always going to win the race for you. Now we do have a lovely control panel to select our stitches, but I do want to show you the top, because just like the Jazz, once again, you're going to get the diagrams to assist us with winding a bobbin. But check this out. We now have 200 stitches. I think this is fabulous because I'm really a decorative stitch gal. I don't know if you know that about me, but I like to use a lot of different stitches. I mean, I've got all these pretty threads. Why wouldn't I want to do a lot of different stitches with them? You're also going to get, in addition, you get 144 decorative stitches and 56 utility stitches. Once again, the maximum width is 7, but now we have a stitch length up to 5. And I love that 5 because it's an easy stitch to remove if I need to do any kind of basting. Once again, the thread holder, you can stand it upright, and you have the additional spools. I do want to share with you some of the feet because, I'm a foot girl. I guess I didn't realize as much as I talk about them. I absolutely adore, but you're going to see some of the similar ones and some new ones here. So let me take you down real quick to show you the table. Once again, we get that lovely buttonhole creator, and there are 11 buttonhole stitches. You're going to get the overlock stitch for those of you that like to sew knits or finish the edges on your wovens. You're going to get the zipper foot, and you're going to get the single hole needle, straight stitch only presser foot. I know what it's called. And you're going to get that patchwork 1/4 of an inch foot. You're going to get the blind hem foot. Here's a new one. This is our button sew on foot. And in fact, I told you earlier that hand is a 4-letter word. If somebody comes up to me and says, hey, can you show me how to sew on buttons? I'm like, hey, let me show you how to use this presser foot because it saves me time. You also are going to get your standard sole presser foot and the free motion quilting one along with the quilting bar. But here's another big addition. You're going to get that straight stitch needle plate where you can interchange this. Of course, when you're doing your decorative stitches, you're going to need the wide one, but this straight stitch once again will support all of that. If you are doing nothing but piecing or free motion quilting with a straight stitch, this can be your friend, especially once again, when we got those angles or any sort of lightweight material. So those are some of the differences, but what I really want to share with you are some of the features here, and I'm going to pull you close again on the camera so that you can actually see, hopefully, the display, because this is where the difference is between the machines. And you're going to see this is flashing. That's not an alarm. That's just telling me I need to lower my presser foot. So when I reach around, notice it goes off. But I like this because it tells me, the display tells me what I have engaged. So right now it tells me I have the needle down position, because is there any surprise that me as a quilter would like the needle down? You're going to notice here right underneath, there's a plus and minus underneath this. This is the stitch width. And this over here is the stitch length. What you're seeing in the center is a preview of what stitch I have selected, and 001 is my default straight stitch. It also tells me that I have the foot control plugged in, which I like, and that I have activated the cutting mechanism. The cutting mechanism would be after I touch the reinforce button. And if I select the reinforce button, what that's going to do is when I touch it over here on the machine, it's going to give me 4 small stitches and stop stitching. Now, You're going to see here that I have an OK, which confirms if I have selected something that I want. Let's say I'm doing something with memory, because this button right down here allows me to save stitches at a certain width, at a certain length, or even in a certain pattern. So I like that. Now this, you're going to notice this first arrow to the left goes in reverse. So now I'm at stitch 400, or the double arrows go back at 10, and now I'm 391. The opposite, of course, is true. Now I'm 392, and now I'm back to 101. That to me is really helpful when navigating. I can go by ones or by tens on the further out. This, I call it like an infinity symbol almost, is continuous stitching. If I have this selected, I'm going to get that little symbol here on my display, but this will enable me to stitch multiples of a decorative stitch, or if I shut it off, I can stitch just one of those. And that's really fun when you get to playing different things. This, of course, is our alphabets, and you're going to get 2 built-in fonts. This is our mirror the stitch image, which can help you. And here's a really great, I call it my insurance policy. It's the twin needle mode. What this does is this will block out stitches that will not work when you're using twin needles. Then I won't hit my presser foot or break my needle. Once again, that's the reinforcement. And then what we have here are what I call bookmarks, for lack of a better word. It takes me up. So if I touch this flower, I'm already at stitch number 62. Now I can go back, or I can jump back by 10. All right. I can also move forward at the same token. All right. This will start me at 157. So these jump, and I can always touch this one, and that takes me right back to the first utility stitch that I have. So I love, and then of course this can take me right to my buttonholes. I love this because it also, notice here, it's flashing. Not only is it telling me that my presser foot is up, but I need to put the buttonhole foot on. So there's little reminders here that you don't get with the Jazz machine that make this a totally different machine to work with. And I like it. Also, just a couple of things. Now, when it comes to free motion quilting on the Allegro, we're going to set this up the exact same way that we did on the Jazz. You're going to, again, start your tension at a 7, and you're going to put your presser foot pressure at a 2. So those are some things that you need to be mindful of. And then you're going to, of course, lower your feed dogs behind the free arm. That's real important. Now I am going to just, I was kind of over here playing around when I showed you that. I just want to make sure I got my threads to the top. And what I'm going to share with you today is more on the decorative side, because I think this is a great machine to get started with doing that. And one of my favorite things to do, of course, is to come in here and do some free motion quilt, or not free motion. What am I talking about? I'm looking over here. I'm trying to read a number while I talk. Remember I told you I can't really sew and talk? It's very, very true. I am looking for a decorative stitch. I like to use decorative stitches to do my machine applique. So what I'm going to probably do is jump over to like 46, because I think that is a fun one. It is like a buttonhole stitch, and I'm just going to mirror it, although I could have chose the other one for 4406, I think. Yeah, and shut off my mirror. There we go. It should be ready to do some applique. And what I like about this is, and I have a small sample here. Hopefully you'll be able to see this. I'm going to pull you in just a tad bit closer here. Apologize for my camera angles, but I'm trying to share the space with my foot control. You know, that's the trouble with big machines, Brian, is that they take up a lot of space when you're trying to sew. That's all I'm going to say. We all love them, but they are space hogs. Now, one of the things I do recommend when you're doing any kind of stitching is that you do a test. Draw a line so that you know exactly where some of your free motion or your cadence of your stitch is. So what this tells me, and I do have the open-toed foot on, first of all, because it's got a nice groove to allow those extra big stitches to go down. And let's just lift this up, needle up. There we are. You know what? I'm going to turn off my needle down, because when I do the decorative stitches, I really want them to be up. Oops. And that's my needle threader here on the side. But what I was just showing you here is that you can do a test. Like I said, I just drew a line and did a test. I wanted to see where the cadence is. Ideally, when I have an applique stitch like a buttonhole, I want the line, the straight line, to go on the outside of my applique and the bite to go on the inside. And that's where I want it to go. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to start with this one, just doing some applique around this leaf. I think this is because most people don't think about using a decorative stitch as part of the applique process. And I do have a stabilizer underneath. This was a raw edge applique, so there was some fusible underneath the my little mint green leaf here. Now, one thing, there we go. I always want to adjust or lift my presser foot and readjust when I'm in that straight line stitch, not when I'm taking the bite over, because otherwise I'm going to get an angle on my bite. That's something I want to kind of avoid, but I'm just going to go ahead and do some stitching here. And of course, you know, you can always applique using a zigzag. That satin or that zigzag stitch is pretty standard. But I like the texture you get, and I don't think a lot of people look at our decorative stitches as enhancing our quilters or our creative toolbox. And I'm getting real close here to the end, so I want to just maybe take one bite. There we go, and go forward. There we go. All right, I'm in the up. I'm going to pivot this so that it swings over and takes a bite into the leaf and comes back out. And now I'm on the side again, and hopefully it'll travel on down. You haven't lost me. I just, once again, it's always better on my behalf if I don't say anything when I am sewing, because I have a tendency to get distracted. There we are. And this is me using the foot control. And when I get to the end here, I am going to touch my reinforcement. It was, remember, it was selected, so it did the 4 small stitches. And then I like to leave my threads long when I'm doing applique, because then I can come back in and take a needle and just pull those threads to the back, so it looks really, really appealing. I don't know if you can see that. Hopefully you can. And on the back side then, because I pulled those to the top, they're going to look really nice and clean. And of course, I got my practice stitch caught here on the back. But I am using a different color of thread just so you can see how balanced that stitching is. In addition, you can also use a lighter weight bobbin thread on the back. So one of the other things, I'm going to take it back over to my utility stitches. Let me just back it up here so you can see what I'm doing. I'm just going to go ahead and hit my utility, which goes to my number 1. Before I get and started on that project, I did want to share with you here, this is some of the zigzag samples. Once again, I really like the Allegro. I thought the zigzag was a really good balance. Because when you flip it over, a decorative stitch, you will pull some of that top needle thread to the back of your project, similar as in machine embroidery. But you're also going to see that there's not a lot of wadding or anything like that, just a really fun little piece. So that's some satin stitch. But I don't know, does anybody out there have scrap fabric that you constantly have to deal with because you have projects? I don't know about you, but I seem like I have a lot of pieces. So I took a piece of tearaway, or this could even be a piece of fabric, but we're gonna do some crazy quilt piecing on this with our fabric scraps. And if you know anything about me, I'll tell you what, peacocks are my thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to line 2 scraps up here, and I'm just going to use the edge of my presser foot. Now I could switch over to that 1/4 inch presser foot, but all I'm going to do is just do some straight stitching, and we're going to do a little crazy patchwork. We're going to create it because I think this is a super fun way to bust up some of those scraps we might have in our sewing studio. Yeah, nobody has those, right? Is it just me? I'm the only one that suffers from this abnormality, right? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and, didn't get that one. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and piece this together. Now, I like to start out with something that has like 5 edges as far as my base piece goes. And I'm just going to use a little pressing tool here and not get my iron out. I'm too dangerous when I'm demoing. But what I'm going to do is if I have 5 pieces, it's going to look more like a crazy patch. If I have 4, it's going to turn out to look more like a wonky log cabin. And I just want to just start sewing around and having some fun here, using up all of these scraps. Now, what I'm looking for is to align, and I could come in here with my scissors and just snip this flush because there was no going back on this one. And if I got it caught here. There we go. Just to get rid of that bulk. But I'm just going to line this up and do a little more stitching. Oh, guess who's used to having her presser foot up down there? That's what happens when you get spoiled with those big machines. I have to always remember that the Allegro does have the manual presser foot lifter. But we're just going to keep adding and building. And all I'm doing is using up my scraps to get this piece made for me and opening it up, doing a little pressing work here just to keep it out of the way. But we're just going to keep building. And this is probably nothing that's new to some of you. You've probably done this quite a bit. Let's go this way. But this is a great way, if you've not played around with your scraps, to get them to make a larger piece of fabric. Now, once I get done piecing all of this together, I am going to come back in, and since the Allegro has all of these lovely decorative designs or stitches, motifs, I'm going to come back in once this is all done, and I'm going to use those motifs. So let me show you what I have going on here. So I've come back in after I got something pieced, and I put in some pretty embroidery thread on the top, and I am just stitching through, and I even made parallel lines on some solid color fabric here, but just using some of these really pretty decorative stitches. Now, something else that you can do with your decorative stitches, and this is my practice, is I have gone in here and I have couched ribbon, and they have a ladder stitch. It's number 42, and I changed my width to 4.5 so that I would be doing the straight part of that ladder stitch on either side of that ribbon. But these are also some of those decorative stitches. And let me just show you real briefly. Here's a hint, because I'm going to flip this open and pick one real fast here. Let's say I wanted to do 139. So we're going to come over here. Hopefully you can see I hit this, and then I'm going to just go back 10 and a couple. So I get to 139. All right. So one of the things that I love to do is I take my foot control. It's plugged in here at the side, and I'm removing it. Okay, so I've unplugged it. And now over here at the machine, all I have to worry about is keeping this drawn line straight. That's all I want to worry about. And I'm going to use my start-stop button, and be ready, because it will go faster than you anticipate. But now that I've taken one thing out of the equation, like my foot and where I have to place it, all I have to do is manage where I want this stitch to go. And once again, I would always say test, because you're going to want to test. You don't want any surprises about what it can happen. All right. And then when you're done, at the end of your cadence, hit stop, and it's done. So let me show with you. This is a really cute little block. It's a bluebird. This is the Riley Blake. It's a free one, but I don't know if you can see it, but we got some lovely feather stitches. We got some satin stitches. There's our buttonhole. This is actually a feathered stitch around the edge, and that was an eyelet for the eyes, and some satin stitches down to make his toes. What else can you do? Let me see here. I'm going to rearrange myself again here. We are almost at the end. And so I'm going to put my other camera on and just share with you a couple of other things that we have. Put my lid down here. All right, I'm sliding my chair over. So you can definitely use your decorative stitches to do all kinds of things. They work really, really well to embellish fabrics. And remember, I said it was a quilter. So this quilt is totally done with decorative stitches. Carrie Landeska is a fiber artist in the Carbondale, Illinois area, and she started me on this adventure of creating wonderful things just using our decorative stitches to make beautiful quilting motifs. All right. I think we are just about to a point where I should answer some questions. And maybe, Brian, you can talk about pricing on these two great machines.
Absolutely. So we do have a couple of questions. So how do you know if your machine is a low shank? Do you know the answer to that one?
It's a measurement. That's a good, it's a measurement from the screw to the base when it's lowered. Okay.
So when the presser foot is in the down position from the screw down to your feed dogs, if it's 1/4 of an inch, it's a low shank machine.
No,
I believe.
Okay, I don't know. It might be a little bit more than 1/4 of an inch, is what I'm saying. Okay. But it's pretty noticeable. I don't know if you can. Yeah. Very, very evident. There is also some that are mid shank. Yeah. Talk to your dealer. I'll tell you this, as a Baby Lock representative, you will get your accessory brochure out. You will open the first few pages, and it lists all of the machines that Baby Lock has made, and there's either going to be an H or an L for high or low.
Yeah. Well, and if you're trying to find that information out for like an older machine, like a Kenmore or something like that, you can always call us and we'll figure it out for you. We'll do the research. The other question, do you know the answer to this one? Will the straight stitch plate for the Allegro also work with the Jazz?
That I do not know.
Okay.
I can't answer
That's something
that.
we can figure out too.
Yeah.
So Annette Parsons, if you want to contact customer service, we can figure that out for you.
I apologize for that one. I just know that with the straight stitch, it kind of, there's usually a recognition somehow, sometimes a sensor.
Cool. Well, thank you very much for joining us. I'm really excited that we got to work together. I think you're a fantastic educator. You did a wonderful demo, and you made me really excited about both the Jazz and the Allegro. I think that throat space is just, you can't knock it. So do you want to stick around while we do our giveaway for the SewCreative Live Thread Kit?
Of course.
But you need to do one thing. When the names are raffling off, we have to do a drum roll together, okay?
Oh, okay. But I played a trombone and a clarinet. I never played the drums, but I have a drummer.
All right.
I have 3 boys. They have their own band. Okay. Let me see if I can get a better drum sound. Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
All right, Alex, go ahead and draw it. Who's it gonna be? James Martin. Congratulations, James. Awesome. All right. Well, Linda, thank you again for joining us, and I can't wait to work with you again in the future.
Sounds great. I'm looking forward to it. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the Jazz 2 and the Allegro with you and your viewers.
Definitely. Have a good rest of your day. Awesome. So, Jane, let me put your name down. Let's see, Jane Martin. So, Jane, you are Aurifil Thread Kit number 5. So you will be entered into the grand finale giveaway, and I'm keeping all of these stacked over here by me. I do want to go over really quickly how to claim your prize. We haven't talked about that yet, so let me pull up my overlay. So in order to claim your prize, you will need to go to www.sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreative Live. You can click giveaways or just scroll down to the giveaway section. You can fill out and submit your form. You make sure you have your surprise word that you won with and what you won. So most of the claims will be for the Aurifil Thread Kit. Just fill all that in and submit it, and then we'll contact you to get your prize shipped out to you. I do want to let you guys know that we typically take about a week to 2 weeks to ship out all the prizes. Hopefully this time around we can get it done a little faster since it's just a bunch of thread kits. But whoever wins the grand prize, it may take us about 2 weeks to get everything shipped out. So I think that's everything that I need to go over with that. So let's talk about some pricing on those 2 machines, and then we are going to bring our next guest up. So Linda first went over the Baby Lock Jazz 2. As I'd mentioned, this is one of the best-selling machines we carry. A lot of people have it. A lot of people love it. It is a great price point. You've got that huge throat space, that fantastic lighting, and all of those accessories that come with it and are optional add-ons later down the road if you decide to get them. So typically the Baby Lock Jazz 2 is $1,399, but we currently have it on sale on our website for $799. But like all the other machines, if you call in, you can get a further discount on that machine. But the only way to get that discount is by calling in. So the next machine that Linda showed us was the Baby Lock Allegro, which is very similar to the Jazz. It's kind of like the next step in the evolution. It's the computerized version, comes with a little bit more accessories. That one is typically $1,599. On the website, we have it for $1,299. But again, call in, we'll get you a better deal. So Linda had talked momentarily when she was doing her Jazz demo. She showed you some of the Westerly templates, which I'm really happy she did, because our next guest is Stacy from Sew Steady, who makes the Westerly templates, and she is going to show us some Sew Steady fall, wintry ruler templates. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm going to go ahead and get her brought up, okay?
Hi, Brian. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Stacy?
Good, good. I'm super excited to be here. I've got an awesome little video for you guys today that's going to tell you all about some of our fall holiday specials, and it's going to give you a little bit of instruction on how to do ruler work, which is always fun.
I'm super excited because I'm going to start getting into ruler work this winter. But I do have to ask, you're in Oregon, right?
We are in Oregon. Mm-hmm.
Is it starting to get fall-y, wintry out there yet?
You know, this week, oddly, no. But we do tend to have those summers that kind of keep going. Our summers usually actually start a little bit later. So right now, we're looking at a weekend that's going to be 90 degrees, which is kind of like that's as hot as it gets usually in Oregon. I mean, we get to 100 maybe once or twice a year. So we're going to enjoy the last of our summer right now, but we are starting to get some crisp mornings, which I absolutely love. This is my favorite time of year. So yeah, I'm excited to see what we can how we can get into our fall season a little bit more. Now, the pumpkin, drinks are out. So that's really telling us for fall, right?
Yes, it's
that's
pumpkin
how
spice season already.
Yeah, exactly. So, but cool. Would I be able to have someone, can I speak through a video that we're going to be playing today? Can we do both?
Yes. So what I can do is I can bring your video up and then make it the main screen, but your audio will still work. Is that what you want?
Awesome. Yeah. I just wanted to introduce a few things as we're starting it off, and then I'll let our educators take over, sharing with you some of these really, really cool templates and super sales that we're gonna be offering early to you guys. That's the fun thing too, is that these sales have not kicked off yet. So you guys get the first glimpse at what those sales are going to be for our fourth quarter on templates, and then we're going to have our super deal that we have going on our suspension system. So let's go ahead and pull that video up.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove myself from the stream so I won't be able to talk to you. But when on your prompt, I'm going to pull the video up, play it, and then I'll keep you in the stream so you can still talk, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, so here we go. So our first things that we're going to have on sale are going to be our winter collection. That's 20% off. So that's a really great template set that's going to be great for all the holidays as you're leading into those holiday projects. We have our wreath template set that's normally $75, again on sale for $60, so 20% off on that as well. Our snowflake sets, guys. So we have 4 snowflake sets, and they're represented there in that picture. We're going to have all 4 of those on sale as 2-piece sets. And then finally, we have our DM Quilting holiday set and our Sew Biz motif set. Both of those are great for holiday projects. I feel like that's what we're really heading into right now, is getting our holiday projects done. Both of those are 10% off. So those are our super deals. And then we have our awesome suspension system deal that we have going on right now as well. And that one
Are you tired of muscling your bigger projects into your home sewing machine? Wish to take the drag out of quilting and embroidery projects? Introducing the Sew Steady suspension system, the ultimate solution for your quilting and embroidery needs. With its flexible arm clamps, you can effortlessly hold up your quilt while binding, making your sewing room feel like it has extra helping hands. Easily clamps to tables and countertop surfaces. Clamps anything from our 1/4-inch Sew Steady tables to countertop surfaces up to 3 inches in depth. Moreover, as your project size increases, you can add additional arms. You can easily control excess fabric and keep it away from your embroidery and quilting area. It's convenient for travel to use it for classes and easy to store when not in use. Order now and experience the freedom of effortless embroidery and quilting.
So now we're going to share with you a demo by Donnell McAdams on those snowflakes. So this is going to be sharing with you all about the snowflakes that we're going to be on sale for $33 per set.
This is 7 and 8. Sorry, 7 and 8. And we are going to do this number 7 on the dash lines. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come through here. And when I get back to here, I make sure I go back to that side over there so that this stem is just a single, looks like a single line of stitching. So we're just going to move it to the next one. And do that same thing. And once you get the habit of that, it won't be any difficulty at all because you'll just have the, have it down so that you'll just know to go to that side. So as you can see, we just want to make sure we stay in the middle each time so we keep everything lined up. If you have to correct when you get back there, go ahead and do that. Now I do need to correct right here, so I'm just going to go over 1 stitch. Actually, it made like 3, but whatever. And we're just going to keep continuing. Now, as I said, you could do this with the 6 point and have just 12 lines rather than the 16 lines. You could do it with the 5 point and have 10. It's just whatever works for you. And that's where your drawing comes in, because you might do one of these designs and decide, well, that would be a pretty design, but it's too crowded with the 16 lines. Maybe I should try it so it's only 10 lines. And so that means you're going to get your 5 point crosshair square. Now we're finished right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave everything as it is, and we're going to do the same thing again.
You know what I love about these templates too is that there's really 4 different styles of snowflakes.
Right.
So you do, and then so the special offer that we have is that you can buy just one of those 4 styles, but it's a 2-piece set, so you get 2 different sizes, but it allows you to make snowflake sizes ranging from, I think, all the way from a small design size around 5 inches all the way up to a full 11-inch block.
Right. And I'm going to show you here in a little bit how I've even made them to fill in a 15-inch block, because there's a lot of, if it's a space that's a straight space, all you got to do is really extend that, and you're just going to stitch more in the straight before you add the little, whichever design you've chosen. And you can mix them and match them, whatever you want. They don't all, your snowflakes are never the same. So, if you wanted some different designs mixed together, you could sure do that. Now, another thing that I have done, and I couldn't find a sample of it, and it may have just been something I did on one of our Saturday night classes, just as a sample like this, but it was where, as I was coming out, like right here,
Now we're going to be sharing with you our winter collection. So we wanted to give you a little taste of how you can use those amazing snowflakes. I'm But now we're going
I
to
don't
share
have
with
my
you the
trademark gloves on today. They're handy though, and I may be grabbing them, but I'm trying to get better and not using gloves, but you know, that may not happen. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's go ahead and go around. Stop at the bottom. I'm going to bring this around so you can see it a little bit easier. Now I'm going to flip that heart over to make the other side. And I have staple tape on both sides, which is very important. Now I want to make sure that I line up in the right spot with my needle. I want to land right there, right here, touching that. So let's put this on here. Let's use my spacing gauge to measure it. That looks like that's going to line up really good. I'm hugging the edge of this template as I come around it. Makes a really nice heart. Just to come up with some cute designs. Stitch down. And then I want to, let's move this around where you can see it. I want to come over a little bit. And let's say, where is my spacing gauge again? I want it to come in about 1/4 of an inch. And so I know if I do a 1/2 inch, that's going to give me 1/4 of an inch because my quilting foot, my ruler foot, is taking up a little bit of that space. Taking up 1/4 inch of that space, actually. I love that this is a small project. I can turn it around as much as I want to. And just, here we go. I know you've got my hand in the way. I think you can see the spacing gauge. Okay, and then I want to move this one outward, and let's see, let's get the spacing gauge back in here. 1/2 inch. Yep, there we go. That looks good. Keep turning and keep moving it. And you don't have to use the spacing gauge, but I was just trying to keep things a little bit even. Sorry, had my hand right in the way of that one. Picked up a little piece of white fuzz, so let's get that out of the way and just keep moving this over. So how many of you have completed all of your sewing Christmas projects for Christmas? You have it all wrapped and it's under the tree and all that good stuff. Well, I'm always known for last minute stuff, so of course mine's not all ready, but a lot of it is made. And it's kind of funny, but I have never been fond of wrapping presents. I don't know why, but that's just never been my thing. I can wrap a really pretty present, but I just don't want to do it for some strange reason. Go. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 tiny stitches, and then I'm going to stitch around this design. There we go. And all I did to decorate this one was I moved this over ever so slightly. I stitched it. and then I came back up to the center. Let's go ahead and cut these threads and get them out of the way. We're going to be coming back into that center about 32 times actually. So I think the threads are going to be good and buried. Let's go around to this one. Now move it ever so slightly over, and what I'm doing is I'm actually letting the inside of my template touch my stitching line. And that gives me the design that I'm going for. As soon as I touch the thread that I've stitched, I just turn around and bring it right back up. I do this all the way around. Moving on to the third petal in the design. Looks like I'm off a little bit, so what I do is I just take a couple of stitches back over. Sometimes that happens. Like I said, this is kind of a slippery fabric, and so I just moved it back over and adjusted it. Slide it over again, and I'm keeping the back part of it tight up against it. I'm not moving that part. If you notice you're off just a little bit when you come to the top, all you have to do is just stitch back over to the center. It's going to happen. Keep moving it over just a little bit to make that little design. The sky is the limit on how you embellish your stockings. I just picked some designs I thought would be really cute, but please post these on the website. We would love to see what you do with your stocking when you get it. Okay, this will be the last one. I'm going to go right here. There's my 4 tiny stitches. Follow these curves around. and a stop when I reach that point. And then I'm going to stitch all the way right back up, and I'm going to stop on A1, which is right there. I'm going to slide my template forward. I think you got, let's get this right there. Okay. And I'm going to do the exact same thing again. And I'm noticing that back here, I've got a line on my template. Leonie tried to think of everything when she was coming up with designs for us. So I've got lines that actually line up back there, and you'll have them on your template too. Just helps keep you true and make sure that you're right where you're supposed to be. Just keep going all the way around. You should have about 16 revelations. Sounds like my bobbin's acting up. There we go. Just an easy, easy, easy design to do, but it makes a beautiful pattern. Could not be more easy to do than what I've got right here. The design is almost half made. As you can see kind of behind me, you can see the wreath really starting to take shape. Remember, I have basting stitches in here too. That's kind of helping to hold everything in place. A thumbtack is holding my template in place, making it much easier to come around. I love the templates that have the spin effect to them. We have a lot of them and they're really pretty. Getting close to being done. my machine set to a medium speed, but I don't think I'm even going a medium speed right now. Just kind of a slow and steady wins the race on this particular design. I'm going to go ahead and cut these threads, and well, no, those might need to be buried. Sorry, just bumped the camera. I hate it when that happens.
That, you know, someone just pointed out something that they were using, kind of, you know, doing some of these rulers on maybe bigger projects, and how, you know, when you're doing something like that, you're just going to need to rotate the ruler and not the quilt. And yes, I think that that's really important to remind everyone that while we oftentimes will rotate the project during these to be able to help you see the visual, on one of these live videos, the whole goal of using rulers is that you're not having to rotate the project.
And I'm going to do my 4 tiny stitches and then just start stitching around. Stop at that point and just make sure I get a nice point. And come right back into the center one. If I'm off a stitch or two, I just move it over and just take an additional stitch. Sometimes that's going to happen, especially with something that's a little bit of a slippery fabric. You do end up with a little bit of a thread buildup right there in the center, so that's always a good spot for a rhinestone. This is the Spinifex number 8, and this particular size, it's 3.5. If you like that Spinifex number 8 and you would like to see it in other sizes, we have those available. That Spinifex comes anywhere from a little tiny one, about 1.5 inches, to probably about 9.5 to 11 inch. Really big, nice ones. Stitch over and back. Same thing on the other side. Over and back. moved over to the next one and did the same thing again. Make sure I'm lined up well. Looks like it. I want you to notice that alternate design that's coming up right here. See that? Well, the threads. That will fix it. I cleaned and oiled my machine earlier, so I knew that was good. Sometimes that's what it needs. It's just hungry for a drop of oil. But I knew I had taken care of that. And if you notice you're getting kind of a large buildup of thread in the center, just kind of skirt along the edges of that center a little bit to maybe cut down on so much thread buildup there. It's going to happen. It's just part of, you know, having a sewing machine and using lots of thread. There we go. Can you see the design that's coming along? I think that's really, just really pretty. I can't wait to see what you students do when you get your rulers. Now I'm just going to kind of skirt that edge a little bit so that I don't get quite so much thread in the middle. Of course, I have to come back into the middle for this one, so let's just do a jump into the middle. We are getting there. Okay, I think we have 2 more to do on this particular design. These stockings have a really nice batting in them. They have a lot of, it's very lofty. Just a beautiful design. Nice and fluffy, like what you would want for your Christmas stocking. Okay, last one on this particular design. All I'm doing is just stitching to the stitch line and stopping. Okay, and I know we've got a pretty big thread buildup in there, so let's just do a few, about 4 stitches, and then we're ready to pull that up. A needle down, needle up, and bring up my bobbin thread. There we go. Pull that out of the way. Remember, I've released my tension, so it's easier to pull that thread. Now let's move that out of the way so we can show you the design. I think that makes a beautiful design. Just kind of put that foot down away from that edge. All right, here we go. This is going to be fun. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That's my 4 tiny stitches. Stitch, stop when you hit the template, come back up. Here we go. Oh, I like it. Let me go ahead and rotate this. It's not wanting to rotate real well, so what do I want to do? We're going to go up a stitch or two. That's what we're going to do.
That's a really good tip for everybody too. That if it's not quite right, then you just need to add a stitch or two.
Exactly. And so that's what I've done. I've added a stitch or two, and then I'm still needing to add one more. But that's fine. That's great because we're showing you what we do to make things work sometimes.
Absolutely. You know, the other one that you have to add a stitch or two every now and then is the clamshell.
Mm-hmm. You sure do.
And if anyone's curious, this is part of the Spin and Echo template line. We haven't done a ton with the Spin and Echo, but it's another awesome series of templates. And it's part of the Westerly Winter Collection.
It's a really neat one. I have done this one, and it's just cute. It's just really cute. Took one stitch too many, but that's okay.
Well, we have one more item to give away today.
Oh, what do we have?
So far, we've given away the amazing stocking, which was kind of a fun bonus. We gave away the 5-point crosshair ruler. And then, you know, I was thinking that maybe we should give away one of the super new cool tools that we brought in with the Sew for Less line. So I was someone mentioned it earlier because they absolutely loved the opportunity for being able to combine that with the light option, the rear view mirror and the light. It's kind of an awesome combo potential there because you can just add on a light to your rear view mirror setup. So you can have both solutions in one. So I'm going to go ahead and post. Yeah.
Two of my machines do not have good lighting.
I've gone ahead and posted a link to the rear view mirror, and we'll make that our final giveaway today with the
I wanted to make a correction.
Announced
Sorry
again in the next couple of days.
This was a previous live, so we're not going to have that as a giveaway, but we can get back to it. I just wanted to make that announcement. We can get a light out. I just don't know that you're ready to send that, Brian. So I apologize for including that, and we can keep on going.
That's okay, Stacy. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay, we're almost back around. Here's another good place to line this up. I've stitched to the center, and now I want to make sure I can catch this point out here. So let's go ahead and get this thread out of our way. And I can shift this ruler just a little bit while I've got it right there in that center. And that's going to put me catch me right there at that point. And that's what I wanted to do.
Ooh, I was sitting there going, how is she going to make this come out? That was tricky.
Oh, we have ways.
I love it.
on our holiday set by DM Quilting, and she'll be showing you some of the rulers in that. And then we've got one last demo.
It's always kind of fun part for me to find out who it is that wins the sharing gift certificates. Oh, I just moved my template just a little bit. So this is one thing, these are this is a nice size template, so your stitching does go a little bit quicker. You're not going to go 80 miles an hour with it, but it's not a lot of nooks and crannies to fit into. It has some longer stretches. One thing kind of fun with this template is that it's big enough. You can actually come back and do other kinds of fill work inside if you wanted to. You could use template. You could actually use this as a pattern for some applique. Just all kinds of things that can happen with these templates.
And Donna, what size is the template you're using in your hands right now? Is that the 5-inch, Holly?
This is the 4-inch by 5-inch, so it's 4 inches wide across here, which is the widest point, and 5 inches tall from here to the bottom.
Thank you.
So even if you had a smaller throat on your machine, this template still works because it's not gigantic in size. You can see, we pull it around a little more, and you can see that coming over this side, the edge of the template with the angle that it's on, they'll still fit in a smaller throated machine. So here we are, right back at center, and we have our holly leaves completed. I'm going to just cut those threads off and get them out of there. Now, I don't want to, we'll do some thread painting. My color is all going to be the same thread because I'm not going to take the time to change it. But I'm going to go around it 2 times, and that's going to create a little bit of a kind of a border so you can see it a little more. So for thread painting, we're not going to move the template. We're just simply going to stitch across back and forth inside the template. Doesn't matter where you go. You don't have to go real fast. Try to go straight. If you don't move the template, your lines will be straight. Usually they are. Mine are not this time because I am kind of reaching to hold the template. This is a place where you could practice your free motion if you wanted to, because that's kind of what it is. We're just going back and forth inside that template. So when we get to the edge of the template will stop our movement so we don't go beyond the outside edge. And we just move down a little bit each time so that our rows are close together. Can you see how that's filling in right back in here?
Yeah, that looks good. And then, of course, you could swap it out with any shade of red, or mix it up if you want your holly berries to be a different color.
And you can use any color or kind of thread. Sometimes this is a fun place to throw in some metallic thread. If you get some of your space is too wide and need to go back and fill it in, it's easy to do. I'm trying to get to where I need to be here. You can do full circles around it. I find that just going back and forth across, and then maybe changing, and when I do my next berry, do it in a different direction. It helps give some of the shading. That's kind of fun to have. We had in one of the daisy projects, the basket of daisies, had the thread painting done on the basket, and that came out real pretty using 2 or 3 different colors of thread, creating the basket weave effect. So you could actually do the leaves this way if you wanted to. It'd take a lot of thread. I don't know that I want to spend that much energy on it. And it does give kind of a thickened space. It does make it stiff because it's solid thread in that area. But for the berries, it's not bad. You don't have to go really fast, just a nice steady speed is good. And this might be, if you have a hard time with your speed, this might be a good place to learn how much pressure to get the speed you want that's nice for quilting.
Christmas motif designs that are also on sale.
Yes. Now, some of you may already have something like that, and you can tell it's just to make the straight lines. So these are a certain distance from top to bottom, 4 inches. And so this is the same. So if we started doing these vertically, we could have another one that's just this distance over. You can use the side to measure, and it could be exactly in between this one. So you would start getting these in a diagonal. So let me just show you this one right here. I'll go ahead and stitch it. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here, and in this case, I'm just going to start right up here at the top. Now you'll notice I haven't drawn any lines. It's because I can go by this right here. You'll see that this line, this etching, there's one there. It's hard for you to see it, but this etching is right where my needle is, and that's right underneath that stocking. Okay, so the same thing, we come down here, and this etching is going to be right on top of that stocking. So that distance is going to be the same distance as this, and then working its way up. So I think you'll get the idea once I do this here. So I'm going to put my edge right on that. I'm going to come to the middle and bring my thread up. And for doing this, I put both of those with black thread so you'd be able to see what we were doing. And I'm going to put my foot down there. I don't know what I thought I was going to do. I have a whole bunch of samples right under my arm, and I had to put those aside. I can't do all that with this. So we're going to follow around. And when I get back up to here, I'm simply going to leave my needle in. I'm going to raise my foot, but sometimes this doesn't come completely underneath there until you actually use the extra lift by the presser bar that's either on the back or the side here. I'm going to do this so that I can fit it on there. This way I couldn't fit it on. If I turned it so that they were straight, I couldn't fit it on there. And so this is what I'm doing here. Now I want plenty of this extra glitter down here at the bottom, because you can see I could put it clear up there and then I wouldn't have as much, but I want plenty of that. So I'm going to come in here. I'm going to come right here to the top. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put my foot down, enter the needle, come up and bring up that bobbin thread. You're definitely going to want your tweezers. I do have black thread in here at this point. Now, when I do these designs here, I need to check because this may be not, you can see how that does that little extra there. That means my foot is not high enough. So let me try this one. That's much better. I just changed on my machine. I changed from light to medium. And so now that the threads are all out, we're just going to start stitching. And I'm just going to go that way and then back. And that way it will secure my thread. I'm going to come over there and then I'll just cut my thread. You can hardly see it anyway, so it's really not going to matter whether you tie it or you don't tie it. And I'm going to do anything I can to save time on this. Can't even see an inch inside there. And then I need to decide, do I want it so that it's perfectly straight down a center? And of course no, I don't. So I'm just going to use it this way, taking that off. I'm going to come in. It doesn't really matter where you start. I wanted to pull that up, but I don't have a long enough end. Oh, well. I'm just going to overlap a little bit, cut that thread. And that's kind of when you look at it like, whoa, that's kind of confusing, but we'll get that cut. And we're just going to kind of round those tips a little bit. And I'm just going to tell you, some of you may come from as far back in crafting as I do, and you may have some like paints left, like the tulip paints or something like that. And you could actually go on and paint these. I mean, there's, no reason you can't put some paint on them and make them a little bit interesting too. So the back doesn't look so great because it's got that color on there, but I could have put blues together, but I wanted to make sure that I had enough for the front. So that's why I used different colors on the back. So that's our star there. And most of you probably were with us. I think it was 2 weeks ago. For you, I'm going to lift that foot up. I'm going to bring this back in. And I'm going to set it down. So right there in the center is the end of that little straight line. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up my needle, bring up my foot, and get that other thread from underneath there. Now, because I have my Echo Guide on, you're most likely going to have to use your tweezers. We're going to put that back down in place and then bring the star towards us. Now, I don't have my lines drawn clear out here, but you have to remember it is a star, so it's not really going to make a difference. But I'm going to use this straight edge, put it flat up against my template there, and you can see how far off center it is. So I'm just going to rotate all of that. And now it's on center because it's flat against my template and it's going straight to the center that way. So now we're just going to stitch around, and I'm going to stitch a little forward and a little back. Remember, I've got 2 threads in there. And when I get to that spot right there, I would be going back that way, and those threads don't like that at all. So since I have all of these up, let's just clip those off because I've reinforced it. And I'm just going to turn this around. And we're going to come right back down to where we began, back stitch a little bit, and then cut those threads. So you can see here, I'm going to get it real close to you, that we don't have that nastiness like I showed you on the other one. So let's do one more here. Some of these templates, just like all of our other templates, some of them can be done with the Echo Guide and some of them can't, because I don't think the stocking or probably the ornament, they're not going to look real good done with an Echo Guide. Now you might get a design, so it's worth the try because you never know what you might get, but it might not be what you intended. So again, practice it with your stitching line discs on paper and see what you get, because the only way I would have known that this was going to work was to give it a shot. Now this one here, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to put the flat against here and go right back to that center. Always making sure I get these out of my way because there's a lot of threads there. Stop, rotate, making sure you don't move your template. So there's just a little hint when you're using double threads, and you can see how those kind of stand out more than what the inside does. So I'll be taking this out, which means I've got 3 more stars there to do, but that's how you can add. All right. So there's where we're going to stop. Now I'm going to come over to this one. I'm going to line that up just like I did. And now on this side, it's going to join right there. So I've got to stitch from there to there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of give myself a little mark. And I'm going to either use part of this template, I can use a curve, I can use a straight line. I'm just going to use a straight line here to get to that spot. I need my spacing gauge, which I'm trying to, well, I'll just show them the new tool. This is a new tool. I had it right here beside me. That's by Janet Collins. And it's an all-in-one tool, and I just need my 1/4 of an inch right there. So I'm just going to stitch over to that spot. And like I said, you could use your circles on quilts if you wanted to. I'm going to get back into my template. I really lucked out there, you guys, because it's perfect where it's supposed to be. It's got a lot of squiggles, so you got to get prepared for that. And now I'm going to go back to right there. So now I have been able to join these trees and they're going around. So I'm going to set this back in here, do the same thing, mark that spot. I can just use my straight line or the straight edge on this side if I want to, because all I need to do is go straight to that spot. I'll do one more and then I'll show you some that are finished. And this is where, if you guys have signed up and joined into our Starry Nights, there's a new tool in that set that's going to be cool to be able to join these together. It's kind of like a mini circles on quilts. But you can see I can just join those. Like I said, if you wanted to, you could go ahead and use like a curve on that. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this one off right now. So you can see how that's
reveal. I think that turned
There
out
it is. It looks
Let's go ahead and
great.
cut.
So much for joining us to be able to share all those awesome demos and amazing prices today. Brian, thank you again for letting us come on. I know that there were some questions, so I thought we might be able to answer some of those. And again, all the templates that we showed today are on sale for you guys. So, and we tried to make them really holiday-ish, knowing that that's our season. So,
Well, this is when our people start doing their Christmas projects, so it's perfect.
exactly.
Stacey, thank you so much for joining. There's only one question, and I think I can answer it. It's why did all the educators leave those thread tails at the beginning? And I believe it's because they want to bury them when they're done. Is that right?
That's right. So with any kind of quilting ruler work, you want to be able to have as many have as few of thread breaks as possible, because you have to bury those threads. And that's why Donnell was connecting the last project instead of just thread breaking it. So
cool.
Yeah.
Well, Stacey, I'm going to go over some pricing, and thank you again for joining us. And we'll see you at the next event. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. See you later. All right, so I'm going to go through some pricing on those templates, and we didn't show any of the SewCreative tables, but we do have special event pricing on them, so I'll go through those really quickly. So let's start with the templates. So Stacey had showed us the Quilting Holiday Sampler 4-piece set. MSRP on that is $64.99. Sale price is $49.50. But like everything else, if you call in, there's going to be a lower price on the phone. She also showed us the Christmas Motifs bundle, that one as well. That's MSRP of $69.99, sale price of $59.99, but there's a lower price over the phone. There is I thought this one was a lot of fun. It had all the wreaths in it. It looked kind of soothing and relaxing. So that one is $87.99, sale price $60, but we are offering a lower price over the phone. And last but not least, two more. Here we go. The Effects template set. This one is on sale for $33, and I think this is the one that I liked the most. Yeah, this one right here with the stars. So this one is the Westerly Winter Collection template ruler set, MSRP of $87.99, sale price of $60. So now let's go over the SewCreative tables. So the most popular SewCreative table that we carry is the Wish table. It is great because it gives you a large space to work with, and it has the storage built in. We also sell the regular extension table. The prices on that one vary. We showed you the sale price of $109 on the standard one, which I believe is 18 by 24 inches, I want to say, but there are smaller and larger ones. We also carry the SewCreative Quilters Angled table, and we also carry the Free Motion table. So those are all great options for you. I had somebody ask in the chat about the angle table and what machines it was best for. If you want to give customer service a call, I'm sure they can answer that question for you. So I do want to let you know before we switch over to our next educator that every SewCreative table that is purchased today, you can add the 2-piece suspension system for an extra $10. So it's a really great sale. So up next, we have our friend from TikTok. His name is Paul, and he's like a textile artist. He likes to add personalized style to clothes. He's got a very specific point of view, and I'm really excited for his segment. He's going to show you how he adds embroidery floss to existing clothing to make it kind of your own thing. So let me go ahead and bring him up.
Hi, am I live?
Oh, we do have to do a giveaway. Hey, Paul, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good, but I forgot to do the giveaway, but I'm going to do the giveaway while you're on here. Is that cool?
Absolutely.
Okay, but if we're going to do that, that means that you have to drum roll with us, okay?
Oh, I think that's actually ridiculously perfect because as a former percussion player, I happen to have a drum pad and sticks on my desk. So the odds are...
So it was meant to be then.
It was.
Awesome.
Just let me know.
Okay, Alex, go ahead and do the giveaway. Ready? And... And Kayla, that's awesome. Kayla is our other friend from TikTok. She just started a YouTube channel, actually. She's killing it. So congratulations, Kayla. You know what to do. You know how to claim your prize. Okay, so Paul, thank you for joining us today. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about you and what you do and who you are?
Sure. I guess before we get into the actual process of what I do, I guess textile artist is a fair description. I sort of slowly got into the realm of clothing, customizing stuff, just because I've developed specific tastes over the past few years and sort of I have kinds of clothes I like to wear. And then I just realized the cheapest way and the best way to make them exactly what I want is to do it myself. So it was less of like being educated in the realm of crafting and textiles and sewing and more just almost out of necessity that it originally started. And now I obviously just enjoy it and I do it with my free time and it is something I like to do. So what we're hopefully going to be doing today is embroidery, where I've also sewn a bunch of stuff as well. Like I'm getting a lot more into making things from scratch as garment construction is, but something that is so easy, you can take it anywhere and you can really do it on anything is garment embroidery. I mean, I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but I think it would be helpful to maybe show some examples. So this shirt I'm wearing is like, that's just very easy. What I usually do is I embroider on seams. So I'll get my favorite jacket real quick. Which, is it possible to switch to the overhead view real quick?
Absolutely. I'm going to pull myself from the stream, okay?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, go for it. So this is just a plain denim jacket that I've added embroidery over all the seams. And as you can see, this isn't really a taxing process. It takes zero cognitive work. There's no real, I guess, mental strain along with it. It's truly just like a repetitive motor function going in and out with your needle over seams. And if you don't mind going back to the original front view, I just do this because seams are the most structured part of any garment. So you don't really need to worry about any fabric pulling or thread tension or anything like that. Because if you're doing it mindfully and just sort of noticing how the fabric pulls and puckers together, there's no real stress of using a hoop or any other equipment. And you can just run a whole thread all the way up along a seam through any garment. So would you like to get started, I guess? Brian, is this going to be more of a back and forth or should I just talk and go for it?
Go ahead and talk and go for it, okay?
Okay. So first of all, before we start, I'm going to grab a project that we can do together. So I have tons of things around me of past works, but I think once you get the idea of it, it's really the same thing over everything. So it's not super something to stress about what's possible because you can pretty much do anything you want. So I have this denim jacket currently being done. It is really, you know, compared to like the process of sitting and quilting like you just saw, this is going to be pretty darn easy and you can just put on any TV show. You don't even have to pay that much attention. You can just do it. As you can see, I'm sort of going back and forth across these seams that already exist. And this isn't a crazy eye-catching piece just because the threads themselves aren't super colorful. But I thought because it was a nice neutral grayish denim, having a light thread with, I don't know how well you can tell, but it's got some little confetti spots of blue and yellow in there, would just be a nice little compliment. So I think if you're going to start doing this, denim trucker jackets are a great place to start for a few reasons. One of which is they're cool. Like I like wearing them. Second of all, they are unlined because if you're doing something, if you're adding something to pre-existing clothing and it's got an outer layer and an inner layer, you don't want to be embroidering them together because that'll sort of mess up the fit and how the garment falls. So I have done some line stuff before, but you have to be really careful to just run it through the outside of the garment and not catch any of the lining. And if you do, if you have to tie it off in certain areas, I would pretty much just go in the armpit, because that's usually where they meet with the little thread chain anyways. So as far as equipment, like I said, very minimal. So you can just sort of take it with you. I use a needle, thread, scissors. That is it. For a jacket like this, I would usually use a chenille needle, just because chenille needles are great for embroidery thread. And I recently started using sashiko thread too, because they've got a larger aperture here. You can just thread through. Also, given that this is a heavier denim jacket, and if you're going through like a flat fell seam, it's going to have, in some areas, maybe up to 4 layers of denim. So it has to be fairly strong. With that being said, I've recently started using Glover's needles, where something I'll show you real quick before we start. I have done shoe embroidery as well. Here, we'll use this one. This is a shoe that I've embroidered, obviously, but when it's a heavier athletic shoe like this, it's got a lot of padding. Like these are Jordans, they're meant to play basketball and stuff. They're thick. This isn't actually leather, but a lot of the uppers are made out of leather. And between the outer, the foam layer, the inner lining, it gets really heavy. So for these shoes, when I embroidered them, I actually got a handheld drill. And for each little place where I passed the needle through, I first had to actually bore holes through, you know, like you would with pilot holes for screws and wood and stuff, to make it doable. So in some situations, it's going to be a lot tougher to embroider things. And you might need things like pliers and a thimble or like a desk to push against. I'm also just starting to read the comments. So first of all, hi. Second of all, thank you for the comment on the shoe. And yeah, I'm a bit, this is my first time ever doing a live stream education. So I'm glad it's going well. Anyhow, as far...
I want to let you know that this is my first time hosting. So we're in this together, okay?
Okay, but Brian, I got to say, your setup is fantastically professional. If I were just scrolling through things and I saw that right there, I'd be like, this guy knows what he's talking about.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, you really got it going on. So, and I guess with the shoe embroidery, just because I brought these with me to show, I'll show you 2 more shoes real quick. This is a rain boot type deal, where as you can see, it has a lot less seams, but it's just got a little layer right around here. And then I did it along the zipper and the back heel tab. And with this shoe, it's actually quite interesting. Shoes are harder to do than garments because they're far more enclosed. Like it can get a little dicey sometimes if you're going through like the sleeve of a smaller jacket. Sure, you know, you got to stick your arm up in there. But with shoes, it's genuinely a challenge because you've got to take your needle and then stick it where you want by shoving your hand up in there. So if I had smaller feet, I would probably not be able to really get in these. And I've just read slow down when you were showing us examples. So I will take that note. Showing these shoes a little bit more slowly. Here's the embroidery all around. And this, you can probably see there's a bunch of colors on here. I don't know how well the camera quality shows that, but there's a ton of different lines. And that effect is achieved by going in and out with just a bunch of different threads and then interlacing layers of threads as you go. So this isn't one piece of multicolored thread. It is, in some areas, up to 5 threads stacked on top of each other. And again, with this shoe specifically, what I was going to say is that I had to cut this seam open because this is a seam from the original shoe. Like I said, I usually do it over seams that already exist. And so I cut it open to be able to better access the inside going up through the toe cap. And then once I was done with all of this, I got some embroidery and I had about 3 needles going at the same time and went back and forth to sort of sew it close together. And thank you. I just love adding colors to everything. So it's just sort of a fantastic method. You can do this, obviously, you know, the whole point of this is to personalize it. Use any colors you want. You're the boss. I like generally doing as many colors as I can. But in some projects, for example, let me see if I have anything on hand to grab. There's something behind me. With something like this, it's like a regular blue denim jacket. And so I used a variegated orange, yellow, and pink thread to just sort of complement the blue tones. So I don't know if the overhead view is actually that helpful because the lighting isn't very good. So instead, I'll just make a better effort to show it directly to the front-facing camera. And the thing is, this is already a very nice piece. I didn't make this jacket. I got it at Marshall's. But you can take these basic pieces that are great wardrobe staples and really elevate them. Something I really like about this is the crisscross back yoke. But here's that. Just sort of to show that you can use as many or as few colors as you want. Again, this is just one thread and it's variegated. So that makes the process way easier instead of going back and forth between 3 skeins. So I'll put this back real quick. Okay, one more shoe example before we start, because I feel like it might be somewhat helpful to actually engage in a project, is this shoe right here. Similarly to the first shoe, this is very thick because it's in some areas up to 3 leathers of fairly heavy suede. And so again, I had to drill through with a handheld drill before being able to pass the needle through. Hold still, please. You got it. Here's the shoe. So if you're familiar with this kind of shoe, it is just a Jordan 1. So nothing I added is a new seam. These are all pre-existing stitch lines in the actual fabric, the upper of the shoe. Great question. I used to not use variegated threads, and then I started. Where now, right next to me, I have these lovely threads that this, for example, you know, different tones of red. And then you can go for something like this, which is obviously a bunch of different cooler tones, yellows, blues, greens. So I have indeed started using variegated thread just because it saves time and it makes sense. With that being said, with a shoe like this, having non-variegated thread means you know exactly what color you're putting where. If it's variegated between light and dark tones, you don't necessarily know where exactly the light or the dark area of the thread is going to fall, which means if you're crisscrossing different kinds of thread, like a thread that goes from dark to light red and a thread that goes from dark to light blue, then if the light areas cross in the exact right place, it can get a little muddy, at least in my opinion. As far as the glasses question, I did, and these are actually made with embroidery thread scraps, where I saved all of my leftover embroidery thread because after you tie off the needle, you just sort of snip and you're left with, in my case, maybe about 1 inch, 1.5 inches of thread. And so I cut them up very small and glued them onto these frames and got prescription lenses in them stuff. So back to the actual embroidery process. With a heavier jacket like this, I've started using Glover's needles. And you have to be careful when you use these because a Glover's needle is meant for leather. It's meant to have a very sharp tip to cut through the protein fiber as opposed to the woven cotton or whatever fiber you're using. And thank you for the kind words. So here I'll show you again, I don't know how much the fine detail shows up on this streaming camera, but taking out a small Glover's needle because these are meant for very thick and heavy duty projects. I'll show that to the camera real quick. So here is, my goodness. You know, I don't know how well this is showing up, but here is a Glover's needle and here is a chenille needle. The Glover's needle has a tapered edge to get really sharp. So it's almost like a knife point, where the chenille needle or a regular embroidery or hand stitching needle is going to be sort of a linear progression to the point. So it's going to be round, smaller and smaller round to be completely sharp. With, like I said, these denim seams, if they're a flat fell seam, this is probably at least 10-ounce denim, 4 layers thick. That's pretty heavy. So having a sharp needle that cuts through is way easier than using a thicker gauge chenille needle with the power to push through. To answer that question real quick, I do not have a YouTube channel, but I do have a TikTok. And as someone just pointed out, I do have an Instagram page as well that I've recently started posting on. When I say recently, I mean about 2-3 months ago. But thank you. And as far as selling you on this Glover's needle a little bit more, if I were to embroider this with a regular round tip needle, I would need a thicker one to be able to have the strength to push through the seams. But because the selling point of this is that it is so darn sharp, it doesn't actually need to have strength to go through. It will naturally slide through just because of the way it's constructed. So I guess it's finally time to actually sew something. Out of this bag of spools, I've been using this specific one. Again, I mentioned it is white with little flecks of green and white, which is obviously much easier to see when it's all together on the spool rather than split up over the actual seams. So lengthen this out. Because I'm doing this for demonstration purposes, usually I try to get a real long length, and then that way I can go in 2 directions and then tie it off at both ends from one starting point. But because the knots are going to be part of the demonstration, I'll do it a little bit shorter to make it, quicker, or at least easier to understand the whole process in a smaller period of time. These Glover's needles have a smaller aperture than chenille needles, just because chenille needles are meant for ribbon embroidery and crewel work and things like that. And these Glover's needles are just for hand sewing. So if you're sewing leather, I feel like a common practice is to use bonded nylon thread, which is very heavy duty. And also I really like using it because when you tie it off, you can get a lighter and burn the ends, which makes it melt into itself and really secure those knots. Also, thank you, Shannon. I'm doing my best, so I appreciate your appreciation of my explanations. With this jacket, it's about 60% done. Not that the actual mathematics matter, but here is a nice seam on the back. I'm a little tied up here. Going from the back waistband, I want to stand up real quick. From the back waistband to the back yoke. This is a trucker jacket, so it's got those traditional seams on the back, as well as these to go down from the upper pocket over the little side pocket. So in order to start this, all I'm going to do is thread my needle, get a little length, and then push it through from the back, right where the seam meets the back waistband. When I first started embroidery, I would always start by doing a tie-on knot, which meant that before I put the thread through the fabric, I would here, I'll take this out. I would thread it like this. And then over here, I would tie a super simple knot. Makes a lot of sense. It's super easy. However, I've started a method where I just secure the thread to itself. So instead of depending on a knot that might be pulled this way to mess up the tension of the thread, or perhaps just unravel, this, I feel like, makes things more secure because the thread in every dimension is attached to more thread rather than just to itself. Also, I'm not allowed to enter the giveaway because I'm leading, but I can tell that the word is upcycled. So keep those coming. And I don't know what's being raffled off, but I hope you win. So I've put the thread through the fabric and I'm leaving off about, I'd call this 2.5 inches behind. The length that you have back here is obviously going to vary depending on the size of the needle you have, because if my needle were an inch longer, I would definitely need more thread because I use, the thread has to go through the needle at the end and I have to be able to tie it off. Also, excuse me, I've been talking a bunch, so I'm going to drink some water before I cough. Okay. So this overhead view might actually be helpful after all, because we have our thread tail on the back, about 2.5 inches. And all I'm going to do is bring it over perpendicular to the flat fell seam and then put it in from the top. I'm going to go under the fabric for about 1 inch, not an inch, like 1 centimeter, all from the top side. So I've put the thread in here. One more time. I've put the needle in along the seam. Then I'm just going to poke it back out a little further down and pull it through. I fear I may reach the point of over-explaining soon because this is colossally simple. It is truly just a matter of going back and forth with some thread. Now, if you're totally new to sewing, you've never done any hand sewing, I'm more than happy to explain the process and all of that. But if you guys are traditional seamstresses, sewists, who have been doing this for a while, if you look at this for 3 seconds, you can go, okay, and do it at home. So that's part of why I like this so much, is because it is astonishingly simple, yet kind of cool and definitely different, because although, you know, I can do this on a train, in an airplane, other kinds of public transportation, or wherever else I wish, it's so portable and simple, but different. And that's a great sort of little Venn diagram to have of things that are easy and fun to do, but also quite special. So I'm going to do a little stitch process a little bit slower, just for the sake of demonstrating. So I'm going to bring this up closer to the overhead camera. This is a bit disorienting, seeing as I'm looking at myself in 2 different angles from 2 slightly different times. The shoe on the desk, I will gladly show that. So pushing the needle through and then pulling it in like that, super easy. As far as the tennis shoe on the desk, boy, this one, I'm assuming, this is just an example of an embroidery project I've done, taking pre-existing anything, being garments, shoes, bags, or accessories, and going back and forth along all these pre-existing seams. Here, that's a bit more lined up in the center, to make something that's quite similar to the thing you started out with, but at the same time, unique and yours. One more time, I'm gonna cough real quick. Excuse me. Okay. I guess because I've just shown the shoe, I'll show some other examples. The way I learned to do embroidery was the traditional thing you probably think of when you think embroidery, which is following shapes and lines. You know, you want to put a leaf on your sweater for fall, and you follow a pattern here. I had a similar introduction, but the reason I actually started embroidery is because there's an artist who I really like, who frequently collaborates with brands to make merch and things like that. However, it's expensive. So I wanted a sweater of his, but I did not want to pay $250 for a sweater. So I got like a $15 Jildan sweater, and I dyed it. And then I just embroidered the same design that was, you know, on the sweaters being sold. I think if I were selling these for myself, that would be illegal. But because it's just for me and for my own wardrobe purposes, I'm okay with that. But anyways, this was the first embroidery project I ever did, which was also the hardest because I was learning how to do it as I was doing it. So every couple stitches, I'd have to Google how to do da. Slow process. Fortunately, now things are a bit faster. Back to this jacket, I'm going to continue the stitch line to show you how I make the little knots at the end, which are arguably the most important because that's what lets you wear your piece, jacket, whatever, over and over and over. And also washing it, because that's probably important. Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate that. This is, you know, just an older shirt that I threw stitches on, unless you're talking about the sweater as well, which I have a quick story to share about that when I get to the actual knotting portion, because I'll show you something that's knotted on this jacket that I've been doing. So here's just a place where I've tied off my threads, and I always save the thread tails, even if they're tied off until the very end, so I can go through everything and then snip all the thread tails off at once. But this is just a more traditional tie-off knot where even if you're like someone who's been machine sewing and you do garment construction, you'd still probably know how to do this because you need to hand sew your buttons and do all those things. But when I first started sewing, and again, this was the first thing I did, I really didn't want my stuff to go away. I was really worried, like I worked so hard on it, and if I did a bad job tying them off, because again, this was also my first time hand sewing, I hadn't really encountered knotting and things like that before, it was just going to come apart when I went in the wash. So I got super glue, and on each knot that I made, I put a little dab of super glue, which in theory is maybe smart, but I was very worried about my project. And so I saturated this sweater with so much super glue that to this day, it is still crunchy. I can break apart the fabric because it is so, it's stiff. I've fully saturated it with whatever chemicals are in super glue, and it's not coming out anytime soon. So I would advise you to have more confidence when you knot and when you learn how to do things, because if you try to come up with these little patchy methods first, it makes it a lot less comfortable, because I don't know if you've had the pleasure of having fabric saturated in super glue rub against your skin. I'd avoid it. So back to the project at hand. Right now, I'm running up a seam on the back of the jacket up to the back yoke. This is probably one of the easiest places you can sew because it's the most exposed. This is a button front jacket, which means that it can just splay wide open, and the back is super easily accessible. Once you get into parts, like I said earlier, like the sleeve and things like that, it can get a little hairier just because you have to have one hand inside as you go along to brace the fabric, but it's certainly doable. So don't let that dissuade you. All right. So now this is probably about as much thread as I'd want to use to tie off. I'd say a quick eyeball metric to figure it out is about 2 times the length of your needle should be the amount of thread between your needle and the project. I'm obviously doing a little bit less, and I'm not including this part of the thread tail that goes through the eye of the needle because that has to be there in order for it to be secure. So to tie this off, I'm going to go back in as I normally would, but instead of going in and poking back out, I'm doing the knots on the back on the inside of the fabric. So here's the inside, pulling it through. That is an excellent question regarding the thimble, and I have never actually used a thimble while sewing. I think they're perfectly helpful if you find them to be so. With that being said, because when I first tried using a thimble, I thought it'd be a good idea. Having it on my middle finger made me, and this is sort of the purpose, not be able to feel the needle as well. That's something you want if you're pushing against the back of a relatively sharp needle and you don't want that digging into your skin. But I not necessarily enjoy in a masochistic way, but prefer to feel the materials I'm working with just to get closer to them. It's not like a grand psychological, I'm in connection with my fabric. It's truly just like I feel like I'm better able to manipulate it and work with it if I can actually sense it with my hands. As far as needing a thimble, I don't particularly need one because, as I said at the beginning, which you totally might not have been here, I'm using a very sharp Glover's needle. So this can very easily slide right through the fabric and takes care of any worries of getting stuck just because these are so easy to sew with. As far as, the not wanting to push it through your finger and prospectively hurting yourself, if you're sewing, if you're doing any embroidery like this and you're pushing with your fingers and it's painful, please use a thimble, because if it makes it easier for you to do and more sustainable in terms of sustainability over the long term, there's never any problems with accommodations and things like that. I just don't particularly feel pained or worried about hurting my finger or anything like that, just because, I guess, with time spent doing this through fabric, with using heavier needles and sharper points and things like that, I've never really gotten to a point where I get absolutely stuck and I have to jam it with my finger, because I also, in my sewing kit, which let's see if I can locate because I have so many things around for demonstration. Regardless, in my sewing kit, I keep a pair of pliers. And when things get pretty tough, like, for example, with the heavier leather shoes, the pliers are a huge help, because with an enclosed space like that, it'd be much harder to use a thimble as well. It's sometimes easier to grab the shaft of the pliers and pull rather than trying to put a thimble on your finger and then putting your hand inside the shoe to push it up. Again, I feel like with any content that's pedagogical in any nature, it's to do things for you. And if what I'm saying doesn't work for you, and if things work better, if there's something I don't do, please do them. This is just how I do things. It is not the way to do things. It's my way of doing things. So I've inadvertently been knotting this fabric without telling you what I'm doing, because it's just sort of my regular pattern of doing things. So I have to unthread this real quick. to actually do a demonstration. Thread back in the needle here. And as you can see, you'll be going along a seam. And because each stitch we do is perpendicular to the seam, the complement on the underside is going to be parallel. So where this goes back and forth, this will just go up and down to fill in the gaps, essentially. So, my goodness, where are we? I've just come out on this side of my little flat fell seam. So right across from it, there's going to be a little bit of thread right here. Like I said, I started by doing little tie-on knots and making bulky things, and just the very bulk of the knot would be the thing preventing the thread from going back through the fabric. Oh no, I gotta tell you, sewing is a lovely hobby, but it is inherently dangerous because you're using sharp things, and the fact of ironing being a necessary part of garment construction, irons combine electricity, water, and heat all in one little package. I think it's crazy. It's like every standard home has one, and they have such a potential to go wrong. I've never had a problem with the iron, but I just think it's kind of funny that it's such a given in daily life, yet also kind of dangerous. Anyways, like I said, I just went under this opposing little thread. So this was the most recent place I put my needle through the fabric, and this was an earlier pass on the underside. So I'm going to do it one more time, unthreading this. And threading that back through. So I have been very fortunate in that sometimes I get people telling me on a sewing machine they sewed their fingers. And Paulette, I cannot imagine how painful that is, because I've definitely poked my finger with needles like that. But boy, if you're getting stuck under like a machine that's electrically powered, you're in trouble. So I hope you're okay. Anyways, I have to unthread this once again because I keep talking and automatically doing what I'm trying to show you, because it's just, hopefully I'm demonstrating how easy it is, because it's just something you can do without really thinking. So once again, excuse me, I have to thread my needle, which is getting hairier by the moment. Okay, so I'm going to make a strong effort of actually making this helpful now. Here's that angle a little closer. I'll scoot the computer. Here's the needle as it's just come to the back side of the fabric. Here's that little opposing thread that's from this very long line we've been running. So I'm going to pass it under this thread once, pulling all the way through, and then once more, not pulling all the way through, and leaving a little loop. I use, whenever I explain this to friends, because I've had some people curious about embroidering, you can use the phrase under, through, which maybe is easy to remember, maybe it's just nonsense. But I've just gone under twice, under, and I've created this little loop here. Now the second part of the phrase is through. So I'm going to put the needle through that hole once, not pulling all the way tight, and then through that hole one more time, the second through, and there's a knot. Usually I do that twice just for peace of mind. So I've made this little knot here, and because this is a heavier denim jacket, it's got this chain stitch along the seam, and I trust those. So I'll tie it off going under both this prior thread, that's the Sashiko thread I've been using, and the pre-existing thread that's part of the seam construction in this jacket. So, excuse me, I'm going to thread my needle once more. The end is getting a little hairier by the second, so hopefully this still goes well. Okay. So, yes, under, through. Thank you, Donna. I'm going to demonstrate that one more time. So, like I said, going under this chain stitch and this Sashiko thread at the same time, because anywhere where there's more threads, it's going to be stronger. Here's under once, under, the second under. There's that. And now we've got our little loop here. Let me put it against some contrast. So that's under, under, and all that's left is our through, through. So here is pass number 1. My thread's getting a little short, but I'm going to persevere. Through number 1. And because this is the last time I'm going to be using this thread, and I don't have to worry about it being long enough to go through the needle, I'm just going to put the butt of the needle through to guarantee that it can easily go through without worrying about unthreading my needle, and slide it out like that. So if you so desire, you can just cut that right now. I like to keep mine sort of at the end because I'll show you on the other side. I need to start a new stitch right here where this one ended. So sometimes I can go back through here, do a similar tie-off knot with this next pass of thread. And then once that's done, I can take the 2 thread tails. Obviously, this is just one, but in the scenario, there's going to be another. And then knot those together with a square knot just for extra security. Pushing that back a little bit. And we're going to go on to the next thread, I guess. I also have a bunch of loose ends here because the way I work, I usually take the thread and I have it unanchored on one end. So here's the little thread tail. I go through and then I tie it off and then I'll just start a different one. So by the time I finish my jacket, I'm going to have a bunch of little thread tails hanging out here. And then I can just go through and do all of those at once. So I have the rhythm of going through the sewing and then going through the knotting and not really having to worry about starting and stopping. Again, just a preference. If you'd rather do it differently, by all means, because this is about personalizing, which includes the finished product and the process. So here's another little stretch of thread. It has been super helpful to find, I'll show you real quick, sashiko thread on spools, because I am criminally awful at tangling my thread as soon as I get it off the skein. I'll just show you. Please don't laugh, guys. It's awful. I sometimes have to just bite the bullet and snip a random loop in order to make new thread ends. Is that the best way to do it? No, but sometimes it's the only way because I'm awful at thread organization. So I cannot promote spools like this enough. I know you can get bobbin cards and just wind the thread on the bobbin card, but because I'm pulling it off anyway, like I don't want to unpull it to wrap it on something else, to unpull it later. I like to claim that's efficient, but then I end up spending so much time fighting to find the end of the thread in my massive knot that I probably end up wasting time. Boy, I am glad, once again, I've never sewed my finger, but the amount of similar ways you can hurt yourself sewing, boy, I accidentally picking yourself, burning yourself on the iron. You gotta be careful, guys. And I only say that because I've done it a lot. Okay, so to demonstrate tying off 2 things next to each other, here's the seam we just finished, going up along here until you can see we run out of thread. So I'm going to start on the back side right next to it. Here's that. And just pushing it through, once again, leaving about, I don't know, 2.5 inches of thread as a tail on the underside. Here's, I'm going to lower this real quickly. Here's the one that we just tied off. And here's the one we just inserted with no knots on it. So I'm obviously going to yank it because that'll just unpull what I've done. Now when I start, I just like to locate this, put my thumb on it so it doesn't pull out when I pull this taut. And then going through the top again. And yes, sewing is, I will promote sewing despite its dangers because it is relaxing and fun. And on top of the actual process being enjoyable, the finished products are enjoyable too. So it's really, as far as hobbies go, top tier. Okay, let me go back to trying to make this educational. Here we are. And I actually think it might be of value for the next thread pass I do to be along a single stitch seam, because as you can see, these are flat fells, so they have 2 passes of thread. And the way I like to do it is just to go over both of them. Now we'll quick show you an example of that not being the case, just so you can sort of see what other options there are. So here's that jacket. Because, you know, double stitch lines, flat fell is pretty standard in denim jacket construction. You can see that, and I know this isn't a flat fell seam, it's just 2 stitch lines. Here are 2 parallel lines of thread making this little elbow patch here. Now, the actual thread itself, and when I say the actual thread, I mean the original jean thread used to stitch this, isn't quite as visible, but you can see it's this light brown outlining this box. And then what I did is just sort of go back and forth across those, filling it in a little bit. That's a bit different from what I'm doing here, where I'm going entirely over both ends instead of just back and forth between the 2 lines of thread. Also, thank you so much. Try sewing your finger on an, oh boy, no thank you. I've used some, I learned to sew on a Juki 8700, which I think are fantastic machines, but also I've used the occasional walking foot, and boy, those have a punch. And I don't know if you guys have seen, but occasionally because of course, all the content I get is curated to be sewing and crafting stuff, because that's what I'll sit and watch. There are very powerful, I presume they're for leather. Perhaps they're also, you know, for car upholstery, which I'm assuming is what you're doing at Ford. And they'll have these very strong machines that can stitch through wood. Like the piercing power of the needle and just its strength is to the point where it can go through almost anything. If it's stitched by a 2x4, it can probably stitch through your finger. I feel like I'm being a critic of sewing when I feel like I should be a proponent, because for as much as I can complain about the dangers, I've never actually gotten injured, and I do it all the time. So don't stress about it. Okay, continuing this, and then once more, I'll show you again. We've been going back and forth across 2 stitch lines. This jacket was constructed with majority. Oh my gosh, we've even highlighted very nice comments. That's very kind. Arena, I'm assuming your name is. Thank you. I've just sort of come into it over the past couple years. As I said at the start, I developed some, you know, specific tastes of what I think is cool, what products I could find in stores that I like. So I just sort of started as a means of getting items that I appreciated. And now it's just a fun way to fill free time. So it's been a slow learning process, but I appreciate the fact that hopefully you're getting something from it, because I've certainly gotten something from it. Anyways, this right here is just, I think, the yoke of this sleeve, if not the actual underarm seam. Okay, it's the underarm seam, and it's just 1 single stitch line. So for that, there's a lot more liberty and like the things you can do in terms of varying width. You can make something, if this is the actual stitch line, make it this wide, displace to this side, displace to this side. When the actual thing you're going across is, gosh, that's probably what, a little less than 1 centimeter wide. It's hard to really have a lot of variety in what you do, because if you want to show like a clear difference between spacing and width of stitches, they have to be much more exaggerated to get that across. I don't know if that's worth thinking about, because this is really just sitting and embroidering and making something how you like it. But because I've done this so much to so many clothes, I've developed almost a theory around what stitches you can do around what kinds of seams and how to make them, I guess, showcase your actual stitching the best, while also paying respect, if that's the right word, to the original garment. This is just about personalizing, not about complete and utter creation from scratch. I do have some jackets just for showing purposes sitting in my room, if you guys would like to see just some of the pieces that I've made as an actual sewing person, sewist, garment constructionist. But once more, I'm going to knot this off, and then I'm going to move to a single pass of thread. So I've just done the under once again, inadvertently without really.
Go ahead. Hey, Paul, if you can hear me, it looks like you froze.
Oh,
looks like you're back. You're back.
Okay. Well, everybody give a huge shout out to Brian for coordinating a fantastic event. He's killing it. He looks excellent behind that desk. He's a very professional purveyor of the arts. So, I'm going to rethread this needle. And I just have my example jackets that I'll show real quick. If you don't mind, I'll be getting up for 1 second as soon as I can locate them. Here they are. So here is a patchwork denim jacket. You know, just some denim that I've cobbled together. And this is some yellow gauze as a lining, which I actually deplore working with gauze because although the fabric itself doesn't stretch, or at least it doesn't have any stretchy properties to it, the way it's woven and it looks and means that if you put any tension on it, the bubbles will get flat. It's just hard. So a much easier fabric to work with. This is just some duck canvas with a nice little print on them. Actually a color chart from a fabric printing company that I think is designed for you to get a better idea of what each color, because it also has the color codes of what each color looks on that specific fabric. But instead of using it for reference, I just like to use it as an actual tactile material. And one more jacket that I made that's sitting standby in my room is just this one. It's another denim jacket, little patchwork style. And here's that. So yeah, thank you for your interest. I will now go back to my embroidery. So finishing off this knot, here is our thread as it stands. It's already been knotted off once. And so I'm going to go under my sashiko thread and also the chain stitch on the back side of this little seam in 2 passes. So here's under number 1, under, once more, under, and we have a little loop and going through it twice. So through and through, pulling, there we go. So thank you once again for the kind words to Lisa and John, Mike and Donna. I do fear our time is likely coming to an end soon, being that I'm scheduled for an hour. So if anybody has any specific questions, I'm more than happy to answer them before we run out of time. And thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Brenda. My goodness. And Bridget. Okay, so these are mostly double stitch seams, but there are a few, like for example, around the waistband that just have a single visible stitch line. And I like to do my stitching complementary to the seams that are already there. And that means for this demonstration, I'll find a nice exposed single line for me to sort of swim around. So thank you. I'm just going to start this right here where I already have an intersection of thread so that I can then tie the thread tail off to my pre-existing little tails that have been secured. So going in from the back, going to start there, leave about 2.5 inches. I keep saying that number despite not knowing if it's entirely accurate, but I'd say that's pretty close. Do I have a YouTube channel? Unfortunately not, but I do have a TikTok and an Instagram. YouTube is definitely a goal eventually, but 2 platforms is already a lot of work. So I'll get there. Anyways, I've gone through the back.
Oh, you also, sorry to interrupt, but you also just launched a website, right?
I did, yeah. That was just a product of me making all kinds of things and posting and sharing them. And I figured I should have, 1, a place to sell them, and 2, sort of a portfolio, or at least a body of work of sorts. So it is toofbush.com, I'm sure my name is somewhere on the screen, TOOFBUSH, and check it out at your leisure. Never tried accentuating the seams. Thank you. I feel as though I picked up project pieces. Okay, so actually that is a great question, Mary. Obviously, the jackets that I've made, I just got the fabric from any old fabric store, be that Joann's or Fabric Wholesale Direct and other cheap places to get fabric. But clothing like this, I usually get secondhand. And that sort of, I guess, adds to the appeal of putting life back into these, because you're taking something that's already seen some love and giving it love in terms of care and attention, and also in terms of giving it your own personal flair to the style. So this jacket, oh boy, was $5, which is a great price for a heavy duty jacket in a condition like this. When I first saw the listing, because this was through, I use secondhand websites like Poshmark and things like that, I asked the seller, is there something wrong with it? Or are you really just selling it for $5? He said, $5, so I purchased it. Good. Oops, let me just scroll down here. Upcycled glasses, yes. Once more before I leave, these are embroidery thread scraps. So I actually have somewhere with me, or perhaps not in arm's reach, a little thread scrap bag where after I tie things off, I'll be having these thread tails, snip them, and it's still perfectly good thread. So what I've done is glued those scraps onto this pair of frames, just with super glue, nothing fancy. And now they're functional glasses, of course, with the prescription lenses. I also, this is not related to sewing at all, discovered about a year ago when I got these, that you can bring in any glasses you'd like to the glasses store and they can add stuff. So that is a cheaper and much more personal option. Have I worked with leather before? Yes, I actually have, under my desk of all places, a very heavy, ridiculously heavy jacket that I've made out of leather swatches. So these are samples that I guess companies send out to furniture stores, garment suppliers of, the leather colors they have for the upcoming season. And I got access to a bunch of these old pieces and I cobbled them all together in this ridiculous, heavy, almost heavy to the point of being unwearable jacket. Do I use thread other than sashiko? Yes. This sashiko thread, I feel like works well for pieces like this because, it's certainly thicker weight than just a regular sewing thread. But I have moved to it generally over embroidery floss because I don't know the specifics of how it's made. But sashiko thread is denser, I feel, and it doesn't have the same fuzzy halo that a piece of embroidery floss would, where this is going to be your traditional 6 strings that are intertwined and you can easily split them. But sashiko thread, I feel like is meant to be as is. And it's perhaps I'm not going to use any, it's a fool's errand to intertwine it and undo it and put it back together when it works just as well full. Ladder, feather, and blanket stitches. Yes, something that I don't believe I can show you within arm's reach, but something I really like to do is over the cuffs and also the collar, do a little blanket stitch, because it's the exact same thing as doing this little back and forth across the seams, but it also adds that little stitch line over the very edge, which, is good for protection purposes, but also just for a little extra spot of color. And it's very nice to do. So yes, well said, Susan. And there's always a great way to not upcycle, but incorporate stitches in really any piece of clothing or fabric. So of course, they're designed to be functional and hold things together. But when it's a pre-existing thing that's already put together, you can use any stitch you want as a decorative stitch, which I think there's a nice little beauty in using something functional just as a little piece of decoration. And instead of relying on it for actual securing purposes, you can just show it off for purely aesthetic purposes. So just to put a better look on this that I've been idly sewing while talking to you, this is just a little stitch line across this single seam where the waistband meets the body. And I also like to leave little seams intersect and then do a little X across them. Not for any particular reason other than the fact I think it looks nice. So I think I have an example of that once again in this jacket. Yeah, like here is an intersection of two different seams. I've put a nice little red X right in the middle, just because I think it looks cool. So if, for example, something like this, I'm working with a single color of thread, or at least a single variegated thread, using a different complementary color. Like, for example, this is a nice white bluish thread, using a nice bright red or orange for those X's, I think would look pretty nice. In fact, I do think it currently looks nice because that is something I already do. So I think I'm getting to the point where I can tie this off, and I think that'll put a nice bow on our hour. Right, Brian?
Yep, I think we're hitting it right now. Paul, I just wanted to say thank you for coming on. I'm really glad you joined us for this event. When I found you on TikTok, we have a lot of the people in our community are quilters. And so during our past events, they've expressed the desire to get into garment making, but they feel that it's too complicated and that they feel it's outside their reach. And so when I saw what you did, I thought, this is so cool because you can take something that's already existed, instead of creating something from scratch, add your own personalized style to it, and you're still in the realm of garment construction, kind of. And I feel like also the culture of sewing, mid-century, everybody was making their own clothes. Every home had a sewing machine. All the Halloween costumes were made from home. And so everything was personalized. And nowadays, clothing is so, fast fashion. Everything is cookie cutter. We all have the same clothes. And so how do you stand out? How do you put your stamp on your style and create something that's personalized? And so I just wanted to thank you for coming on and sharing what you do. Hopefully other people got inspired and they, rummage through their closet, find an old piece of clothing that maybe doesn't inspire them as much as it used to. And they can kind of channel that same artistic energy that you have. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And real quick to give two responses to that. The first of which being, I absolutely agree. This is a great way to take any piece, whether it's something that's been sitting in your closet for a long time or something you find on a rack in a thrift store or anything, and just make it yours. But the second response is, when I first approached actual garment construction, I had no idea how it worked, but in sort of taking the time to watch videos and learn from people, it truly is just putting pieces together similar to quilting. So although it's not, directly, if you quilt and you never learn a thing about garment construction in your life, you can make a shirt. But if you have the skills to sew and you have the patience to learn it, it is absolutely doable. So yes to doing this, and also yes to trying more things.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Paul. And I have one favor to ask. Will you get the drumsticks out again? Because we have another giveaway to do.
Oh boy. Okay.
You ready?
Let me know. I'm ready for
you. All
you.
right, Alex. Go ahead. Noemi R. Congratulations, Noemi. So Noemi wins the Aurifil thread kit, and she is going to be entered into the grand prize finale giveaway for the sewing room makeover. So let me put her name down, Noemi. Noemi, you are prize number 7. So that's the number that you are going to have for when we do the grand prize drawing. All right, Paul, thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully we get to work together again in some capacity in the future, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and thank you to everybody for tuning in. So enjoy the rest of the day.
Awesome. See you later, Paul. All right, so for everybody that won something, I just want to go over one more time how to claim your prize before we bring up our next educator. Let me find my instructions. Okay, so if you won today or you win throughout the event, if you need to claim your prize, go to www.sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreative Live, scroll down to the giveaway section and submit the form. The giveaway collector is collecting names now. So if you won, go ahead and fill out your prize claim today. It will take us about a week or two after the event is over to ship out the prizes. So just be patient with us on that. So up next, we have our friends from the Grace Company. And I'm super excited because they are going to be showing off the 21X. Elite, I believe. So let's go ahead and bring them up really quickly.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Grace. How are you?
Great. I'm Jana, and this is Anthony. We are so excited to be here today with you guys. We're so part of this, so creative.
I was ready.
You guys are the OGs. You've been with us for every event, and we always say every event, it was your guys' idea to do this in the first place. So we love having you guys.
We like having those ideas, yeah.
Jana, we've met before, but Anthony,
Yes.
I don't think we've met before. So it's nice to meet you. I'm Brian.
It's nice to meet you too. I am newer to the company, and this is my first time with you guys, and I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, Anthony's been here about a
Awesome.
year with us, so yeah, he's got all the knowledge as well.
Awesome. We're happy to have you. I know you guys have a load of information to give with us, so I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away, okay?
Excellent. Well, welcome everybody. We're here to talk about the 21X Elite Unique Machine and the Quilter's Evolution hoop frame. Now, what's different about this? We're going to talk about what's different about this frame, what's different about this machine versus the other machines and frames that we have. We're also going to talk about what other frames will work with the 21X Elite, because not all, it's one of those kind of exclusive machines that only wants to work with certain people, right? It's such a diva. But so our 21X Elite, why don't we talk about that one first, because it's on top, it's the machine, it quilts, Let's talk about that one. So what is your favorite part about the 21X Elite?
My favorite part is something, small but mighty. It's going to be this 7-inch screen, which 7 inches doesn't sound like a lot, but it is life-changing when you want something big and visible in your face. You can actually see what you're doing here. I know on a lot of smaller screens, I struggle to get in there with my fingers. I'm like, where's the button in there? 7 inches, you don't have to worry about that at all.
It's true. You don't need a little stylus. You don't need that little, I got to use my pinky tip instead of my fingertip. Yeah.
Yeah. I do want to show off some of the features on this screen for you, just so maybe you'll appreciate it as much as I do, and it'll be your favorite part next time you look at it.
Probably, yeah.
Yes. So we, as you can see, it's got quite a few options on the front. You can change your stitching modes. We have 3 regulated modes.
Now, if for those people who may not know what regulated means, stitch regulation is when the machine, whether you're going fast or you're going slow, whichever direction, it has some encoders on the front and back, and it's going to gauge how fast you're going or how slow it's going. And so when you say 12 stitches per inch, it's going to keep to 12 stitches per inch, no matter how you're quilting, no matter how you're sewing, as long as you're not going over the stitches per minute, which is 2,600.
That's hard.
Yeah, that's right, I said it. 2,600 stitches per minute with this machine. So you're not gonna lose out on any of that speed. So as long as you're staying within that 2,600, you're not gonna have a problem with that.
Yes. Alrighty, so we have 3 regulated modes, and then we have our manual mode. We'll come back to manual in a second. Our precise mode, we have cruise mode and based. There is a little bit of a difference between precise and cruise. Precise mode is, it's gonna stop when you stop. So you're gonna sew, your needle's jumping up and down, you stop, needle's not going anywhere anymore. Your cruise is gonna be like cruise on a car. You set your cruise, it's just gonna keep going that speed.
Even if you walk away,
it's gonna keep jogging.
So if you don't want that nest, you gotta make sure you turn it off if you got it on cruise.
Yes. Your basting mode is just going to be a couple different lengths of baste, a short, medium, and a long basting stitch. And our manual mode is going to just be going kind of like a regular sewing machine where it's constantly going. It's not regulated. So if you want to be faster than this machine, faster than 2,600 stitches, you're going to want to use the manual mode. It's going to work well with you.
Yeah. Now each of those modes you can go from, we've got our stitches per inch, you can bring it all the way down in this touch screen. Let me get it right here. You can do the plus here, or the minus, sorry, you can go down to 4 stitches per inch, and go all the way up to 16 stitches per inch. So you can also click and drag it and bring it down to where you want it to be. All available. Now that's in any of the modes, right? Now with the manual, it will start at that, but if you start moving it a little bit faster, or if you just got to keep it consistent, then it'll keep it with those individual stitches.
Yes.
The other thing I like about this screen is the toolbar right here, or the toolbox. We've got a couple of different things in there. One that I love is this measuring tool. Now, I don't know about you if you're like, oh, how big is this quilt block actually that I'm working on? Or I want to do the quilt block and the section on the side. This gives you the ability to go not only diagonal, but horizontal and vertical. Easily done back and forth, no matter where you're going with it. So then the other thing with the toolbox, bobbin estimator. Now, we have pre-wound bobbins. They come with, in our finesse thread. So we have a couple of different, I guess they're neutral tones, right?
Yes.
You've got the black and you've got the grays and you've got the whites and the creams. And so the pre-wound bobbins that we have available, you can use those and set them up. Or we have the bobbin winder. And this one, so whatever you're doing with the bobbin, you can name it. So we have gray here. That's the one we're working with. And I can turn it on. So then you can see, oh, gray is now my little green bobbin, and it will tell me estimated wise 55 yards. Now, you say, how did it know 55 yards? Because that's the average about how many yards you can put of thread on an M-class bobbin. That's another thing on these machines, these Unique 21X Elite M-class bobbins. So that's going to help you go a little bit farther than you were thinking. You won't run out as often, so its ability to do that. Now, when you can see it's green there, what happens when we get about halfway through?
It is going to start working like a stoplight. Green, you're good to go. Keep quilting. When it hits orange, you're getting low. You're going to want to start looking at filling your bobbins using our bobbin winder on the back of the machine. We'll talk about that in a minute.
That's right, yeah.
And red, you're out. You're done. You need a new bobbin.
At any moment, you could run out of thread, and then you're going to curse yourself because you're going to have to pick out the top stitches or at least go backtrack and you'll have stopped. So red means stop. Take a look at that bobbin. Mm-hmm. Now, the other things that we have on here is the edge warning. I love edge warnings on all our Unique machines, but I feel like it works so much easier when I'm on a Unique Elite machine because I've got the bigger screen, so I don't have the little tiny buttons. 1 inch, ½ inch, how great is that?
It's wonderful. We all want to make beautiful designs. We may be doing the perfect circles right at the edge of our quilt or in our quilt block.
Or a feather or something, yeah.
You don't want to hit that flat line, totally ruin your design, throw off the quilt. So that edge warning is going to give you a little light and sound warning. You can turn off both of them. So if you only want the light warning or the sound warning, you can have either or I like both personally.
All the warnings I can get, yeah.
But it is going to save me from getting those flat lines, keep me away from the edge of my quilt or my quilt block.
So I'm going to pull up our needle we've got here. We're going to set this so you can see what it looks like. So I'm just going to set my little small area. I'm going to say, here's my top left, and I'm going to set that. Now it's going to have me do my bottom right. So I'll bring it down to my bottom right. Now it's set. Now I'm going to choose, I want ½ inch warning, so it'll show me on there. So if we start quilting now, I'm going to bring up my bobbin, and you can notice here on the screen it has these little arrows. That means my edge warning is set and it's on there. So if it starts beeping and you're like, why is it beeping? It's because we set the edge warning. Yes. So I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread and start going, and you can hear as we get close. Well, I'm thinking turn it off. I'm just making sure it's on. Yeah, they're on. Okay. I didn't want it to start and then. I think you got that turned down just a little bit because it's not it's not turning on. But I promise it turns on.
It does.
And it flashes a red light on there. Nothing like live TV to help you work through the issues. But yeah, so when that's on, that's your edge warning. And you can easily come into your screen again and just turn it off.
Simple.
So the other thing about the toolbox is your project. I love the project. This will show you what you're working on, right? So there we see our project. We've done about ½ an hour, 15,000 stitches, and it also matches the lifetime. So we're working on one project here. We haven't done multiple, so our hours still show 0. It'll go to 1 on the lifetime section, and the lifetime is 15,000. I like this because I like to say, okay, this is how many stitches I've done overall, right? I've hit the Million Stitchers Club, right? Or you can say, oh, in a project, this is how much I've done. So right away, you're gonna have that ability to do that. So first thing, I just wanna see from everybody that's watching right now, how much will this change your life, this screen, and all the things we've shown so far? So tell me, just if you've got eyes like I do, where I'm not being able to see as close as I used to, that now I can have that. Or if you're just not wanting, maybe you need glasses for the first time and that is a little bit farther. So put a 2 in the comments. Number 2, yes, if you've had issues seeing your screens before, and so you're not having to switch anything out. You can just see it all here on this nice 7-inch screen. I think we missed one thing on this toolbox, and that is the one thing I always lose in my craft room.
Yes.
The calculator. Now, I know I have one on my phone, but sometimes I'm listening to music or I'm watching a show or something, and I just want just a calculator for calculator's sake. So here, they didn't think of anything. Oh, look at all those 2s coming in.
Yes.
Everybody's like, Mimi, I'm the person that can't see either. Yeah. So having the calculator in there, that's super helpful to be able to just have one more tool. Like, they didn't have to add it, but they added on it. So nice and helpful.
Yes. I do have one more helpful tip for you on this large screen here. If you come up here to these 3 little lines, you can look at your settings, or you can ask for help. And what do you need help with? Maybe you need help preparing your quilt. How do you thread your machine? It's going to tell you how to thread your machine.
You think you know, and then the minute you change out the thread and you're like, which way does it go again? Do I need to go? And it doesn't have any numbers on here right now. And so it's like, oh, I just need that little reminder. Yes. So yeah, I like when you go in to thread your machine, you can touch any of these sections and it'll zoom in for you. So it's like, oh, I need to bring it to the front of the needle and then down. Or, oh, here's how this one goes. We come here and then down and then up. So there's no confusion on how you're having to thread that machine.
Yes, there's also a couple other functions in this little help bracket. Troubleshooting. We don't want to send in our machines all the time and call every second we have an issue.
Or maybe it's midnight and I can't call because I'm quilting at midnight. Yes. That's never happened.
So it's going to give you a couple of options here with maybe you're having long stitches, maybe it's a general thing, but it is going to be very valuable to you when you're getting those late night quilting. You don't want to talk to anyone on the phone,
or
whatever it's
weekend,
feeling.
yeah, any of those things that are happening. I also love that if you've ever had how to use your touchscreen, so you can see welcome to your Cutie tutorial. It'll just walk you through what all the buttons look like. If you're going through, right, it'll tell you what this is. You just touch through. They talk about each of the features on the screen. So whatever you're doing and you're thinking, well, you know, I'll just go through that tutorial because I'm that way. I want to read all the manuals. I want to know everything about my machine. But say you get interrupted and you're just like, how do I get out of here? Very tiny up here in the corner, it says exit tutorial. So you can touch that and then, oh, I have to touch it, it's so tiny.
Exactly.
You can touch it exactly. Yeah, and so it has that option as well, which I really love in our help settings.
Yes.
The other thing that I like about it is it talks about maintenance. Now people will ask like, oh, where do I take this in? How often do I have to take it in? The Cutie machine is designed so that you just do the maintenance on it. You don't have to take it anywhere. You don't have to put it in. You are the one doing the maintenance. So it talks about that maintenance. When you're going to oil and clean the machine, right? You're going to do it on the hook assembly, every other bobbin change. Machine is every 20 hours of use after it's sitting more than 30 days, or at the start of a new product. And it gives you also those guides, how to clean it, how to oil it. So yes, it comes with an instruction manual in this machine. And all of this information is in that instruction manual. But if you're like me, you put the instruction manual in a safe place, and then when it's time to work on it, it's like, well, wait, what was I supposed to do again? At your fingertips, this whole service will be able to tell you how to do things without having to try and find that manual again. The other thing I like too is it has this quilting section, right? A lot of people who've never had a long arm before will talk about how the tension just is off all the time, right? My domestic machine didn't have issues with tension, but my long arm always does. I don't know what's wrong with it. You have to set the tension for every thread and machine you're doing. So whichever quilt you're doing, you got to test that thread ahead of time. How do I set that tension? So it's all right here, how to setting the tension, walk through for your correct bottom tension with your bobbin, and then setting the top tension for your machine. So you have all that section. Also, how to pull up the bobbin thread. Now we just showed you, it was really fast. You're thinking, will you show that again? You know, so you have those here. All that tutorial is really helpful. And then the other part I love about preparing to quilt, it talks about choosing your needle, which one is good, what sizes you should use, what size you should use for what thread. Like you can see right there, the 1490, it's 100 weight silk or 60 weight polyester. The finesse thread that we use is a 50 weight, so you can use a 16, 14, or an 18. It comes with 2 packages, one 16 and one 18 when you get the machine. So you have those already. It also comes with how many bobbins?
3 bobbins.
Yeah, so you have one in the bobbin case assembly, one in the toolbox, and then one on the bobbin winder. So why don't we show the bobbin winder a little bit, just how it works. So you have the dual thread mast. So you have, our pink is right here for this front section. You don't have to unwind all your thread and try and get it to it. So Anthony, why don't you show, I'm gonna move these scissors just slightly so we can see them on there. So you would put your thread on this back piece, come up there and wind it down.
So here is where you would actually do the maneuver for filling it. You just pull back on this and you can see it spinning. I let go, it's gonna stop.
And it will let go on its own once the bobbin is full. That's why when Anthony pulls on it, it pops out because that is already full of our gray thread. So it'll pop out when it's done. So you don't have to watch it. You're not gonna get over full bobbins, right? With the extra cess, they're not gonna be rounded out there. They're gonna be straight up and down. So you're gonna be able to do that. So again, that bobbin winder is different machine than the front part of the machine. So different motor speeds. It's not, you don't have to unthread everything on the front, bring it to the back. It's got that dual mast so that you can do that, the back and the front.
Yes.
Okay, about the machine more. Now, we talked about that it's 21 inches. It's really long. It does a lot of quilting. However, I'm a short person, and so sometimes I can't reach as long. You know, I'm having to stand up on tiptoes and reach all the section. And that, what's wonderful about that is these extendable handles we have on the front. Both the left side and the right side are extendable. You can move them side to side, whichever is more convenient for your quilting. And it's got a couple of different buttons on there. Why don't you talk about the buttons there, Anthony?
All right, we got 4 buttons, 2 on each handle. So over here, you have your start stop button and your needle up, needle down button. It's just much more convenient to have these right here, ready to go. I don't have to reach up to my screen and start it. I just have it ready if I need to immediately
At a finger's
stop.
touch, right?
Yes, exactly. And then this is gonna give you different stitches per inch. So you can hit these up and down buttons. It's gonna change that screen. You can hear it going, see it going. So if I'm getting a little ahead of myself, I need more stitches per minute. I'm gonna ramp it up using my up button. I can bring it back down when I realize that was too much.
It was too many stitches in that inch.
Yes.
I needed a little bit less there. So yes, all that wonderful handle work is all here at the front. Now we're gonna, the other thing I love about the 21 inch is it comes with a feature. Now you can get this purchased separately for all the other Unique machines or your domestic machine, but it comes with the 21. It's the Magnifique magnifying glass. So I'm going to show you, it attaches right to the front of the machine here. And when I flip it down, you can see that needle, but when I show you, oh, so much better.
Wow.
Again, if you're having a little bit of harder time like me, seeing everything a little bit close up, you can use this. And I love that, I'll demonstrate here, it's connected with magnets. So I just pull this out, and now I can take this with the handheld tool and move it to wherever I need it to go. Now it comes in 3 different magnifications. We've got a 2.5, a 3, and a 5. When I'm done using it, I can just take it and attach it right there again, use it with my needle, and when I'm done, I can just flip it up out of the way, because you don't want to sew with it down. That would be really difficult, even if you are a little hard seeing. You don't want to have it while you're sewing, because it would just, the magnification will not work with that way. What are we going to talk about next?
I was gonna say, we did talk about the 21 being 21 inches long in throat space. And just so you know, how you measure the throat space is you're gonna take it from this needle here, you're gonna go all the way to the back of the harp here, 21 inches in there. Once you put it on a frame, you're gonna lose a couple inches due to this back rail being fully loaded up. So you're gonna have about 19 inches of quilt space to make your blocks, which is huge blocks. I don't think I've ever seen a 19-inch block.
So if we come all the way forward here, we can see we're just getting that. We don't want it to hit there, but yeah, so we've got all that on there.
Yeah.
Now, we do want to show you a little bit before we talk about frames and what other features are available with the 21. We want to do a little sewing and showing you what that precise, the cruise, the basting stitch, and the manual all look like. So first we're going to start with precise. So Anthony, I'm just going to step aside and let you watch this one a little bit.
Okay. We are going to use our handle button, get us started here. I'm going to move out of the way of Jana's beautiful design.
My testing design there.
And see how it's not moving at all when I'm not? But all of a sudden, it's going to come with me and I stop, it stops. So it's very convenient. I'm doing my little loops and suddenly I hear something, I'm done.
Exactly, so no matter what you're doing on there, with that precise mode, you're going to stop as it goes along.
We're going to jump into our cruise mode. This is my personal favorite. We do have this one. I'm going to start it up. You can see it is moving and then I start moving. I'm going to get a tight corner in there. Oh.
Now while Anthony's showing these different speeds, so you can see that cruise mode, it's going to still keep going. I would love to hear from anybody, how would having that extra throat space change your quilting, right? Like how much more quilting could you get done in that amount of time? So put a 3 in the comments if your life could change by having 21 inches of throat space.
Oh my gosh, my life would change all the way. This is our manual mode. I'm gonna go ahead and start it. It's
now
just going.
This is not regulated, so you can see if you're keeping it even, it's gonna be even, but if Anthony speeds up or slows down, he gets those smaller stitches. He also gets those longer stitches going faster. But if he stays consistent and does the speed the same way, then it's all going to be the same speed. Now you can adjust that. 30% is what we've got it on right now, but you can go as high as 100%. You can go down to 20, 10, 5, whatever is. It's just like when you're pushing your foot pedal, right? Yes. How fast, if you want to go all the way down, do that 100%. If you're wanting less speed, then you can do it that way too.
Yes, and we all know basting stitch, but I'm still going to show that one off because I like to use the machine. We're going to do a medium base stitch. So I'm going to go here. We're going to move. Oh, hello. Move a little.
And that's just great for the back of the machine when you're tying your quilts together just before you get going, just so it's just a little bit of space as you're going between there. It's easily going. The small is just shorter, medium's medium, long is long. So whichever way you'd rather do your basting stitches to pull out. You don't have to choose one or the other. You can do a variety, as you're going along. It doesn't matter which one you're doing. So all our different stitch modes.
Yes.
Now you notice when we were stitching, we were using the open toe foot that's here. The machine comes with a regular hopping foot. It's got a totally closed in loop. It doesn't have to open, but you can get additional accessories. You can get a ruler foot, you can get a micro stippling foot, an open toe, the couching foot. I'm gonna pull over, I'm just gonna pull that thread here, clip that really quick. So we can pull it over and we can see what we've done. We did a couching foot over here recently. Now you can see how we were doing this feathering. We were doing it with the couching foot. So you're able to do ribbons or yarn. It's able to pull in all those different features and just kind of makes your quilt 3D, great for baby quilts or anything like that. Gives you that extra dimension instead of just doing thread, right? Like quilting with thread isn't just quilting with thread.
No.
It's fantastic, but that next level with the couching foot gives you that opportunity. We also have other ruler foot kits. We have the 360 hopping foot kit. So lots of fun stuff that you can do with rulers, lasers, all that kind of stuff for free motion. But let's now talk about what does the 21 fit on. Obviously the machine or the frame that we've got it on now.
Yes. The 21, as we said a little earlier, is a bit of a diva. It only wants to work with specific frames.
Exactly. It won't work with just anybody.
No. Get the Cutie out of here. It is going to work with our Continuum frame and our Evolution Hoop and Evolution Elite frame.
Now we've got it on the hoop, which is, we'll step out of the way just a little bit. You can see it's 5 feet total here. And to have a 21 inch on only 5 feet in your home, that's fantastic, right? Just the size of your desk, you can quilt with 21 inches. It's done in the hoop style. So you can see we've got it clipped in the back here. These clips, I want to show you a little bit.
Awesome.
These, right, so right away they kind of sandwich when I'm opening them. So it's easier, you're not having to just pull. I can squeeze this way and I can squeeze this way. This holds your fabric. So as we put it on, if I had extra fabric here, it would come into the back and then roll into this section, and then I would hold it that way with that spring. So that's fantastic. The other thing is we have these quilt clips right here in the front. These are specially designed for this quilt. Now I'm going to pull this one off. Now you'll notice I used 2 hands on the quilt. A lot of people will, when they put it on, they try to do this and then it just starts turning. So you want to open it up with 2 hands on the side. And I want to show you this rail. This is a special corrugated rail that helps hold. So when this clips on, right, you can hear that clip. It's locked in place. Not literally locked in, but locked in place, right? So I can pull it off, holds in that fabric. So let's put this one back on again. So we've got the Evolution hoop frame comes with these 2 quilt clips in the front, the 3 in the back, and then each side. Now we don't have it on this side on the right because our fabric was coming over. It comes with these bungee clips to hold on to your fabric, but we've got one on the other side. You want to pull that one off, Anthony?
Absolutely.
So the same concept, you want to do it with 2 hands on the one section. They're just little baby quilt clips.
A little to the side, easy to push back on. And these rails are also that same corrugated on this. So these are going to lock in place. This side's going to lock in place.
So you have this great taut fabric to work with. Now, depending on which machine you're doing, some machines like it super tight, other machines like a little give. Also, it depends on what fabric or batting you have. So again, make sure that you're looking at everything. You know, you want to test it out first, just like with your tension on your machine. Yes. You also want to test out the fabric and how tight it is, because you might be getting like a little bit tight punches, or you might be getting some extra things because it's just too tight. Try loosening it a little bit, going from there. The other thing I want to point out is this 5-foot frame also can be a rolling frame. So it's set up right now for hoop, but you can see we can change out this to be a rolling frame, and it can roll back and forth. So you can do smaller quilt projects. Actually, I'm gonna pull that out again. I'm gonna show what is different about this ratchet, Anthony, right here, than all our other frames.
It is my favorite thing of all time. We did metal ratchets.
A metal ratchet.
So you're not gonna have to worry about any little plastic piece accidentally snapping off. It is gonna last you a long, long time.
Those teeth are so strong, right? They're metal, they're stuck in there. The clip part that holds it together is metal. So together that is gonna last, right? Those plastic ratchets, throw them away. You hit the metal ratchet. So, but you have the option with the Evolution hoop frame to roll it at 5 feet. So if you have, I don't know, twin size, crib size, you can roll it so much easier than just doing hooping, so that you can just keep going. And again, that fabric rolls around this frame. You wouldn't use the clips because you can't roll the clips. They kind of make it awkward. So you pull those off. Yeah, you attach it with the cloth leaders here, and then you have that option to do that. So I love the Evolution hoop with that one. Yes. And then if you're ready to get with more space, what do you do with the Evolution hoop?
You don't have to go out and buy a whole new frame. You can use your hoop frame you have and upgrade to our Evolution Elite frame, which is a huge deal.
Right.
Nobody wants to buy a brand new frame. We just want to get the bigger one already.
And the nice thing about the hoop frame is you can go to whatever size works best. So you can buy the Elite at 8 feet 10 feet or 12 feet. But with the Evolution hoop, you can go right to the 10 foot. You can get a part for the 8 and 10. It goes up to 12 feet, so there's a 5 foot or a 3 foot extension, so you can get those added, and then a 2 foot to go up to the 12. So you have those options to build as you're going. You don't have to be right away into that 12 foot. Even if you know eventually I'm getting there, you can get a little bit smaller, work your way up, and then you don't have to worry about that whole thing. Now, we were talking about divas. So I feel like the Evolution Elite frame is the diva.
I do too.
Of the frames, right? It's just like the hoop frame. It has those metal ratchets. Oh my gosh. The other thing it comes with is, if you can see back here, both of them come with this table. Now, why would we have a table here in the back for the frames?
Maybe you want to do some pantographing. You're going to want to be able to lay down your pattern on those tables. Or maybe you just want to use it like an actual table. Let your tools in there.
Put your
Maybe you need
scissors
your
on there.
Scissors, yeah.
Yeah. So we have a couple of different things. We have a laser that connects to the Quilting machines. It's the Quilting laser, so you can do pantograph work. I know some people are like, no, it's all in my head. And sometimes I'm like, I need it on paper.
Yes.
Right? You can use any paper. You can trace. One thing someone was talking about earlier, I love, she was like, if your kids draw a picture, put it on there and trace it. And then that's their design, right? Like, I love that idea. You can also do your stencils that you have in your house already. You can buy patterns on the websites. I mean, there's lots of patterns. You can also get them free. You can doodle yourself. We also have a plastic pattern perfect set that's an exact stylus that sticks in grooves, and you can follow those along. Yeah, there's lots of things, but the Evolution Elite frame, like I was saying, comes in at 8, 10, and 12. The Evolution hoop frame comes in a 5 foot, and then you can add on. 21 works on all of them. Now, if you have other frames and you're like, oh, I'm ready to upgrade to the 21X Elite, will it work with my frame? The answer is probably not. Yeah. Like we said, it's a diva. It likes to have only its certain friends. So if you have a Continuum frame, original or Continuum 2, it will work on there. Yes. If you already have a 21 machine and you're wanting to upgrade to the X Elite, obviously if the 21 works, you're going to be able to work on that one. Yeah. So the 21X Elite, though, is fantastic for doing automation, too. So again, those 3 frames that we've mentioned, the Evolution Hoop Elite and the Continuum frames, you can add automation to both of those. I think we're going to talk about that later this week on Evolution and 21 about automation. But if you're looking for automation, that's another thing that you can do. So there's lots of things you can do. Now, I know that there were some questions that we might have missed coming up. I wanted to make sure we answered all of those. But is there anything else, Anthony? We were talking about what comes with the machine. So everybody knows it's not just what you see here. What else comes with the machine when they're opening it up?
What comes with the machine, you are going to get your instructions. You're going to get a quick reference guide, which is one of my favorite things, just to have a little card here that shows just some little things as well as what comes on the screen. You're going to get your handlebars in there, the adjustable ones. You're going to get your wheelbases in there, your bobbins, your needles, and a sample pack of thread.
I love samples.
Gotta save the best for last.
Best for last. So it'll have finesse thread, which is our exclusive line of thread. It's a 50 weight thread, 100% polyester, but has the look and feel of cotton. But you get some extra threads in there, maybe ones you haven't tried before, or colors you've never tried, right? It's a total sample. They put them all in. There's no set rhyme or reason. Sometimes they're neutrals, sometimes they're flashy. It's all over the place. So that's definitely fun. Okay, so we do have a question from Arena. What is the warranty for the software and the circuit board? So that's a 2-year for the electronics. The warranty is 10 years on the outer body, 2-year for electronics, and then 5 years for manufactured parts. So again, you can call Sewing Parts Online with any technical questions. You can also call our 800 number or chat with us online through our website. You could, whether you're doing calls with us or SPO, we'll be able to take care of you It's not like, oh, you bought it from them, so you have to talk to them. You can't talk to us. You can always talk to us.
We
and
love
we'll be
to
able to
talk
help
to
you.
you.
Exactly. So our customer service for our technical support or other things will always let you know if you have to talk to Sewing Parts Online, if it's a issue with that they have to handle, or if it's something we can take care of. Definitely have that. So yeah, hopefully that answered that question. Was there any other questions that we had? Maybe. Oh, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
How's that?
Oh, yeah,
There we
can hear
go.
you now.
You're back.
Perfect. I said that I didn't see any other questions. I think it's just because you guys do such a good job of explaining that. Yeah. No questions.
No questions.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, one thing that we didn't talk about was I wanted to make sure that people knew whatever tools you need to put your handlebars on, your wheelbases, attaching the encoders that handles the stitch regulation, those tools come in a box. So you don't have to think like, oh, what tools do I have to get now because I'm putting my machine together? Or even, what tools do I have to put my frame together? Yeah. Again, all those tools come with the frame and the machine. The instructions are fantastic. Now, Anthony, I know recently you got to put together one of these frames. It was like the rite of passage. Hey,
Yes.
you're new. Here's the instructions. Tell us how bad they are and go. How was that?
I found it to be quite easy. I had never watched a video on putting a frame together fully. I had never tried it myself, but it is all labeled so nicely. And when you get the tools and the bolts and screws package, they're in little labels saying, this is what size this is how many are in there. It is wonderfully easy to follow step by step.
Yeah. I just saw another question come through about the idler or batting rail. Those are both available with the Evolution Elite frame. They don't work on the hoop frame. You'd have to do the Elite for that part, but you have both options, both the idler rail that will come over here or the batting rail that's down here so you can hold the batting. So you can get those multiple pieces as well.
I just have to attest, I have to put my feedback in too, because we put together our 16X on the Evolution hoop frame.
Ooh,
Alex
wow.
did it completely on her own with no training, no knowledge, barely any knowledge about the sewing industry or how sewing machines and frames work at all. And she was able to figure it out in less than a day. And then also we had to do some playing around with it like a couple weeks ago, because we're getting ready to do an expo in Nashville. So we've been playing around with taking it apart and putting it back together so that we're able to do it for the event. And you are absolutely right about the instructions, the toolbox, all the stuff that comes with the machine. It's so well written. So whoever put your instruction manuals together, kudos to them, because it's super easy to read, better than any instruction manual that I've ever used. So great job, Grace.
Well, we pride ourselves on that. Like, we try and make it so that because some people will always say like, oh, is Sewing Parts Online gonna come and put my machine together and frame, and they're in another state, and you guys are like, not really, because you're in Washington and we're in Tennessee, but you really can put the whole thing together. It's like Anthony was saying, he said it was easy. Now, I've never called it easy because it's not hard, but it is involved. Like, it's not a hour time and that's it. You will have to spend some time on it, but it's not rocket science. It's not, they do such a great job. They have pictures. And again, if you have any questions, you can always call Sewing Parts Online. You can call us and we can help you, figure out what exactly is that's not working right there.
Absolutely. Yeah. If you order from us, we will be there with you for the life of your machine. You just call our customer service. We'll help troubleshoot. If it's something that's beyond our knowledge, we'll reach out to Grace, and Sewing Parts Online and Grace have a fantastic relationship. So I know that together we can solve any problem.
Yeah, and I know that like you guys have been on your chat with someone on your site, and then you'll turn around and chat our website, and you'll be like, hey, we just got this question. And we're like, oh, here's the answer. So, I mean, it's super fast, right? Like, don't think like, oh, I'm never gonna get an answer, it'll be some time. No, we're trying to answer those back and forth right away.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you guys for coming on and showing us the 21. I think we have you back tomorrow to show us some True Cut stuff, and then I'm super excited. On Friday we're doing the Little Rebel, which I'm excited to see.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back for the Little Rebel. I'm super excited to show you guys everything about that. That's our new
jealous.
Yeah, sewing machine, quilting machine. I mean, it's the little baby now of our line, and the 21 is the diva. So Yeah, but I know that you guys have some really amazing specials on the 21. So if anybody's been thinking about upgrading, now's the time. It's some fantastic pricing going on.
Yep, and I'll go through those right now after I let you guys sign off. But we have a giveaway to do. Do you guys want to be there for that?
Yes,
I love
we
giveaways.
love giveaways.
So there's one caveat. You have to drum roll with us while the giveaway tool is up, okay?
Easy.
All right. I'm going to drum roll on the machine.
Here we go.
All right. Go ahead, Alex.
Woohoo!
Yay! Congratulations, Renee. Awesome. All right.
Congratulations, Renee. Oh, man, we're so excited for you.
Grace, thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to the rest of the segments throughout the week. And then I'm pretty sure that I get to meet you guys in like 2 weeks' time. So that's really cool. I'm excited to meet you guys in person.
We are excited.
Thanks so much. We'll see you guys next time.
Have a good rest of your day. Awesome. Okay. So Renee, let me put your name down on your Aurifil thread kit. So you are number 8 and you are entered to win the grand finale prize, which is a sewing room makeover. Just one more time to make sure that we're doing all of our housekeeping. To claim your prize, go to www.sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreative live. You will scroll down to the giveaway section and you will fill out and submit your form. And then we will get started on shipping your prizes out within 1 to 2 weeks after the event is over. So Alex, will you do me a favor? Will you play a video for us really quickly? Because we have to get ready to do our run through and then we are giving away a Eversewn Celine sewing machine. So I want to clarify while Alex finds a video to play. Whoever wins the prize for today, that Eversewn sewing machine, you also get a thread kit and you are also entered to win the grand finale grand prize. So don't worry, you're not just winning a sewing machine. You could also end up winning the makeover. So that would be really cool. So Alex, how much time do you need?
No, I've got one. Is 9 minutes okay?
9 minutes is perfect. Let's do it.
All right.
Welcome to the workbench. I'm Doug. Today's machines are vastly different than what they were in the past. Some of your older models that you may have had, you didn't even have to take them into the service unless you had a problem. But today's are a little bit more complex, and we suggest that you do take your machines in on an annual basis. But today, I'm going to show you a few things that you can do to keep your machine running tip-top in between those annual services. So first, we'd like to turn off the power to the machine. Next, we'll raise the presser foot lever to detach the presser foot. And if it's time to clean your machine out, it's probably a good idea to replace your needle anyway. So let's just take it out of your way so you don't stick yourself with it. We don't need any blood in this. Then we'll want to pull forward the detachable needle plate cover. Gently lift up and remove the bobbin case. Then the needle plate screws. So we can use our 3-in-1 tool for that. Most of the time, once you break that screw loose, you could just use your fingers to spin those screws away. Now you'll feel a little spring action when removing that needle plate. That's by that smart switch over here that detects which needle plate is attached. Next, you will need a Phillips screwdriver, but remove the one Phillips screw holding on this free arm cover. It's easy as well just to pull the cover away while you're backing the screw out. That way the screw remains in that cover for you. And what this does is to give you a little bit of an escape area for some lint and fuzz that you may be able to blow out with some canned air. Now some may have suggested you not use this, but I think a lot of that is just because of the Freon that's built in. If you lean or shake this can, it omits a Freon spray. So if you're going to use canned air, you want to hold it upright. You don't want to shake it a lot. And you can direct your airflow with the little tube that comes with your canned air. It's also helpful when you're blowing into an area to also rotate your hand wheel at the same time. That way it's not impacting all your lint and fuzz into one general space. It will help to remove some of that lint and debris from all areas. Okay, so we'll kind of demonstrate a little bit. And what I think I might do is put a little fabric over here to catch some of that. Whoa, that's a little lint and fuzz there. Okay, did we get any lint and debris out of there? We got some of that fuzz. Okay, now you also may want to use a pair of tweezers to clean out your thread cutting area here. This is the unit that comes over to collect your thread. And sometimes this little fuzz will give you a buildup that could interfere with your thread trimming. So you want to make sure that you don't remove the fuzz completely, because then it may not cut your thread. That kind of serves as a purpose to hold your upper and bobbin thread, just like the fuzz that's on your bobbin case, in case you've ever wondered what that's for. Okay, now it's also important to kind of inspect the area of the hook, because you have a lip here that the bobbin case is sitting upon. And if you've ever broken a needle for maybe tugging on the fabric or not using the proper spool cap, that needle may have come down and put a nick or a burr on this hook. If you see that, it may have to be addressed by your certified technician, as well as inspecting your bobbin case area. Because when your thread stitch formation is happening, your thread is slipping between that outer rotary hook and this plastic bobbin. So any nick or burr within any of these two components could be causing some thread shredding. And your technician could clean and smooth that out, or if it's too bad, they may have to replace the hook. Okay, but for you for maintenance, this will also help clean out your low bobbin detector, because you have a sensor coming across that area that could get built up with lint and fuzz, restricting the sight to be seen. Okay, so after you blown that out, if you have left your screw within the cover, then you could put it onto your tip of your screwdriver and then reposition your cover and the 1 Phillips screw. It's very easily fit back into place. Now, the machines of today don't require any lubrication for you as a customer. Most of the components are internal and they're self-lubricating. So really there's no need for you to lubricate anything within the hook area. That's why we have a plastic bobbin case against metal. If you have metal against metal, then it would require lubrication. But that's one of the reasons that we have this for you, to make it a little bit easier. So the next step before putting anything back together would be to reattach your needle plate. And like I mentioned before, you'll have a little switch on the right hand side that's giving you a little bit of spring action. But I like that switch, it's pretty smart. And with the straight stitch needle plate attached, it will only allow you to stitch that center needle position. Pretty nice machine. Okay, and then after we get our needle plate screws secure, then we'll properly reattach the bobbin case with the adjusting screw that has the green paint facing towards the front, and you match the arrow of the bobbin case with the white dot on your hook bracket. Once that's in place, you see that it won't rotate in any other area. However, if you took the needle plate off with that bobbin case installed and you turned your hand wheel backwards, then your bobbin case would not be positioned properly. And if you were to put the needle plate on then, you could get a jam up or you could damage that bobbin case. Then reattach your plastic plate, your presser foot, discard your old needle and replace it with a new needle. And again, the reason that we suggest that you take this in on an annual basis because there's a lot of internal lubrication points that we can't see or get to. And that's where your Baby Lock certified technician comes in. So let me show you a little bit what they get to address. Well, now you get to see a machine in the state that I'm used to seeing them in. This is how far your certified Baby Lock technician will have to go to give you a full lubrication and cleaning of the machine. You can see here there's areas that we weren't able to access when we were blowing out just the hook area. And the machine has very strong casting here. That's what makes it so durable. And a little tip for some of you customers that have the sewing and embroidery combination machines, but all you do is embroider, it's a good idea that after cleaning the hook and race area, that you set your machine up for some regular sewing. Maybe some decorative stitches, maybe some forward and reverse stitches, and that will help move those essential feeding mechanisms to give you longer lasting machine and smooth operation. So now that you know, get out and sew.
Awesome. We so appreciate Doug for making those videos, the From the Workbench series. He's got a bunch of really great videos that will help empower you to repair, maintain your machines, because at the end of the day, repairing is caring, right? All right, so I just need to take a quick break so I could drink some water because we got some talking to do. So we're going to go through a recap of the entire day. We're going to talk about all the products that were shown. We're going to go over some pricing. And then after we do all that, we're going to pick the winner of the Eversewn sewing machine and the Aurifil thread kit. I do want to clarify a little bit. Some people were confused about how the giveaway for the grand prize is working. So in order to get entered to win for the sewing room makeover, you must win one of the Aurifil thread kits. So we're going to pick one of the winners of the Aurifil thread kits on the last day at the very end to win the grand prize makeover. However, at the end of day 1 and day 2, we are giving away large prizes. Today is the Eversewn sewing machine. Tomorrow is a piece of furniture. I'm not going to tell you about it just yet. You'll find out about tomorrow. You do not have to win one of the Aurifil thread kits in order to win the sewing machine or the furniture. So I just wanted to clarify on that one. So now that we've clarified that, this is going to be thread kit number 9. And we are going to show you the final surprise word of day 1, and you're going to start commenting. Then I'm going to do the recap, and when I'm done with the recap, we'll pick a winner. So, Alex, are you ready to put the word up? All right, let's do it. All right, so the word is sewing, which kind of is very fitting for the last segment of day 1. So go ahead and start putting hashtag sewing into the chat section, and you will be entered to win the Eversewn sewing machine and the Aurifil thread kit number 9. While you guys do that, I'm going to start going through pricing overlays, do a recap, but I'm going to take a sip of water first. Ready? All right, let's do this. Okay, so we started out the day strong. We had a demonstration from Miriam Coffey from Janome. She showed us the brand new Horizon Memory Craft 9450 QCP. This is a wonderful machine with a large throat space that'll help you get all of those king and queen sized quilts through your machine with ease. It has the stadium lighting, so everything stays nice and bright and visible. We talked about how it had a ruler work mode, which is really cool. We talked about Stitch Composer, where you can design your very own stitches and transfer them to the machine, which is it takes customization to a whole new level. We talked about how it has the advanced AccuFeed system. It has a knee lifter, and it also has that one-step needle plate conversion, so you don't have to unscrew your needle plate ever. You just press a button, it pops out, you put the new needle plate in. Another really cool feature of that machine was the variable stitch width, so you can use your knee lift lever to change the width of your stitches, so you can do thread painting. I think that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen on a machine. I've only seen a handful of machines with that feature. I think this is a fantastic, beautiful machine that Janome came out with, and I'm super excited that we got to show it for this event. The MSRP on it is $5,499. It is on sale on our website for $3,999, but of course you can call in and get a better price than that $3,999. The next segment was Arrow. They came in and they showed us a few things. They showed us the Judy sewing cabinet, which is a fantastic entry-level cabinet. It's perfect for small spaces or for an additional sewing machine. It's great if you have a smaller budget to work with. That one is MSRP of $899 and a sale price of $449. Of course, if you call in, we will give you a lower price than the $449. The next one they showed us was the Kangaroo and Joey cabinet, which is their best-selling large cabinet. This one is a fantastic deal right now. You don't see it very often with the free Kiwi. It's great for those of you, if it's over 80% of machines on the market. So it's great if you're looking for something for a larger machine, and if you're looking for a lot of storage. It retails for $2,499. The sale price is $1,999. But of course, if you call in, we will beat that price and you get the free Kiwi with it, which is really, really cool. The other ones that they showed us the sewing chair, which is a classic. We all have to have one. It's great for lumbar support so you don't end up with back pains at the end of your sewing day. They just introduced the all black one, which I believe was called the Baroness. Is that right, Alex? The Baroness, the all black one.
Yeah,
I think so too. I think that's the one I'm going to get. So that one retails for $449, but we have it on sale for $329. Of course, if you call in, we will beat that price. Then they also showed us, but we do not have overlays for them. They also showed us the Kookaburra, which is that massive cutting table. That one was MSRP of $1,599 with a sale price of $1,199. They also showed us the Eleanor, which is the table with the electric lift. That one is really unique in that you can put a serger on it as well. There's not a lot of sewing cabinets with the customized opening that you can put a serger in. So those were both really cool. The Eleanor has an MSRP of $1,199 and a sale price of $899. And of course, if you call in, we will beat that price. So after Arrow came Chelsea Swindle. She showed us how to make a child's dress. She sewed the Nora dress pattern on her cover stitch and serger machines. We have that on sale for $15.99, but it is included in the special event pricing. So if you want to get that pattern, we will beat that price. The next person who came and joined us was Linda Bratine from Baby Lock. She did a fantastic demo. She showed us the difference between the Allegro and the Jazz 2. The Jazz 2, of course, has that gigantic throat space of 12 inches. There are not a lot of machines on the market that have that big of a workspace. So that one's also a fantastic machine if you're looking to make more king and queen size quilts. This one is a great price point if you're looking for something that's not too expensive. The MSRP is $1,399. The sale price is $799. And of course, if you call us, we will beat that price. If you're looking for something that's a little more advanced, but is still similar in size to the Jazz 2, the Allegro is a great option for you. That one is a MSRP of $1,599 and a sales price of $1,299. And of course, I think you're getting the point. If you call in, we will beat that price. So after Baby Lock, Stacy from Sew Steady was here. So we didn't talk about the tables during her segment, but I do want to talk about them again now. So we have the Wish 2.0 table, which is our best-selling Sew Steady table. It is massive and it comes with built-in storage, which is really cool. Personally, for me, I'm always losing my little embroidery scissors and my thread snips seem to run off and I lose bobbins. So it'd be really cool if I had storage right in front of me at my sewing machine like that. So that one retails for $229, but we have a sale price of $199. Of course, if you call, we will beat that price. And every Sew Steady table has the optional add-on of a $10 two-piece suspension system. So that's a really good deal right now. We also talked about their standard tables. Those ones vary in price based on size. This one is our most popular one. I believe it's 18 by 22 or 18 by 24 inches. I'm not completely sure about that second measurement, but customer service will help answer that question for us. That one is on sale for $109, and if you call, we will beat that price. We also carry the Quilters angle table. We also carry the free motion table. Those are some great options for if you're looking for something that's a little more specialized and tailored to what you're trying to do. Those also include the special on the two-piece suspension system. She talked about the fall and winter templates that they are going to be featuring this year. We are carrying every single one. So if you are interested in any of those, go ahead and give us a call and we will get you some of those templates in a good price. Next, we had the Grace Company. They came and they showed us the Diva, which is going to be my new name for it. The Diva that is the Cutie 21X Elite. Right now, we have an MSRP of $13,799, but it's on sale for $11,497. Comes with a free 10-foot light bar, and that is with the Evolution Elite frame. So that $11,497 is a great price, but of course, if you call, we will beat it. There was a couple of things that they didn't talk about that I want to bring up. So if that 21X Elite is just outside of your price range, I totally understand. It's a pretty big commitment. You can get a more entry-level machine, the 16X. This is the 16X manual. It is $3,499, so it is definitely more affordable than the 21 Elite. I think this is great if you're looking for something to just dip your toes into long arming. It's a 16-inch throat space, so you still get more than a domestic machine. You can add automation to it. It goes on the frames. It's a fantastic machine, and it's one that you can build upon in the future. So if you notice in the picture, it doesn't have a screen, and you can actually add a screen later on. Grace sells a kit, so you can start with a lower price point and upgrade as you go if you want to get some of those higher end features. We also have a pretty good sale on the Cutie right now. It is $1,199 with a sale price of $589. But if you call, we'll beat that price. The Cutie is a very, very popular option if you're looking for something that's affordable, lightweight, portable, easy to use. Again, if you're trying to dip your toes into quilting, I recommend getting the Cutie frame. It pairs great with the Juki machines and the baby locks that we featured. That Janome would be great on it because you get 11 inches of throat space with it. So that is a good option, and it is a really great sale right now. If you already own a long arm machine or a frame and you've been thinking about automation, we do have automation on sale right now. So if you want the entry level, that is the Creative Touch 5 Beginnings. It is on sale for $4,499. You can go with the Pro, which is $6,499. Or if you already own the Beginnings and you want to upgrade to the Pro, that is an even $2,000 right now. Of course, call in and we will beat all those prices. So that's pretty much everything. Actually, no, there's one more. We wanted to talk about the Juki. So if you weren't here earlier, I talked about how the Juki TL2010Q is my favorite machine. It's right here. This is Ted. He's my emotional support sewing machine, which is why he's with me today. But we actually have a really great deal on his older brother, the TL15. So this is an upgraded version of the TL2010Q. It comes with more accessories, and it also has a micro lift function, which is great for those really thick, puffy quilts. That is on sale for $999, which is the same price as the TL2010. So that's a really, really good deal. And of course, if you call, we will beat that. We'll go even lower with the TL15, and then you're getting an upgraded machine for even less than the TL2010Q. So I think that's a fantastic deal right now. So I definitely recommend if you've been looking for one of these machines, one of the semi-industrial ones, you jump on that opportunity. So that's everything. So Alex, I think it's time to do the final giveaway of the day for that Eversewn Celine. So do you want to come up on screen and pull up the giveaway tool?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay. So let's show what that is again really quickly. So that is the Orfil 5-spool thread kit. It is SewCreative Live themed and the Eversewn sewing machine. It is a value of $539. So everybody who's been putting #sewing in the comments, now is your chance to shine. Alex, one last time, let's do a drum roll.
Get your drum rolls ready.
Ready? I'm so excited for this person. Who is it going to be? Irina Schumer. Yay. Congratulations. Awesome. Irina, you have Orfil Thread Kit number 9. So let me put your name on it. And you were entered to win the grand finale prize at the end of the event, and you won the Eversewn Celine sewing machine. So go ahead and fill out the giveaway claim on the SewCreative Live page. That's www.sewingpartsonline.com/SewCreative Live. And Alex, we're going to be back tomorrow, right?
That's right. I can't wait.
Yep. So we'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. We've got a fantastic schedule planned for you. We've got more giveaways. And yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see who wins that Dream Sewing Room makeover. It's gonna be really cool.
Yeah. I'm a little jealous.
Yeah, me too. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.